on your video cameras.
Good morning, members of council. This meeting is now resumed. Members, we will now review and confirm the order paper. There are 32 items left on the agenda, including 16 member motions. Council has decided to consider Metrolink items T 19.58 and EX 18.3 together as the first items this morning. Members, on a deferred item EX 18.21 on paramedics, Councillor Thompson indicated yesterday that he had some questions in camera. So I would just like to know from Councillor Thompson if you still wish to go in camera on this item, or Councillor Layton.
Madam Speaker, Councillor Thompson, my conversation with you yesterday was around the issue that Councillor Layton wanted to discuss, which appears to have been in public. And I felt that there was a necessity that this matter should be discussed in camera in light of the fact that the matter is going before an interest arbitration. And so that was my interest. My understanding is that there's a lot of work that's being done with Councillor Layton and staff. If at this particular point in time, Councillor Layton is able to move a motion and or ask questions that does not require us to engage in an in-camera session, I'm very comfortable. I don't have any specific questions for in-camera. It was just the process that I was questioning.
Thank you. Councillor Layton.
Yes, none. If I ask questions, none will be of an in-camera nature.
So
I have a motion that I've circulated to some councillors. I'll advance circulate it to everyone, and we may not have any questions at all.
I'm satisfied then, Madam Chair. Thank you, Councillor Layton.
okay, that's good. So once we debate the two items that were timed this morning, we will go on to that item. So now, at this point, I would like to take the release of holds, and if you do have a hold, to release a hold, if you can please put your name on the list. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
I'm not holding any items.
Okay, because your name's here. Okay, thank you.
I did put it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Layton, release of hold.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good morning, everyone. The release of the hold is TE 20.11, demolition of a property designated under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act, 33 Avenue Road. I have a motion. A small amendment to the recommendations that came from Community Council. It shouldn't be contentious.
So the amendment is on the screen. Is there any questions on the amendment? No. Okay, on the amendment by Councillor Layton, this is on T 20.11. All in favor, show of hands. Carried. On the item as amended, all in favor. Carried. Thank you. So we will now go to the timed item, which is T 19.58 and EX. Oh, sorry. All in favor of adopting the order paper? Carried. Thank you. So we will now go to T 19.58 along with EX 18.3.
Speaker.
Pardon?
Speaker, I apologize. I just, on a point of order, I think there was to be a very important presentation, a brief presentation that I was to make this morning. If I'm wrong, somebody could correct that, but I believe I was supposed to do something very important, and there's somebody standing by to
Okay, sorry, Mr. Mayor, if you would like to do your presentation, thank you.
Okay, now how can I tell if Joe is with us this morning? Is Joe? I can't see him, but can I? Maybe somebody else can.
Yes, he is. It's my understanding he is.
All right. Well, then I will say good morning to colleagues and good morning to Joe. I think a lot of us will go through the experiences we have in recognizing incredible records of service, whether it's in the public service or whether it's elsewhere. I had occasion last night to be involved in something that involved an employee that had worked in the library service for 50 years. The recognition we're extending to Yusuf Qassam, otherwise known as Joe, today is even more remarkable because while his career has been 31 years with the city, because he's had to work with us, he qualifies for the dog year bonus in terms of years of service. So actually, since a dog year is 7 years for every one, he's actually served for 217 years at the city, which is a record that will be unsurpassed, I'm sure. But Joe, as we know you, we want to just say thank you for a career that began in 1988. We want to say farewell because it has been a distinguished career of 31 years. And I think the common factor that everybody recognizes, I've only been here for 6 years, but there are others from council that have been here much longer and seen your performance on the job, to say that the common factor has been the excellent job that you've done for the residents of the city. And for those of us who've been very fortunate to serve in this place. You have kept the public safe at many celebratory events at Nathan Phillips Square, and given the size of some of the crowds and sometimes things that happen in those crowds, that is no small feat. And it's such an important thing for people to be able to come here to the heart of their civic democracy and be safe. You've handled protests on the square peacefully and professionally. And that's important to us too, because this is the heart of the civic democracy, and this is a place where people, should come to protest if they feel so inclined, and that they should be able to do it in a way that is safe and orderly. And so you have handled those kinds of things at this place exactly the way I think we would all want those things to be handled. In 2008, you took on what probably was the most burdensome part of your responsibilities. I mean, protests at Nathan Phillips Square and other such things paled by comparison to being appointed as the Sergeant at Arms for the City Council itself. And I think it's fair to say that while we don't ever really know what your limits were because we never reached them, that probably taxed you as close to the limits as anything else did, given some of the goings on here. But again, your quiet, competent, confident manner has been the order of the day. And we are aware of what that role is. And it's important, again, I mean, you are protecting us and you are protecting the council itself as an institution during proceedings, protecting order. And I think there are more than a few videos around that to show that that wasn't always an easy feat. Joe, you began working for the city when Art Eggleton was the mayor. And that seems like a long time ago, but you have served under the leadership of many different mayors subsequent to that, including myself. And I can just tell the members, and there are others who arrive here early in the day as I do. I arrive pretty early in the day here each day, and Joe is often here attending to his duties, on the job. And that's just another mark of his exemplary service and diligence. So Joe, I will just say to you on behalf of all the members of council, I'm sure, that it has been a pleasure to work with you and to be under your care and protection, because we are when we're here at City Hall and when we're in council meetings, especially. You have done your job with empathy. You've done it with care. You've done it with consideration for all the different people that you come into contact with, whether they be protesters or councillors or anybody else in between. And you've done it with great dedication. And in so doing, you've made a great contribution to the city and to the community at large. And I think you've also done something that is equally important to us, I think, which is you've made a contribution to building a positive culture here at the City Hall, both with respect to the public service and also with respect to the, I'll call it the political culture exhibited by the councillors. And so on behalf of the City Council and everyone at the city, I want to say thank you for all your hard work over the years. I want to say congratulations to you on a well-deserved retirement. I hope your family is excited at the prospect of having you around more, and I hope that you will enjoy this additional time with them. I'm not sure you'll explain for yourself if you want to say a few words why that would be a subject of amusement to you. But we wish you all of us wish you a very happy and healthy and long retirement. And thank you very much again for your dedicated service. So let's have a round of applause for Yusuf Joe Qassam. And Joe, you get the same scroll as everybody else. That's what you get, no matter how many years. Even 217 years gets you the same scroll. So congratulations. Would you like to say a few words?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm emotionally overwhelmed, and I really appreciate it. I'm surprised and honored to be here right now. All I can say is that I greatly appreciate the honor of the recognition of my retirement. I will cherish the relationship that I have been built, the team that I've worked with, and the contribution that I've made for the City of Toronto. Thank you for your well wishes. This is something that I will never forget and will always be forever grateful. Thank you.
Thank you again, Joe. Congratulations again. Thank you. And thank you very much, Madam Speaker and members of council.
Thank you.
Too young to retire, Joe. I'm sorry.
Absolutely.
Mr. Mayor, if we can just say, of all the retirements during the pandemic, if ever there was a retirement that should be taking a bow in the chambers, this is one. This is a sad pandemic moment because you should be having your bow in the chambers.
We'll bring him back for a special appearance.
Okay, so now we will proceed to the timed items. Councillor Fletcher, you held the item down. Questions?
Yes, I did, and I believe that our fantastic center table has a motion. There it is. There's two items here. I'm just going to ask, is Mr. Toigo or in the room, so to speak, this morning? Staff-wise.
Through you, Madam Speaker, he is showing on the participant list, Councillor Fletcher, so perhaps just a time delay getting him
More than
access
likely,
to
yes.
remote.
It is virtual, Deputy City Manager, we know. It is WebEx, we know.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Fletcher, do you have your question? And move your
Sorry,
motion.
I'm just waiting for Mr. Toigo, Speaker.
He is there.
I am
Okay.
on.
So
He's
now
there.
he's on.
Sorry
That's
about
great.
that. There was a connection issue.
Okay.
That's no problem. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning.
Good morning.
I think it was last week or so, we had a meeting with some of the BIAs, with yourself and the BIA office, and learned of a toolkit that the Eglinton BIA had developed after or due to their experience with the Crosstown. And I'm going to move today that we take that and work with the BIAs to put mitigation measures into contracts that request Metrolinx to put them into tendering documents. That was one of the suggestions, as well into any city permits that we have to give out. Is that something that you think is helpful or useful, to have things a little more codified than the multi-meetings that seem to have gone on for businesses with little satisfaction?
To you, Madam Speaker, yes, Councillor. As we discussed at that meeting and subsequent to that, I think the more specific we are with Metrolinx in regards to the requirements that we need from them in their contract documents, I think it's better. It's clearer to both Metrolinx and it's clearer to the bidders.
Thank you very much for that good advice. And I did have a motion that was here about all of the trees along that corridor, in particular the above grade corridor, that that's impossible. Metrolinx, as we've discovered, has the right of, on their own right of way, they can do whatever they'd like with their trees. But we will have a number of individual trees that Metrolinx will require for their purposes, should it go above ground. And I'm hoping that you would agree that getting those inventory quickly, understanding what they are, understanding any mitigation, or understanding how they would be approaching those parts of our property would be a useful thing to do.
Again, through you, Madam Speaker, yes, Councillor, you're absolutely right. We are working very closely with our colleagues in Urban Parks and Forestry to begin the process to retain a consultant that will help us or assist us in actually doing the inventory and doing the assessment that's been suggested.
And finally, despite many times in asking Metrolinx, when we did have our conversation with Mr. Verster, he appeared quite surprised that, and he hadn't heard about the request to bury the Ontario line post East Harbor, apparently at 791 meters, and to put that section underground. Is that something that he did appear to say he would certainly look at that? Really and truly, when TTC was doing the estimates for the original relief line, there was an estimated cost per kilometer. Is it really quite easy to estimate what the cost would be to put that little 791 meters underground? Really, without being completely perfect, but at least a ballpark.
Through you, Madam Speaker, to you, to the councillor, the creating an estimate is a difficult task, especially for linear infrastructure. There are various complications, including the type of infrastructure that's being put in place. So below grade versus above grade versus at grade, as an example. That said, there are ways that estimates can be produced, or at least ballpark estimates can be produced to give you a sense of what the cost would be to bury a portion of the line.
Because that not happened with the Eglinton Underground. We basically know what the cost would be for the surface, but there hasn't been detailed work to say it's going to be X amount underground. Those would be estimates, not actuals, correct?
Through you, Madam Speaker, no, at this point in time, we actually do have actual numbers based on the contract that was let for the Eglinton Crosstown LRT.
No, I meant
so
western, west.
Oh, sorry, the west portion. The west portion would be an estimate. You are absolutely correct.
So it's very possible to do that, but for some reason, we haven't had Metrolinx giving us that. So I'm going to ask that we actually get a ballpark of some kind, because we have lots of great professionals that could give us an estimate.
That was your last question.
Thank you for clarifying, Mr. Toigo, and for all your assistance. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker, I believe to Mr. Toigo as well. I wanted to ask, at the Don Mills and Eglinton crossing, we have two housing now sites at the Ontario Science Centre. They're supposed to go to RFP in 2021. I was just wondering, is Metrolinx on track with providing the necessary information we need and how their line is going to impact those two sites so the RFP can stay on track for 2021?
Through you, Madam Speaker, we have been working with Creatio at Metrolinx with regards to the coordination of the work at the Don Mills and Eglinton Creatio project, the intersection of the two the Ontario line with their projects, if I could say that.
Okay. Are we going to be able to meet our deadline for issuing the RFP in 2021 for those two sites based on the negotiations so far? Is it on schedule?
Through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor, I can't give you the definitive answer at this point in time, but I would be happy to reach out to my colleagues at Creatio and Metrolinx to confirm that there is what the status is of both projects and whether there is any issues that may have arisen since the last time we've spoken.
Okay. All right. And I guess that would be the same for the Toronto District School Board, supposed to do a land swap with the city for a piece of property we own there with a piece of property in my ward so that a community hub can be built. Would that be impacted, I guess, by the same negotiations around the Don Mills crossing?
Through you, Madam Speaker, again, I'm going to have to reach out to my colleagues in Creatio to understand the impact on the Toronto District School Board site. The discussion that we had was focused on the Don Mills and Eglinton one, so I'm not sure the proximity of the two sites. So I will endeavor to get this information to you, Councillor.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Toigo. I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Cole.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Toigo, about the Eglinton Crosstown LRT, have we been given a opening date or completion date for the line?
Through you, Madam Speaker, no, we have not.
Now we're hearing that it might be 2023 that the open, because they have a huge problem at Yonge and Eglinton. They don't seem to have the ability to connect those two lines. So what mitigation measures can we put in place going forward, given we've lost 140 stores that have been closed because of this 9-year construction project? What can we do, given there's going to be obviously further delays in the Eglinton Crosstown LRT?
Through you, Madam Speaker, Metrolinx has proposed various measures to mitigate some of the impacts that have occurred as a result of the delay in the completion of the LRT. They are small steps to dealing with some of the impacts. My suggestion would be that perhaps further discussion should occur between Metrolinx and the councillors directly impacted along Eglinton Crosstown, and that is something that we are advocating for vigorously with Metrolinx, so that you can have that direct conversation with Metrolinx so that they hear from you, councillor, in particular, the concerns that you may have.
Well, you know, they've heard from our council that have had a, last February, we had a motion from this council asking for compensation for the business owners on Eglinton. We have heard nothing back from that, except I think they offered $10,000 to some of the BIAs, which is way beyond the ability of a councillor or a BIA to deal with. How do we get Metrolinx to respond to council's motions asking for compensation and asking for the westerly portion of the Eglinton LRT to be completed first, so at least we can have some viability for the stores that have faced 9 years construction in Little Jamaica, for instance?
Through you, Madam Speaker, Metrolinx has confirmed, so to respond to the question with regards to business loss compensation, there is a process that exists with Metrolinx where businesses can formally request or formally identify that there has been business losses. They can make that submission through to Metrolinx. There's an investigation that occurs, and there's a determination made through the Expropriation Act, I think, is the right mechanism that actually identifies, what form of compensation would be required. This is something that's actually been in existence since the beginning of the project. With regards, sorry.
Just wait a minute. How do you expect a small business that can't even keep the door open, like a barber shop, to basically go through this legal compensation process, whereby not 1 cent has been given in compensation so far over 9 years? So how can a small business go through this legal Bay Street process to try and get a little bit of money to keep the doors in. Aren't you expecting too much of a small business person?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I'm not sure of the legal process. I do know that there is a mechanism that is not a legal process to begin with. It is a request or an identification to Metrolinx that there is in fact a business loss. And then there is discussion that occurs between the business owners or the business owner and Metrolinx on the necessary detail associated to support that loss. So I don't believe it's a legal process as a first step. It is purely a complaint, a request made by the business owner to Metrolinx that they've suffered a loss. So I think there's a
compensation that has been given to one business owner.
Councillor Cole, that was your last question. Thank you. I want to remind members of council we are dealing with the two items, T19.58 and EX 18.3. Are there any further questions on these two items? Okay, we will now go to speakers. Councillor Fletcher.
I have motions. As you know, both of these are connected. I am going to be withdrawing the original request, TE 19.58, withdraw that motion and replace it with, I guess I'll call it an omnibus motion that Mr. Toigo was very helpful in drafting. And it does relate to a number of the questions that I've asked earlier. Just want to say that I think around now we would have probably been up cutting a ribbon for the beginning of the relief line, since everything was completely ready for the relief line to run down Pape, go along Queen, go to Eastern, go to East Harbor, cross over and come downtown. But as we know, that plan was changed very shortly after the election of the current provincial government, and they decided to build the Ontario line, which is much longer, as we know, and also determined that they would run a portion of that along the GO tracks, starting on the west side of the Don River and going all the way up to Gerrard Square at Gerrard and Carlaw. In all of the discussions that we have had,
Councillor Fletcher, we can't hear you. Councillor Fletcher? We lost you. Count. Okay, and we're trying to get Councillor Fletcher reconnected, so if we can give us a minute.
Madam Speaker, while you're in this pause, I'm having trouble with the CMP this morning, but I would like to be on the speakers list, please.
Did you refresh your computer?
Even get into the screen that far. Someone from IT is, I believe, on the way. I'm in City Hall this morning.
Okay. Councillor Carroll, you don't have a motion, right?
No motion, just to speak.
Okay, so why don't you go?
Am I back? Am I back yet? No?
Yes, you are back.
I think I'm back without my video speaker, so I have no idea when I got wiped out.
Okay, do you want to continue?
I don't know where I stopped.
Well, you did place your motion.
I know, but I had said quite a few things. I'm joining again. Anyway,
So we stopped your time at 1.5 minutes.
I have no idea where that was, Speaker.
Well,
but,
I don't know. I don't
when
remember. I don't remember the last word. Just go
Well,
ahead. Just
could-
start again, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. I really appreciate this. I'm now, thank you. Am I still on?
Yes, you are.
Okay, fine, but I'm not on. I'm just used without the internet. Okay. Oh, virtual meetings. Okay, we'll just start again. You see those motions that are there,
Right.
and I will be withdrawing the TE one, and placing these other ones that I indicated that Mr. Troiko had been very helpful with, and that we've had 2 meetings actually since the last council meeting. One was with the Eglinton Way BIA, Councillor Cole's fantastic BIA that has actually come up with an extremely important document funded through the BIA office to cope with large-scale construction in the BIAs. And a number of things came out of that, but in particular, one of the suggestions from that meeting with them, the Eglinton Way BIA and my local BIAs, was to certainly try to put as many conditions as possible in the actual tendering documents, because that's the Bible. There is no other Bible other than the tender. So that was very helpful, and that's part of the motion that I'm placing today. The other was a conversation with Mr. Verster, who indicated that he was unaware that we'd been looking to get this estimate of the below ground, putting the Ontario line below ground after East Harbor for 791 meters, where it would meet up with the below ground portion that's slated for Gerrard Square. And that's why I've asked Mr. Toigo this morning, is it not possible to estimate that in the same way that it's been estimated for the Eglinton West section of what was an LRT and now is being put underground. So I think it goes by kilometer. That should be fairly easy to do. So we can match our numbers up with that of Metrolinx. And I was saying that we would have been starting the relief line, more than likely. We would have been out on PAPE, getting things ready, but we know that that was changed. So it was a very big change where it can be much stronger line because it's starting at the X and going all the way to Eglinton. It's a longer relief line, but there's the 791 meters. It's a very short way that really and truly destroys every tree for 791 meters along the actual right-of-way. That is the right-of-way for the Ontario line and GO Transit and also freight. And it will take out a whole number of trees in our city parks. There are 7 parks that go along the line, which of course, that's how it grew up over time. That is where the green space is in the community. And I do want to note that I'm very happy to hear Mr. Toigo say that someone is being consulted or brought in to look at how many trees there are, what the impact is, because those are actually on our property. Those are in our green spaces, in our parks. And really and truly, we have to protect them as much as possible. So when we look at all the infrastructure that's going to be impacted, the bridges, the roads, the trees, the parks, the community center, that's part of the weighting as whether the weighting of the issue. Should this remain above ground, adding 2 more track lanes to what will be 4 tracks for an increase to 6 tracks through a residential neighborhood, through our parks, and what kind of mitigation will be necessary to not have a high-speed rail corridor with 6 tracks, every GO train, 45-second Ontario line, and freight trains that sometimes go on that line. So it is, I want to thank the transit office. I want to thank you, Mr. Mayor, for continuing to try to get some of these answers and looking at how does it make sense to continue on this, or does it make sense given
15
all
seconds.
of the impact, thank you, given all of the impacts, to really and truly compare the varying of that line for that section and try to come up with that as a solution. Understanding that Metrolinx is not ours, they don't work for us, but we do have some skin in the game, as they say, to our permits. So let's
Thank
see
you,
what we can
Councillor
do.
Carroll.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Councillor Fletcher, but that's okay.
Oh, sorry.
We've been together a long time. It's starting to look alike.
I'm
Thank you.
sorry. Okay, Councillor Carroll to speak.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm not sure how to take that. The older we get, the more they start to put all women councillors into one basket and call us all by one name. So, Madam Speaker, I don't need to move a motion that as you asked me earlier, but I did want to speak to recommendation number 3, just to note how I'm interpreting that. The recommendation number 3 is that City Council request Metrolinx to consult with the Mayor's office and local councillors prior to alterations to roadways, issuances of notices, and local residents, etc. I just wanted to note that how I'm going to interpret that is that their first stop is to discuss the need for that with our Transportation Expansion Office, because I've had an experience myself recently with Mr. Toigo, in which I first tried to take this up with Metrolinx myself, only to learn that they were having a conversation. It was at a different stage than I thought, but they were already having a conversation with the expansion office. So I don't want us to start working at cross purposes, but they do need to make sure that local city councillors are involved early on if they are going to go down that road, to make road alterations, to do sort of disruptive types of work, to facilitate any crossing, etc. And that's been a difficulty all along. What I hope, and this has been my experience recently in talking to them about Oriole Go Station, is that our Transit Expansion Office is that city side, city shop that can tell you when that's necessary. And so they have to make sure that they're talking about, this is going to require local community activity and local councillor activity. Can you bring them to the table? Because my experience has been that Mr. Toigo is welcome to is ready to act on that and more than willing. That just has to be a consideration early in the process. So while I won't amend the motion that they need to highlight it for the Transit Expansion Office, which leads to blah, 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 I'm interpreting that recommendation as that's what they're going to start to do early on in their conversation with our expansion office. They will say, this is going to require local councillor and local community input. Then you won't have some of the concerns you've heard from Councillor Fletcher this morning, Councillor Ainslie, my own concerns. They've got to start to realize that step needs to come early in their Metrolinx process. And Mr. Toigo can help them with that.
Thank you. Councillor Ainslie to speak.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion that I would like to move, if clerks can put it on the screen. And this motion's in 2 parts. It basically stems from the work that I've been doing with Create TO and our real estate department on a land exchange in the Don Mills and Eglinton area with a piece of property the Toronto District School Board owns with a piece of property, city-owned property in the Don Mills area with a piece of property that the Toronto District School Board owns in my area. This land exchange, the details of it are being held up by the lack of details coming out from Metrolinx to Create TO and city planning in the Don Mills and Eglinton area. In conjunction with that, I've learned the 2 housing TO sites that we have in the area that the lack of details from Metrolinx coming to create TO and city planning, there is some concerns that the RFP for these two housing TO sites may not be properly done and released in time to meet the 2021 deadline set by the City of Toronto. So I'm moving this motion to get more information and clarity from Metrolinx on both of these projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak to speak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just going to be very brief on this. I just wanted to follow up from Executive Committee, where I promised the good people of Leslieville and their Councillor Fletcher that in a previously scheduled meeting with Associate Minister Kinga Surma, Transportation Minister, I would bring up the concerns in the local community of, I believe it was Bruce Mackey Park and Jimmy Simpson Park, and the transit routes that are going through there. And I just wanted to assure the community that the minister took it very seriously, that it was not just a passing reference. We talked about it for several minutes. And I sort of realize when you read through these reports and the grand plan for transit in the city, the various pressures that are coming upon us. When you are behind transit for, let's say we're 30 years behind our transit building, and then you build up the city during that period, it is very hard to put high-level transit through built-up areas, whether it's at grade or below grade or above grade. Because it is very hard to maneuver transit, high-level transit, construct it and operate it once a city is massively built up. If you look at transformative transit systems across the world, the Western world or other places, many of those were built long before those cities were built up into large urban areas. And I think that's the challenge we're facing. But I wanted to just give the good people of Leslieville and Councillor Fletcher an update that these issues were discussed at length and taken very seriously, and I hope the discussions continue. Thank you very much.
Are there any further speakers other than Councillor Coe? Councillor Coe, I want to remind you, if you have a motion, can you please submit it into the staff prior to speaking, because it makes it very difficult for the staff to have the motion prepared when you're speaking. Are there any?
Madam Speaker, am I up to speak? I think I'm on the list.
Councillor Cole, the reason we were waiting is that you submitted in your motion to the staff late. And so the staff needs an opportunity to review your motion before you speak, and that's why we're on hold. So the staff have not reviewed your motion yet, so you can speak and present your motion, but we will comment on your motion later. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Cole. And I want to remind you,
Thank you,
please
Madam-
submit in your motions before you speak, minutes, and give an opportunity for staff to review it.
Thank you, Madam
Councillor
Speaker.
Cole to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just to mention that sometimes these motions are very technical. And I was responding to some of the questions raised by Councillor Fletcher. So it's not as if these motions sometimes can be just done with 2 or 3 words. So I beg the indulgence of the Speaker to give us a bit of time in this world of WebEx to get our motions together. I appreciate your patience. Thank you. I just wanted to, I'll be posting a motion as soon as it's ready, and I know staff has difficulty meeting all these challenges. I just want to remind everyone as my questions to Mr. Toigo, who's in a tough position here dealing with Metrolinx on our behalf.
Your motion is on the screen, if you can please read your
thank you.
motion.
Thank you. Okay, yes, the City Council direct the Executive Director, Transit Expansion Office to report to the January 27th, 2021 meeting of the Executive Committee to provide A, Metrolinx's response to City Council's request calling on Metrolinx in the province to compensate small business owners for 9 years of construction obstruction to the operation of their business on the Eglinton Crosstown LRT route, and B, report on the problems encountered by Metrolinx in connecting the Eglinton station with the new Eglinton Crosstown line and the delays this may cause in opening the new Crosstown line. And this relates to an ongoing request that this council made last February, calling on the province to look at ways of compensating small businesses in a meaningful way for the impact that this 9 years of construction has had on these small businesses on Eglinton. In fact, one of the small business owners on Eglinton just said that, sadly, he said Metrolinx is worse than COVID. So, I mean, they've been hit by 9 years of construction plus COVID, and there is no compensation that's been afforded for these small business people to keep their doors open. They can't pay their rent. They can basically, and now there's been, further shutdown, because of COVID-19. So they're in desperate straits. It's not a matter of waiting to go through, as the Toigo mentioned, some kind of legal process where not one small businessman or person has been ever successful in getting any money from the province for this construction. So that's a pipe dream saying that they're going to go through that process of compensation with the province. We need to have a meaningful compensation package that goes to the business operators, not the business owners, or not the property owners, to keep their doors open. We've had 140 stores close shut between Keele and Yonge Street, affecting, I think, 4 or 5 BIAs. And the BIAs are in no position to help them because they're made up of volunteers. So I know Councillor Fletcher talked about a toolbox for BIAs there, but I think you need a dump truck full of tools to deal with Metrolinx. And so I just put this on the record again, getting hopefully some answer from Metrolinx on when this line is going to be finished. Now we're hearing it's 2023. They can't figure out how to connect the Eglinton Crosstown to the Eglinton station, which is beyond belief. And they're saying they're going to run the line without stopping at the Eglinton, at the Yonge line out to Scarborough. So we're not getting any answers about the delays, the compensation, and meanwhile, more stores closed. People are just essentially fighting for their life, and we as council should help these people get a little bit of help. and they're getting zero help right now. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question for you, 3 minutes. Clarification of the motion, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Fletcher?
Thank you, Councillor Cole, for highlighting the business issues. And one of the things that your great Eglinton Way BIA said was that when they're dealing with Metrolinx and these construction issues, it's so difficult because of all the technical issues and running from pillar to post and trying to get everything pulled together. They thought that it would be, they recommended that there be financial assistance to the BIA or BIAs that are involved in having somebody coordinate, not the business side of the operation, but all of the logistical side of the operation that they've run into with Metrolinx. Would you think that would be a good idea?
You know, first of all, let me thank you for helping and reaching out to Eglinton Way BIA. You know, we've got 5 BIAs that are in desperate shape, so they need all the help they get. But, you know, the problem is if we rely on the BIAs, they are volunteers. You know, they have one staff person. They are just not capable, although they have great skills and interest in this and great willingness. It's got to be bigger than the BIAs. That's all I'm saying.
And the BIA coordinator, you would agree with me, is there to coordinate the business side of things and the marketing, not coordinate all the construction related issues. So having somebody who is specifically tied to the BIAs, that is their coordinator, to bring information back and forth, to be able to be on top of the myriad of issues that these large construction projects bring, they indicated that would be helpful. So perhaps you and I should put this motion together for notice of motion or for next
Absolutely.
meeting.
The BIAs need more than, you know, what they have now. The coordinators are overwhelmed, you know, with COVID on top of everything. And to expect, you know, the coordinator to handle the construction side along with the marketing side, try and keep doors open. We as City Council have got to give these small businesses somehow and get Metrolinx to give these small businesses some meaningful support, not token support, which they're doing now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have any further speakers on these 2 items? Okay, I don't see any. So let's put the motions on the screen.
I'd like a recorded vote on my motions, please, Speaker.
Also on mine, please.
Okay, motion 1 is on the screen.
Councillor Ford, please.
Mr. Clerk, I'm unable to get into the portal. Councillor Carroll in the affirmative, please.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. And Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Perruzza. Madam Speaker, the motion carries unanimously, 25 in favor.
Okay, our next motion. Okay, motion.
Like a recorded vote,
Motion.
please, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Motion 2 by Councillor Ainsley. Recorded vote.
Mr. Clerk, Councillor Carroll in the affirmative.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, the motion carries unanimously, 25 in favor.
Motion 3 by Councillor Cole. Recorded vote.
Sorry, is it possible to see that on the television screen again? Because I can't get in the portal to read the motion.
Councillor Carroll, can we get your vote, please?
Yes, I'll vote in the affirmative. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, the motion carries. The vote is 24-1.
Okay, on EX 18.3 as amended. All in favor? Show of hands.
Recorded vote. Recorded vote.
Recorded vote.
Councillor Carroll, how do you vote?
Sorry, Councillor Carroll in the affirmative.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, please. The item is adopted, carries. Speaker, the vote is 25 in favor.
Thank you. We will now go to the deferred item EX 16.21, ratio of full-time to part-time paramedics. Questions to staff. If you can please put your name on the screen if you have questions. Sure. Do we have any questions to staff on that item? We're on EX 16.21.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order.
Point of order?
I believe Councillor Layton mentioned that there would be a motion that is pre-circulated. I don't see one here. Is that an issue with the portal, or did one not come?
No, my apologies. I hadn't asked clerks to pre-circulate it yet. I didn't realize it was coming up so quickly on the agenda. That is my fault. It's a fairly short motion. Perhaps if I place the motion, I don't have any questions. Perhaps if I place the motion and
it's on now. It's my understanding. But do we have members of council that have questions to staff?
Speaker, Councillor Carroll, I'll have a question.
Okay, Councillor Carroll.
Well, it's a very simple one, Madam Speaker. It's just that this report was asked for some time ago in the summer at a point where we were optimistic we were reaching the end of the pandemic. We now know that that we really need to be in the vanguard of making sure that we have Build Back Better through living wages, through making sure that crucial employee groups have benefits, so that we don't doom the future generation to trying to run this city where few people are eligible for pensions. And so I'm wondering if the findings that are in this report still hold. Do staff have any updated concerns?
Through the speaker, it's Ahmed. I can confirm that the items that we've identified here, the supports that we've put in place for staff, continue as the pandemic continues, and we expect that they will remain in place as long as they are required.
Thank
you. Is that it, Councillor Carroll?
Madam Speaker, yes, thanks.
Okay. Are there any further questions to staff? Okay. Okay, Councillor Layton to speak, and you have a motion.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. If we could see the motion on the screen, I don't have it up on mine. The second, that City Council requests the Chief People's Officer and the Chief Toronto Paramedic Services, in collaboration and consultation with QP Local 416, to address staff fatigue and mental health amongst frontline paramedics and report back on the progress to the February 2nd and 3rd, 2021 meeting of City Council. This item has been deferred a number of times, and I think as I'm hearing from some of our frontline workers, there is a concern of growing fatigue amongst our workforce in dealing with this, in dealing with the pandemic. And I'm sure it's not simply a case of paramedics, but we have a situation at paramedics, as you've seen in the report, that there is different levels of employment amongst paramedics. And given what they're going through at this particular time, I think it's incumbent upon us that we keep a strong line of communication between our management, in this case, the Chief People's Officer and the Chief of Toronto Paramedic Services, in discussions with those that are on the front lines. And it's not always an easy discussion to have, particularly when there are grievances and bargaining that are ongoing. But I think it's important that we have those conversations nonetheless. These are our staff members that serve the healthcare system, and we can understand and appreciate. I think all of us are hearing the stories of the strain and fatigue that many are having in the healthcare sector, and we should do our very, very best to ensure that our staff, if they're full-time or part-time, are taken care of. I know that our Chief People's Officer and others are ensuring of that, but some members of the union have expressed in the past couple of days, past couple of weeks, that there is growing fatigue, and I'm just hopeful that we can find something to do to help alleviate some of the strain that are on these frontline workers. So I did get some support from staff to ensure that it was something that could be done in an appropriate timeline and wouldn't interfere with ongoing discussions about longer term issues around collective agreements.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. Councillor Thompson, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Speaker, I was hoping to speak. I was trying to put my name to speak. I don't have a question for Councillor Layton. Thank you.
Okay.
I'd like to speak.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Thompson to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Let me first of all just thank Councillor Layton for the motion, and that I will be supporting his motion. Let me just state clearly that the acting chief of paramedics, I know this to be factual because I engage with him quite often about the process in terms of bargaining and some of the discussions going on with this issue. I'm aware that there are regular meetings that are taking place with representatives of 416 and the acting chief and our chief people officers and others and so on who are required to be involved with this discussion. I'm aware as well that our paramedics do a tremendous job in this city and have done so for quite some time. I'm aware that there's a necessity to eliminate, if you will, the part-time component part of paramedics who serve that role and duty within the context of the structure of the system currently. And negotiations and bargaining is taking place in order to address that. I'm certainly in support of Councillor Layton's motion with respect to having information being brought to us. I'm aware that the frontline workers are fatigued. I think we all are, quite frankly, with respect to this darn pandemic. I'm also aware that there are issues around mental health, and we talked a little bit about this yesterday. This group is obviously amongst many others in frontline workers, even our city staff, that are having these particular experiences and so on. But I don't want us as city councillors to do the bargaining which is necessary between 416 and our teams. I want us to ensure that that particular process takes place. There is a process right now in terms of interest arbitration that's taking place, and I want to make sure that that process winds its way through the system that we actually have in place. So I'm happy that Councillor Layton has put forward this motion, and we'll obviously have more information coming forward. And at that particular point in time, it will be, I presume, after the arbitration process that's on its way now will take place. But I also just wanted to, on a final comment, Madam Speaker, to thank Mr. McCracken for the great work that he does, as well as Ms. Kinchin for the work that's being done in this particular area. And so I'm hopeful that this matter will be resolved in a very timely fashion and ensure that our paramedics are in good health and that the great work that they continue to do for this city is not only realized by us as politicians and leaders, but also by all of the residents who are the beneficiary and the recipients of the great work. So I thank them for the great work that they do. And again, I thank Councillor Layton for the collaboration that's taken place within the last day or so regarding this matter. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Do we have any further speakers on the item? No? Okay, so we'll put the motion on the screen. Motion 1 by Councillor Layton. On favor, show of hands. Carried. On the item as amended, all in favor, show of hands. Carried. Thank you. Our next item is EC 17.3 Toronto Action Plan to confront anti-Black racism. Councillor Thompson, you held the item down. Do we have questions to staff? If we can have members put their name on the list.
Speaker, I have questions.
Yes, okay, so if I can get the councillors to, I'll wait a few seconds for councillors to put their name on the list. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff, this is a 3-year program, is that correct?
Deputy Mayor, can you just ask the question again?
Sure, I can barely hear you.
Okay, let's work it through.
Yes, better now.
Can you go ahead?
Thank you very much, and good morning. This is a 3-year program, is that correct?
Actually, the action plan is a 5-year action plan, and what is in front of you is the year 2 update.
Okay, so it's a 5-year plan.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, great. And so in year 1, you completed 28% of the actions?
Yes.
Okay. And currently you're at 50% in year 2?
Yes, we are.
Right. And so you will be able to complete the 80 actions that are as part of the 22 recommendations within the 5-year period?
That is what we're striving for, but I will say, Deputy Mayor, that the more complex answers or actions will take more time, but we are certainly striving for 100% completion within the 5-year mark.
And can you tell me what happens after 5 years?
So certainly part of this work is about evaluating both the situation of Black Torontonians, sort of, across a number of measures from how they're doing in terms of accessing city services and employment to how they're doing, sort of broadly. And part of the year 4 and year 5 will be for us to forecast to council whether further actions are required, and if so, what those actions would be. This is a long-term issue, as you know, Deputy Mayor, so 5 years is ambitious, not just to implement the plan, but to materially change the conditions of Black Torontonians. Oh, sorry, I'm having an audio problem. Let me just try again. Okay. I can hear you now, Deputy Mayor. You're on mute.
Councillor Thompson, we can't hear you.
Okay, Speaker, I was actually speaking. I didn't touch my device, but it seemed to have put me on mute. So now I'm off mute. So I'm not sure what happened there. But I was asking you, Ms. Campbell, the data for equity strategy that we actually are dealing with in front of this council that's been dealt with. How does that relate? How does that impact the work that you're doing? Because you're gathering data, correct, with respect to part of the work that you're doing as part of the 5-year plan? How does that all kind of weave in together?
That's an excellent question, Deputy Mayor. So one of the actions of the action plan was a call for the city to be collecting race-based data as part of improving city services and understanding who we are serving and how we are serving those populations. So it's critical for us, not just through this work, but generally across the corporation, that divisions and agencies are collecting data that is disaggregated by race, among other things, so that we can accurately know if we are reaching these populations and how well we're doing.
Okay, fair enough. So you have, as part of this program, training that's taking place with staff. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
And so 2 parts of that question. How is that process going? Because I know I'd moved a motion to ask councillors to also take this training. First of all, I want to see if that's actually happening and how many councillors have taken that training. And then the second part of my question, because I'm running out of time, so I'll give you a chance to answer. Do you have enough staff resources, FTEs, in order to help you to complete the 5-year plan?
So very quickly, Deputy Mayor, we have been able to train over 8,000 staff across the city, CPC, and the Toronto Public Police Service. Sorry, we have a lot more to go. As you know, the employee pool of those organizations are much larger than 8,000. There certainly is a growing demand on the resources of the unit in light of everything that's happening. This is a good thing ultimately, because it means more parts of the organization want to learn, want to improve their practice and performance in this area. But it does mean that it's a very difficult road for us to meet that demand. So no, I don't think we have enough resources. We're maximizing everything that we can. And in terms of how many of the council has done the training, right now the mayor and his staff have done the training. And we need to bolster the efforts in 2021 to get more counselors trained, working with people in equity in order to be able to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Ainsley, questions?
Thank you, through you, Madam Speaker, to Ms. Campbell. I think you just answered what I was going to ask, which my staff and I just did the anti-Black racism training, which I found very worthwhile. I know my staff found it very helpful as well. We all learned a lot, but it was a 3-hour session, which I don't have a problem with. I know they didn't, but I did want to ask if you did have enough resources to complete your goal with all of the training, and what the uptake was so far amongst councillors and staff.
So Councillor Ainsley, so clearly my information isn't totally up to date because I didn't get to capture that you had done the training. So there perhaps may be some other councillors that have done the training. So I'll make sure that I'm up to date moving forward.
Not a problem. Not a problem.
Okay. We are engaging a slate of trainers from the community with expertise in this area. So it's not all the shoulders of staff to deliver that training. So as long as we can continue to use external experts, that will allow us to meet the demands for training moving forward.
Okay, and Ms. Campbell, I also wanted to know about how people that are trained through the anti-Black racism training that your staff are doing, how do we provide feedback about what we found useful or didn't find useful? I know you're a long way from completing it, but I just wanted to know if that feedback can be given on an ongoing basis as, you know, the training's fresh in everybody's mind. And then the second part of that is, if you could explain a bit, is there going to be like a refresher course or something that we can roll in on an ongoing basis, how that works for everyone?
So we certainly have a high approval rating right now, satisfaction rating. I think it's about 70% on the training, but we certainly want to keep hearing feedback. The move to doing it digitally creates a different kind of challenge and pressure for sure. So any staff or any counselors or counselor staff can certainly reach out to me or the team at cabr.ca. We'd love to hear your feedback. I believe that we are supposed to be sending all participants immediately after each session an opportunity for feedback. So if we're not, if something happened there, we'll make sure that we do that regularly. So that we can make sure that the training continues to be relevant and spot on the things that people need and, you know, obviously what we think is required.
Okay. And then Ms. Campbell, just going back to your need for additional funding or resources to complete the training properly, which I think needs to be done, is there a request going into the 2021 budget process to accomplish that?
So where we are right now, recognizing that it's a challenging budget year, is that we are certainly have been working internally to try to utilize all the resources that were originally approved for the unit. And I think that there is an opportunity as well through council direction on policing reform for us to get additional resources if we are needed. So right now there isn't a request for new and enhanced. And as long as we can fulfill the staff positions that have been allocated to us, I think we're doing all right.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Campbell. And to you and your team, keep up the great work. I know it's very much appreciated. And also the strategy that we just approved in data collection for equity, I know is going to be very well used. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Cole, questions?
Yes, thank you, Chair. The question I have is the Secretariat here, is it capable of, or within its mandate, can it help distribute or ensure that some of the funds from the new federal program, the Black Business Entrepreneurship Program, gets to Black businesses? Would you have a role to play in ensuring that those, I think it's over $400 million, gets to Black businesses, thereby increasing employment?
I am not familiar, Councillor, with a formal role for our program. However, we have the Black Business Roundtable, and support to Black businesses and that infrastructure is critical. So whenever we do find out about either city-led or other initiatives from other orders of government that can help improve the context of support and resources for Black businesses, we certainly do work to share that information, but I'm not aware of a formal role.
We had a roundtable, a virtual roundtable with Minister Ng, the federal minister of small business, who, by the way, grew up in Little Jamaica, and she's very familiar with Black businesses and small business. She was asking if there could be a partner whereby young, let's say recent Black graduates from universities and colleges could be employed to essentially connect the federal program for Black entrepreneurship with small businesses. Could the city possibly be the partner whereby we could employ young people to go into Little Jamaica, for instance, and connect the program with the small business owners? Because leaving it up, because the minister said sometimes there isn't a connection because of the need to go online and the complications of any federal program. Is it possible the city might be able to be the partner to employ young people to basically be the link between the federal program and the support for small Black businesses?
Denise, do you want me to handle that question? It's Mike.
Oh, yes, Mike, please go ahead. Thank you.
Councillor, I mean, we have provided that kind of intermediary role with programs such as Digital Main Street. So we can work with the BIAs on Eglinton to figure out how we can work to facilitate flow of funds from federal programs through either the BIA or directly to businesses and facilitate that process. So I can get back to you on some potential steps to try to enable that, working with the BPPA and the BIAs.
But is it possible for the city to be, let's say, the partner in finding young people who need work and being the sponsor for hiring these people that would be federally funded, that would be the link between the money and the small business? Could the city be the hiring partner here?
Yeah, we could do that. We have done that with other programs with federal and provincial government. We'd have to make an arrangement with those, with that department to do that.
Thank you, and I'll have that connection made with Minister Ng and you in the very near future. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor.
I just want to remind members of council, we still have 27 items left on the agenda if we want to finish the agenda today. Councillor Wong Tam, questions?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And through you to staff, the Partnership and Accountability Circle is a pretty important component of the anti-Black racism, confronting anti-Black racism strategy. And I read their report on their 2-year sort of satisfactory report card with a lot of interest. And in particular, they cited that they were very concerned about the lack of mental health and social supports for city staff, and in particular, the staff that had been redeployed to frontline work at long-term care and other facilities. Can you speak to what would be the appropriate response that the City of Toronto and City Council should have to address this concern coming out of the Partnership and Accountability Circle?
So you're right, Councillor, that we look to the Partnership and Accountability Circle to be a critical partner in this work and to provide us their perspective as we work across the corporation to advance the action. their feedback, we are taking their feedback into account in developing our year 3 responses, but even more specifically working with people in equity and the division heads that are related to the areas that they mentioned to look to see what else can be provided to support Black staff and other staff working in those areas who are struggling with mental health or stress. People in Equity has put into operation a larger pool of counselors through the Employee Assistance Program who are culturally relevant. So any staff can ask, for example, for a Black counselor or a counselor with African heritage or an LGBTQ counselor so that they're getting relevant and relatable experience and advice.
Thank you. And because you cited earlier to previous questions about being able to carry out this work within the existing budget allocations, does that include having responses to the request for mental health and social supports for frontline workers? Do you have everything you need to be able to sort of enhance that response?
So I would certainly need to follow up with my colleagues in People in Equity just to make sure that there isn't anything additional that they need. So I'm sorry, Councillor, I can't give you a detailed answer. I do know that within the existing resources, People in Equity have been focused on ensuring that that Black staff and all staff get access to the kinds of counseling and support. I would just like to say that we did, through the pandemic, create a mental health plan, and part of that was to ensure that that all Torontonians had access to mental health, and we certainly are continuing to ramp that work up and to support it as well.
Thank you. My last question is going to focus on the Partnership and Accountability Circle not being satisfied with the Toronto Police Service Board's response to being asked to collect race-based data as it pertained to the mandated Emergency Act, both from the province and the municipal government. And in particular, they were concerned about the over-policing, the heavy-handed policing and enforcement when it came to racialized and Black communities, when it came to the emergency orders. What is the outcome from that observation? Where do we take this dissatisfaction that they've expressed to us as City Council, and how can we amplify their voice through the work that you're doing?
So one of the important things about having the Confronting Anti-Black Racism unit and that focus is that early on in the pandemic, the unit started to acknowledge and to integrate an anti-Black or confronting anti-Black perspective into the pandemic planning. Early on, we started to identify some of those concerns around whether there were differential or anti-Black enforcement measures that were happening, and the process that has been established at the city that has municipal licensing and standards, the police, and a number of other enforcement partners were able to respond to some of those issues and to work with us and community partners to get clear messaging out and some clear processes underway. But we certainly still have a lot of work to do. The CABR unit has been working with the anti-racism advisory of the police as well to try to improve things. And we certainly are looking at the opportunity of the work around policing reform that Council approved in June as another avenue to support the police to do more in relation to compliance with the Council's goals through the action plan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Carroll?
Yes, it's just a quick question, Madam Speaker. It's with respect to the Year 3 work plan, which starts this January. I just wanted to verify we're now into the work plan where there are actual capital things that need to be done. It's about re-examining some of our use spaces around have we really prioritized in neighborhoods where we find Black youth not engaging in our programs enough, things like that. So I'm wondering if those are things that will take a long time. Is the understanding that the commitment from council is that those things have to find their way into the 5-year capital plan right now because they're part of that year 3 commitment?
I think it's too soon, Councillor, to say exactly what both the capital needs are and the trajectory is. So we certainly will be focusing on some of those efforts early in year 3 so we can create a clearer path and discussions with the divisions that are impacted, as well as the chief financial officer to figure out what's the path to getting enhancements and new capital work done that will benefit this community and other communities.
So is it fair to say then, though, that as budget committee members, what we might do is keep in mind that in year 3, in the work plan in year 3, we're going to at the very least try to quantify what those needs might be, and we'll scope them a little bit more, and that we ought to leave room in our capital vision to meet that as soon as possible after the work that gets done in year 3?
I think that could be a fair and reasonable approach, and it will allow us to have data and information that would support and ask if there needs to be one.
Okay, so I won't move a motion here, but I will ask those questions again in the budget context during our process that is coming up soon. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's it for the questions, so if we can clear the screen for speakers. Okay, Councillor Thompson to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to thank the staff for the excellent work that's being done in this space. Certainly want to thank the mayor, who has been very vocal in advocating for the confronting anti-Black racism unit in the city, and it's really important with respect to what we see in front of us, the action plan and the results that are coming forward. Toronto's action plan to confront anti-Black racism has essentially garnered tremendous amount of acceptance across the country and now across the world. It is going certainly worldwide in terms of recognition and conversations that my staff and I have had with leaders across some of the European cities and so on, and North American cities, have recognized that the work that we're doing and the work that has been very strongly advocated by the mayor and supported by council has significant benefits. So I want to thank, again, the staff, the CABER unit in terms of what they are doing. It's just tremendous work. Anthony Morgan's and Anania Grant and others, their leadership has just been tremendous. What I also found interesting, Speaker, I know Brampton, for example, has sort of implemented their version of this particular plan to help them because of the diversity of their city. We know that anti-Black racism is real, and it doesn't, require a Black person to recognize that. I think that a lot of fair-minded people recognize that, and I think the health and strength of our city and the viability of our city in terms of dealing with these issues and confronting these issues, not specifically as it relates to the citywide, but just within the context of our, small city hall, if you will, with some 40,000 people working, and the extension of the police and all the different groups that have to be trained and are in fact, going through and are receiving these training and very receptively. Almost 75% of my staff members have taken this training, and the feedback that I've had has just been really good. And so there is obviously a recognition that this model is working for us in terms of addressing some of the issues and helping people to understand this whole term of systemic bias and unconscious and conscious bias and so on, and systemic racism and so on. It's really important to recognize that the change that we seek has to be implemented with respect to investment by this government and the leadership of certainly the mayor and this council in order to address a lot of the challenges that we've faced, whether or not it's economic challenges, housing challenges, employment related social challenges as such. I think it's also recognized certainly by the federal government and some of the discussions I've had with members in Ottawa around some of the programs that they have put in place. Greg Ferguson and I met a few months ago in Ottawa as well as here in Toronto. Greg is one of the leading proponents here with respect to the federal program. I've met with representatives from Montreal and across the country and spoken about what the federal government is actually doing. And just for Councillor Cole's edification, the BBPA, who we have retained to work in Little Jamaica, and we've looking at expanding that contract relationship and so on, and the work that they're doing. They, along with the Canadian Black Chamber of Commerce, as well as a number of other organizations across the country, have been identified by the current government as ones who to partner with in terms of reaching out to Black-owned businesses as well as part of the application process and so on. So in as much as the questions that you've asked, and the General Manager of Economic Development is going to look to see what could be done. I note that the federal government has already allocated their relationship and partnership and so on in order to ensure that the Black-owned businesses that are in need of the resources are able to reach the organizations that the federal government has tapped to help them in terms of the disposal of the funds that they've allocated. So I want to thank the staff for the
15 seconds. Support,
and I want to ensure that we continue to support this initiative because it is a worldwide initiative that will help us all in this city. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Mayor Tory to speak.
Well, Speaker, thank you. And I want to begin by saying thank you to Deputy Mayor Thompson. I can't claim, of course, to have any lived experience with anti-Black racism other than things that I've seen and heard about, but he often very passionately and poignantly describes some of his own experiences, and that has been of immense help to me just as an advisor, as an advocate, but also I think as a conscience for all of us on this as members of the City Council. I also want to say thank you, as did Deputy Mayor Thompson, to the group that I call them a small and mighty team at CABR, the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Unit. As Councillor Deputy Mayor Thompson said, they've become recognized not just in the city. It was the first unit of its kind, I think, in any city in North America. They've become not just recognized in our own city, but they're now increasingly sought out by people around the continent and in other parts of the world for some advice on how you can go about putting in place a structure that then helps to not only have a plan to execute, but also some accountability. And I'll come back to that accountability in just a moment. But I do want to thank them. They do an excellent job each and every day, and every time called upon, whether it's for the training, which I've taken and which was incredibly informative and revealing for me as a person in a position of elected responsibility here, or just as a person for that matter. But everything else that they're doing, they do it and punch way above their weight just in terms of the quality of the work and the output, the quantity of the output that they produce for us and on our behalf. I just want to say, Councillor Wong Tam pointed to, as she might, two of the areas of concern that the accountability and partnership roundtable or circle pointed out. I had a chance to meet with them, and I've done this every year. This is an incredibly unique accountability mechanism we put in place as a city, where we have a community-based accountability and partnership circle that reviews the performance of the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Unit and the city's activities and reports on it. And so we're accountable in that sense directly to something that was created as part of the strategy to hold ourselves to account for what we have done and haven't done. And so while Councillor Wong Tam is well placed, obviously, to point out two things that they expressed concern about, I should say I was incredibly heartened by the report, and I told them this, that not only did the report indicate areas of concern very forthrightly and constructively, but it also indicated many areas where they were quite satisfied and complimentary of our efforts as a city government. And I take that as a very high badge of pride that we can wear, not because we can be complacent, but the fact that a community-based group sat down, went through everything that had been done, the work plan, the accomplishments under the work plan, some areas where we hadn't accomplished as much, and gave us a report that, yes, had some expressions of concern in it, and those are ones that I share, but also some compliments for the performance that we had put in, that they had put in, really more so than we as a city government. I will just conclude by saying this. I was just in the middle of preparing some remarks for the Day of Remembrance for Violence Against Women, prompted by that terrible tragedy at the École Polytechnique in Montreal. And I said there that we begin in the fight, the continuing fight against violence against women and domestic abuse and things that have been laid bare again by the pandemic, by acknowledging that it's still going on and acknowledging that it is still a challenge and a problem. And I think that the beginnings, the roots of the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Unit and our fight as a city government and as a city against anti-Black racism began with the admission that I made as mayor and that we made as a council by adopting such a program, that it still was, even in Toronto, where we are seen by the world as doing a somewhat better job at this, that it was something that had to be taken on. And I just appreciate the leadership of the unit, the leadership of the deputy mayor, Michael Thompson, and the support of the community as we do take this on. Long way to go. But I think the very fact we have such a unit, that we have a program, that we're being held to account for it, and that we're making some forward progress each year is very important. And I commend this update to you as something that I think indicates that progress, which I think is consistent with our conscience as a council, that this is something that the most diverse city, trying to be the most inclusive city in the world, has to address very directly. So thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. On the item, all in favor, show of hands. Carried.
Recorded vote, please, Speaker.
Recorded vote.
Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher, please, your vote. Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Cole, are you present and voting?
Yeah, so my vote is in the affirmative.
Yes, my vote's in the affirmative.
Thank you. Councillor Cole in the affirmative. Councillor Pasternak in the affirmative. Councillor Fletcher, are you present and voting?
It's just a, I don't know.
Councillor Fletcher, please. Councillor Fletcher, please. Are you present and voting? Councillor Fletcher, please. On the item, Councillor Fletcher, please. We see you on camera. Would you indicate your vote, please?
Here's a response to Bingley, just on the big
The
box.
item is adopted. Speaker unanimously, 25 in favor.
No, I just had.
Thank you. Our next item is EC 17.12, response to proposed regulations under the Child Care and Early Years Act 2014. Councillor Cressy held the item down. Do we have any questions to staff? If you can please put your name on the list, please. Are there any questions to staff? Okay, we'll go to speakers. Councillor Cressy, would you like to speak?
I will, and I would like to. Thank you, Speaker. I would just begin, first of all, by thanking our city staff and children's services, who in no time and with little notice pulled together a comprehensive, detailed, and thorough report and recommendation we're being asked to consider here today, which included consulting with more than 1,500 parents and childcare operators over the span of just 6 days. It was monumental work on their part. So a thank you to Children's Services and to the chair of the Economic and Community Development Committee, Deputy Mayor Thompson, for his steadfast leadership on the childcare file. What we're being asked as council to endorse here today is the city of staff position and formal advice and communication that they will be providing to the provincial government on proposed changes to childcare in our province and which affects our city. As our chair mentioned yesterday, the changes being proposed here unfortunately are not new. The previous provincial government also proposed them. And so this isn't a partisan piece. Rather, it's about our city being very clear that changes that may undermine the quality and health of childcare are bad no matter who they're coming from. And in this case, the proposed changes are indeed bad. What our city staff have articulated in the report in front of you is that the changes being proposed would undermine, in their words, the quality and safety of childcare in our city. Very specifically, the changes would include mixing kids from infant and toddler groups, so that my 1-year-old would suddenly be in a classroom or in a childcare room with somebody over 2. Not exactly the safest or the best quality care. That there would be more kids in childcare classrooms with fewer staff to child ratios. These changes, according to our city staff, according to parents, and according to childcare experts, would indeed impact the quality and safety of childcare. And so it's for that reason that when these changes were proposed 5 years ago, our city took a very clear position. We must seek to improve the quality and safety of childcare, not undermine it. And it was then that this city took a very clear stance. And we're being asked to do again that same thing again here today. I think we all know that if you didn't believe that childcare was a necessity to our economy and equity before COVID, it's certainly being shown very clearly that, frankly, our city just can't operate safely and effectively, and our economy can't grow without childcare. So now's the time not to weaken it, but to improve it. And it's for that reason that I hope we have a clear and overwhelming vote here today to state our city's preference to not see changes taking us backwards on this critical portfolio. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Layton to speak.
Yes, thank you very much. And I don't think we need to belabor the point too much, but I would just like to highlight the way that this is happening. It was just a couple of years ago that these same proposed changes were flat out rejected by the industry and municipalities. And yet it's back here again happening when parents are already very preoccupied, very stressed out with the safety of their children. And what is essentially happening is, as staff have outlined and Councillor Cressy's pointed out, the province is trying to undermine the quality of the care in this case. And like I've got a 3 and a 5-year-old, and they're just at different developmental stages all the way through. You can't start putting kids that are crawling and kids that are running in the same space. That just doesn't make any sense. And that's where it starts to impact the safety of our children. If someone told you you can have this great childcare model over here, or you can have the one that's less safe and that's not as good for the same cost, what would you choose? Like there's clearly something else that's being attempted here. I would point to just one other one more of the changes that come out in the report, and that's that they're proposing allowing 2 private unlicensed cares in one municipal address, in one home. Think about that. 10 kids under 3 permitted to be in one space. Imagine the evacuation if there was a fire or another emergency situation. Like, that is just ridiculous to think that that's a safe scenario for our kids, or for the city to post a list of unregulated, or to keep a list of unregulated childcare, thereby legitimizing that as a safe opportunity for childcare. It's not the right thing to do. Staff have pointed it out. There's unity in opposition from the industry and operators, from parents, and from our staff. So I would urge you all to support the recommendations that are coming from committee.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to add my voice to what has already been said, plus my remarks from yesterday. I want to again thank the staff. I also wanted, though, Speaker, as to the reason why I'm speaking now, I wanted to make it clear to everyone in Council that I have spoken directly with the Premier with respect to this matter. And I can tell you that the Premier sees of this issue and is aware of the concerns that we have. And I can also tell you that it's my view, based on the discussion with the Premier, that he is definitely encouraged and wishes to engage along with the Minister on this particular issue. But I also wanted to make it clear that it occurs to me that this is not specifically relating to a specific government action. It appears that there is a more staffing interest in terms of rolling out these changes, these amendments that are not in keeping with respect to our best interests of what we think is best for childcare, certainly in the City of Toronto and in the province as a whole. And I'm really encouraged that our voices will be heard. And again, I just wanted to thank Ms. McNamee and her team of experts in terms of childcare on the work that they do. As Councillor Cressy pointed out, the staff have gone through a tremendous amount of efforts to bring parties together to discuss the areas, the 6 areas: the quality, affordability, the equity, the health and safety and access, and the early years workforce component that they brought to the table. And we have registered our concern, and we now have at least an opportunity to work with the province. So I want to thank the Premier for his leadership and thank him for his interest, and thank the team at Children's Services for their great work, as well to thank all the members of our ECDC team in terms of the discussions we had at committee. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you.
Second.
On the item, on favor?
Have recorded, please. Speaker.
Recorded vote.
Oh. No, I'm getting used to this mouse. There we go. I'm so touchscreen oriented.
Councillor Fletcher, please. Councillor Grimes, are you present and voting? Councillor Fletcher, please, your vote. Speaker, the item, yes, the item is adopted unanimously, 24 in favor.
Thank you. Our next item is IE 17.3, reducing the state of good repair backlog and enhancing cycling lane maintenance. Councillor Holiday held the item down. Do we have questions to staff?
Yes, Madam Speaker, thank you.
Okay, if I can just clear the CV, you can put your name on the list, please, Councillor Holiday. Okay.
I think it's going to be a quick and straightforward one.
Okay,
thank you,
Councillor
Madam Speaker.
Holiday, go ahead for your question.
Thank you. The report talks about the state of good repair backlog for our roads. Can you tell me, there's an interesting graph in the report that shows that I think by 2024, our roads will be in a condition considered poor. And I wondered if you could explain that to members of council a bit better, or a bit more elaborately, excuse me.
So good morning, Councillor. Good morning, Council. Through the Speaker, yes, the graph on page 6 of the report essentially illustrates the ongoing deterioration of both our major road and our local road network. At the moment, we've got around 43% of the major road network is in a poor condition and around 24% of the local road network. By 2029, that's going to increase to over 53% for majors and 44% for locals. So we're reaching a really critical tipping point, really, where we're going to have nearly half of our road network is going to be in a poor condition by around about 2024.
Thank you. Is it safe to say that the condition is worsening and it's accelerating in terms of how it's worsening? So as time passes, the roads get older, and we understand that, you know, there will be continuous improvement required, but that gap is widening, or the backlog is widening. Is that a fair thing to say?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I think, yes, if you look at attachment 1, then that illustrates that point quite well. The backlog is increasingly each year.
Do we get a lot of complaints about the conditions of our roads through 311? Whether they're just general complaints or manifestations, this pothole here, there's something broken there, go fix this city, that type of thing.
Mr. Speaker, yes, we do, Councillor.
Yeah, and I suppose we could look at 311 data and substantiate that it is on the minds of people in the city. Would that be fair to say?
Mr. Speaker, I think, yes, it's very fair to say it's certainly on the minds of the people using our network each day, yes.
Is the condition of the roads connected to a lot of different things, some of them which would be council priorities? So the conditions of the roads, you know, people like to look at a nice road and it appears nice and makes us feel good about our city, but is there an element of safety? Is there an element of desirability to use the road? Perhaps more people would cycle if the roads were smoother, especially when it comes to the bike lanes. There might be more, or there might be less claims against the city for damage to vehicles, slips, trips, falls, broken sidewalks, that kind of stuff. In other words, is there a lot of things, a lot of going concerns that are associated with just the condition of our roads on the whole spectrum of things that we worry about as a city?
So through the Speaker, yes, I would agree with all of the points you've just made, Councillor. Certainly the condition of our roads is an important factor in terms of road safety. It's certainly an important factor in terms of encouraging people to use modes other than the car as well. Good condition roads don't just benefit car users, they benefit all users of our network. So that includes cyclists and transit users and pedestrians as well.
And really, this comes down to money. This comes down to how much of the property tax do we allocate to this particular management of this asset class, which is a really, really big set of assets. In other words, there's no uptake from the federal or provincial government. There's no responsibility over there to look after our roads. That falls squarely on the municipality.
Through the Speaker, yes, it's a combination of money, but also then the resources to deliver the required amount of work.
Of course, right. We have to have the people to manage the projects to improve the roads. Oh, and that reminds me, one other thing. There is an element in this report that talks about, I'm just going to call it looking at insourcing the rehabilitation of roads. Is it fair to say that that was not a recommendation of staff, but that was a political recommendation from the committee?
Through the Speaker, that came forward as a motion from the Infrastructure and Environment Committee.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I have a question as far as the cycling lane maintenance. So just recently, as you know, we put the bike lanes on Scarlet Road in my ward, and just recently we put up the barriers because it separated bike lanes. So the question I'm getting from my constituents is, as far as the maintenance of that that cycling lane, which that are separated, when it comes to snow removal and leaf removal, what is the plan for that?
So through the speaker, we will be undertaking winter maintenance on that specific bicycle lane. So there will be dedicated equipment that will clear the snow on the bicycle lane on Scarlet Road.
So we'll be actually removing the snow, not just pushing the snow to the side, correct? Because we reduced the lanes. Am I correct on that?
Well, our first line of defense will be to salt and plow. And if in fact there is sufficient snow storage, then we won't need to do any removal. However, if the accumulation of the snow will be significant, then we could execute some snow removal.
Okay, because that's the question since we put the barriers up. Been getting tons of emails from residents concerned. Now, just recently, a couple weeks ago, a car drove over the barrier. So who's liable?
Through the speaker. So if there's a request, a service request for that, then we will certainly undertake the maintenance and do the repairs for that specific barrier.
No, but what about the vehicle that crashed on top of it?
Through the speaker, if there was a vehicle damage, it was the driver responsibility. So unless the individual puts in a claim, it's the responsibility of the driver to undertake their own maintenance.
So the driver would be at fault, so he's a terrible driver if you drive over the barrier, correct? Okay, that's it for, that's it for my questions. Thank you. Councillor Cole, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a question of staff. You know, recently, over the last year, especially with COVID, you can't walk or jog or go on any street in Toronto without a big, huge truck on the street delivering packages. You know, groceries, mail, Amazon. Have we done any kind of analysis to see how many of these trucks are now on our roads and streets, and the increase in traffic or damage done by these trucks that are now delivering door-to-door things?
Through the speaker to Councillor Cole. So we have done a fair amount of analysis as part of our overall tracking of congestion, and we've actually seen that truck traffic in the city has not diminished significantly, which is different than we've learned for pedestrians and for vehicles. So we've seen a significant amount of truck traffic. A lot of the deliveries that I think have been occurring in some of the smaller neighborhoods are also happening with smaller vehicles like vans who are making frequent deliveries. We don't actually have data on the volume and number of increase of that activity because it happens in a pretty dispersed way. And the trucking industry, as you know, it has a lot of different people involved. We are a member of the Smart Freight Center, which is a GTA region group that's led by the University of Toronto and Peel region and a number of other regions participating. And so we are continuing to work with them and ask those very same questions about what's the best data that we can bring to bear in trying to understand best the patterns of truck traffic during the pandemic and how it has impacted our local roads. But we don't have any better data on it currently.
Have we asked them why they need these monster trucks to deliver packages of, I don't know, computers or whatever they deliver, or groceries? Why do they need, they've been asked, why do you need these monster trucks up and down residential streets? Can they not use smaller vehicles? Can they not, something more copacetic?
Yeah, so we've actually, I can't speak to their particular fleet for each of these individual companies, but I can tell you that we have been working closely with some of the major delivery entities like Purolator and I believe a couple of others who are looking to put some new programs in place to distribute packages, including looking at some cycling options for small package delivery in neighborhoods. Those are ongoing, and I think we will start to see more of those roll out into 2021. So they are looking at trying to innovate and use some different tools to match kind of the level of the package delivery with the scale of the road.
Do these major companies like Amazon, etc., which Purolator, FedEx, all these, do they pay anything towards the maintenance of our roads?
Oh, jeez.
I mean, only as they would through taxes, but nothing other than that. Nothing specific that I know about anyway. That's specific to unless there's a vehicle licensing fees. But I don't believe those go directly to our budget.
Can we just stay on topic, please?
Well, we're talking about our roads and the condition of our roads, and these big trucks are damaging our roads.
Okay.
I don't want them on my streets.
Well,
thank you.
Thank you. We have still 25 items left on the agenda. Councillor Fletcher, questions?
Yes, I'll ask very quick questions. It has to do with page 10 of 15 on the report, and it does have to do with the maintenance and refresh of cycling infrastructure. And really, I think one of the reasons why I did ask for this is indicating that it's one thing to hit a utility cut, drive over it in your car. It's another thing to drive over it on your bike. And so a lot of the little potholes and utility cuts and other things that are in simply the bike lane areas are actually quite dangerous. And having been popped off my bike on one of them up on Bloor Street, I do understand. So I really wonder if it's possible for you to come back to the next INE or to a follow-up INE and look at what would it take to have the dedicated group that's going to patrol and undertake localized repair on the cycle tracks to also review more regularly the regular bike lanes. Could you tell us what that would take? Madam General Manager.
Through the chair.
Yeah.
Yes,
okay.
we can report
Exactly.
back. To,
oh, it's Vincent. Okay.
Hi. Yes, we can report back to IEC in say Q1 of next year with a dedicated strategy on how we will do ongoing maintenance, such as pothole repairs, crack filling and whatnot, and also to focus on winter maintenance. So we can report back.
And so,
Councillor Fletcher?
Yes. Yes.
I'm sorry, through the speaker, I just wanted to also say that we did add some additional dedicated crews to do cycle lane maintenance last year. And I think there's another component of that, which is also very important. We have maintenance patrollers who are out on the road every day. And just ensuring that they know exactly what to look for that is a safety issue related to especially to the curb lane or to dedicated cycling facilities, because I take your point quite seriously that when there are irregularities in the road surface, they are significant issues for cyclists. And so we have been upping our education of our own staff and what to look for and also how to get those things addressed quickly.
And do you often, does 311, when do you get the 311s for cycle lane potholes and poor repairs? Is that something you pull apart rather than simply regular road?
Yes, we do.
Are there quite a few of them? Because there's not a lot of kilometers. So compared to the number of kilometers of roads, I forget how many it is, 56 Forget how many it is. You know it very well.
Yes, it's 50. It's in the vicinity of 5,600 kilometers.
Yes,
Ashley will add
5,600
a different
kilometers.
number.
And 243 kilometers, if you were to tell us, well, we get this many on the roads and we get this many for 243 kilometers, would you be able to do that? So
What I would like to do is work with our partners at 311 to look at the detail of that data and include the frequency of those requests back in that report back that you've asked for. Because I think we can do that. But I want to make sure we have the detailed data at that level and do it for the year.
do you think if people knew that this was really going to be tackled, that they would be a little more motivated to call it in?
I think they're pretty motivated now, but certainly I think that they're pretty motivated now. We get a fair amount of them.
Okay, thank you. I'll move that motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So this report actually is before us for receipt for information. And it goes a long way to telling us how state of good repair is classified and priorities are set. But at the end of the day, what we have before us is a report with no financial implication, because despite the fact that you clearly demonstrate that our backlog is growing in road repair, both major roads and local roads, it shows spending in the next 10 years, each of the years for state of good repair, the same as we have decided in the past. If we want to reduce that backlog, it's really up to council to decide they're going to spend a little more money in the area of state of good repair, is it not?
Through the speaker, that's correct. Yes. In our 2021 budget ask, there will be a slight increase in our state of good repair spending request to better reflect the actual levels of expenditure that we've been achieving in the last couple of years. So for both last year and this current year, we have advanced money from future years into the current year to enable us to do more. So for example, our local roads budget for 2020 was $55 million, and we've advanced money, so we're going to spend about $90 million on local road repairs this year. So our budget ask in 2021 will reflect that ability to deliver an increased work.
So that's very good news for the local roads, because the local roads are often, the last priority. But does that remove the backlog over 10 years?
Through the speaker, the level of funding being requested would not remove the backlog, no.
No, we'd really need, even if we're right now we're spending 50 to 60 on local roads, we're spending, 70 to 80 on major roads. We could spend 100 million on major and 100 million on local. We're still going to have $1 billion backlog at the end of this 10 year, are we not? Of roads that need work right now.
Through the speaker, that's correct. At the moment, by the end of 2029, we'll have a backlog of about $1.2 billion. We'll be investing $1.2 billion over the next 10 years in state of good repair, but we would need to invest about $4.5 billion to deal with the state of good repair backlog.
So can I characterize this report? The real intention of this report is to give us what we need as councillors. If we were to go to the community with this report now, we can show, using this content, that you are now very good at analyzing the conditions of roads. You can classify and prioritize them. And if council was brave enough to provide more funding for the repair of roads, you could very efficiently remove the backlog. Is that not what this report really has that intention at its heart?
If I could, through the speaker, I think that there's certainly, I think the first 2 points are quite well stated by you, Councillor, and I also think that our ability to spend is something that Ashley and his team have been focusing on tremendously with partners at ECS to try to be able to efficiently spend the resources to get the roads fixed. I actually think it's not just an issue of money, although the resources are important, and our ability to work collaboratively with our financial partners at the city to advance money when we have the need to do it. I do think, though, that there is a level of tolerance that the public has for construction on roads. And so when we manage that capital program annually, and we sit down actually on a monthly basis with Councillor Pasternak's office and with the mayor's office, and we look at that, there is a very specific focus on what is the tolerance for that level of construction on our major roads. And so we really try to balance that component of implementation along with the funding piece. So I just think it's a little bit more complicated than just the money. And I think our partnership and our ability to spend now has really advanced our ability to get those road projects done, even though, to your point, we will still have a backlog in the 10-year timeframe.
But my last point is your report also points out that in terms of spreading out across the grid, in terms of prioritizing and figuring out how much work you can do without, reaching a summer where why is every artery in the same neighborhood?
10
We're past
seconds.
that point now. You could even improve on that.
10 seconds.
I think so, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I have a very brief motion, actually, if I could ask the clerks to display it. And I did send in a very recent small change. Thank you very much. And it's really just to ask for some options in the 2021 budget submission to accelerating addressing the state of good repair backlog on our roads. And I hope all members of council can get behind this. We may have differences of opinions of, who are the predominant users of the road or how we think they should be used. I think we can all recognize that having good working roads benefits all the user classes that use them. I think most councillors understand and know, and in particular out in the suburbs, we take a lot of calls about the condition of our roads. Constituents get very angry about the conditions of their road, and you know what? They're right. They're absolutely right. I've got places in Etobicoke Center that haven't been touched since the 1980s. Back when neon was in fashion and I was a kid in school. And funny, sometimes it's just the little local streets where there isn't a lot of traffic, but those roads have been left to deteriorate. Some parts of the inner city have cobblestones on the road. I've seen them. I've got some out here too, but they're not cobblestones, they're deteriorated asphalt. And this isn't a slight at transportation services. They have really, really smart people that work on sequencing the road rehabilitation and doing all of the work associated with that. It's about money. And I am very clear in my mind, I think we should be spending more money on the state of good repair of our roads. It's not just an opinion, it's what I hear time in and time out from constituents in Etobicoke Center, and I believe it's probably true all over the city. There's no other order of government that's going to look after this particular asset. We need to look after it. And to use the analogy, I always talked about it with other people, it's like the roads are like your teeth at the dentist. You can go out and you can leave it, but as cavities develop, the teeth begin to deplete, and then you finally get to the point, the tipping point, that you got to do a root canal, and it ends up costing more and being more painful. So to go and rehabilitate the surface of the road in time means that people are happier about their roads, but it also means that we're being very smart about how we manage the asset. And based on all the math and the conversations beyond this report that I've had with staff, we're approaching that tipping point really soon. And 2024 is an example in the report of a threshold where we will have poor roads in the city of Toronto. It will be the have-not. So, I really hope, this is not a prescriptive motion, but it signals from council that we value the condition of our roads and that we should be turning our minds to investing the money in that as one of the major assets of the city worth billions and billions and billions of dollars, that it is our duty as a council to make sure that that asset is maintained. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We do have questions for you. Councillor Robinson, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Sorry, I actually was requesting to speak, not to ask a question of the mover.
Oh, okay. All right, so So, Councillor Robinson, did anybody, any of the members want to ask a question to Councillor Holiday that are on the screen? Okay, Councillor Robinson then to speak. Go ahead, Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the former chair of Public Works last term, I learned a lot about the roads in our city, local, arterial, etc. I think this is a pressing issue. I just want to applaud Councillor Holiday for his questions as well as his motion. I would have actually put forward the same motion. So thank you for identifying this and making this an issue, Councillor Holiday. This is important for all road users, including pedestrians, because I've had recently mobility issues, mild mobility issues, nothing compared to what some people endure, but just walking across roads and intersections can be hazardous when the road is not properly maintained. So I'm going to put a plug in here for pedestrians and how this is important for them as well. But it is also how people move around the city. And I think I will just give you an example of Ward 15. We get like one road done, one street done in a calendar year in all of Ward 15, which is a massive, massive ward. And sometimes it's not an entire street. Sometimes it's just from one block to the other block, which is really not the best system because you'd rather do the whole street at once, but often it's a monetary issue. So I think it's so important that we deliver as a council on basic core services like our roads. And if we aren't doing that, we've lost our way, because this is the nuts and bolts of city government, is ensuring there's safe roads to navigate our city. And this needs to be a priority, and we need to look at this very closely. And I think we have to really, reflect on how we're spending our money, particularly now with the COVID issues and all the costs related to COVID. And I also think we need to reflect what the majority of Toronto wants. And this is what they want. They want good roads. So I'm really hoping we can escalate this, accelerate this, and deliver on a core service and a priority for Torontonians. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I do have a motion based on my question for.
I don't believe we have it, Councillor.
I do believe you have, because the clerks have sent it to me, Speaker. There it is there. Thank you. And it does have to do with the issue that I've raised a couple of times, and I did understand we have 5,600 kilometers of roads, and we have regular folks that are out there looking at the roads, and they're probably on cars, looking at the roads. So I think it's hard to see some of those anomalies that end up just in bike lanes. We only have 243 kilometers of bike lanes, and quite frankly, they're mostly in Toronto and East York, although you have that great new cycle track, Councillor Nunziata, and I think there's a couple of others, but in general, they're pretty concentrated in the same areas of the city. And I have asked before about the implications of going through potholes, hitting poor utility repair cuts that they might be an inch deep. For a cyclist, an inch is a lot when you hit that. For a car on the road, an inch is not a lot when you hit that. And I just think the lens that's being used isn't quite the same. So outside of asking that everyone go out and patrol those on bicycles, I think that would, we're not going to have a whole bicycle repair crew or road ops crew on bicycles, although that would be great. I think that the crew that understands cycle tracks should also be able to have a look at just the regular 243 kilometers. And I'd just like to see how hard or easy that would be to accomplish that, because there are a lot of these things, and it makes cycling extremely unpleasant and dangerous when you hit one of those. Oh, also, just to come back, Councillor Deputy Mayor Holiday, I do have to, I had a little laugh at your root canal analogy, and I don't want to start anything here today, folks, but we did decide on having probably the biggest root canal going, and it will be an ongoing root canal, by maintaining the Gardner Expressway, and which has to have certain types of root canals pretty regularly because it's elevated, and that was for a cost of $400 million extra dollars. And we decided that was important to have people be able to travel in that way, and you all know who you are that felt that was important. We agreed on a hybrid for all of those reasons, but if we could go back and say we can have potholes filled or we can have an elevated expressway, we might make a different decision. So I just wanted to point one thing out. When we thought it was important to travel in a certain way, those funds were made available. And I think it really is incumbent upon us to ensure that, particularly those roads that have combined uses, automobiles, cyclists, and pedestrians crossing them, get the same level of respect and interest and dedication that we gave to that root canal that we agreed to a number of years ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll to speak.
Madam Speaker, just quickly, I've been trumped. Councillor Holiday has moved a motion that that I would have moved. So it's a red letter day. I will be supporting a motion from Councillor Holiday. I think it's really important that, you know, we get down into the very specifics of this, but at its heart, this is a report that is showing us a very troubling backlog. And it's laudable to try and improve the way we clear cycling paths. It's laudable to look at buying new pieces of equipment to analyze the condition of roads and have this great vehicle that tells us where the potholes are and how many years left a road can survive and all of those things. But they're a tremendous waste of money if you don't use them to commit to removing the backlog. And if we really analyzed the calls to our office and we went further and got a monthly 311 report where we looked at what the calls are there, it's the condition in our roads in normal times, in particular, post and pre-pandemic, when people have long commutes every day, it's the condition of our roads that's top of mind for them most of the time. And while that might be more true in the inner suburbs where there's a higher ratio of daily commuting by car, it is a problem for transit vehicles as well. And it will reach a point where it has a huge impact on their productivity and the age of those vehicles we spend so much money on. And so it would not be throwing good money after bad to take all this expertise that's demonstrated in the report and starting in the 2021 budget to invest what we can in that capital state of good repair program for transportation, because all of the other things that we so vitally need to do, and we're going to need our residents to be along with us on those visions, giving them this will open their mind to helping with this, all those other important priorities the city has. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to first of all remind everyone that one of the forms of transportation that is very copacetic and very conducive to safe roads and streets is that we have our bicycle delivery people all over the city delivering food from our local restaurants, and we shouldn't forget them. So when we are taking care of our cycling tracks, like on Scarlet Road there, which is a beautiful new cycling track. I wish I had one like that in my ward by Lambton Golf Course. You know, these people are delivering, our, orders, etc., takeout, and we should not forget them. They're minimum wage workers. they offer a very important service. So that's another reason to keep our bicycle lanes and tracks clear and safe for them. As opposed to, this explosion of these monster trucks delivering small packages all over the city, which is something that we should address in the future, because that seems to be the new way of doing things, online shopping. And so I don't know how much taxes Amazon pays in Toronto, these other online giants, but that's one thing we've got to consider. And, getting to root canals, I think I've got the biggest root canal in the city called the Allen Expressway. It dumps 50,000 cars a day onto residential streets because the expressway ends in a residential neighborhood with nowhere to go but a residential street. So, Councillor Fletcher thinks that and it is, I agree with her, the problem with the Gardner, but try living with an expressway. God, we talk about Etobicoke, and people in Etobicoke worried about traffic and roads. Try living with the 401, my northern boundary. Try living with Bathurst Street, just wall to wall. Councillor Pasternak knows he deals with the same thing. Then try Avenue Road, a highway going through the middle of my ward too, another highway. And people are going up to 110 kilometers an hour when clocking people on Avenue Road, and not even to mention Yonge Street. So when we talk about root canals, I think the root canal center is right here in Ward 8. And so it's not just Etobicoke that's got people worried about traffic and road conditions. Try living with those root canals. Thank you very much. Over to you, Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you. I think I'm getting a toothache. And Councillor Cole, I'll send you all these emails I'm getting from residents on Scarlett Road.
Please do. I'd like to have that track in my ward. You got a beautiful cycling track there.
Deputy Mayor Min Wong
How
to
did
speak.
you get it? I didn't get it.
Okay, you're done. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Min Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a motion, but I did move my motion in committee, which is, I think, reflective of the debate that we're having here today, that we tell staff that the state of good repair is a priority, and we're asking them to come up with a plan to reduce the backlog. Because they don't have a plan right now to reduce that backlog. They're only giving us fundamentally bad news today and saying it's going to get worse, and that we are slowly sinking in terms of providing our critical infrastructure. And, quite frankly, I'm worried that we're going to be at a point of no return where we're going to have to accept at some point that our roads will never be properly repaired. I think that, Councillor Robinson made, one of the best speeches in this debate, and in reflecting how our roads are our core infrastructure, and the expectation that our residents think in terms of priorities, fixing critical local infrastructure is a top priority, not just a priority, but a top priority. And for us to fail in that regard is to fail our residents and to fail our city. So I'm looking forward to a report coming back to come up with a plan to save our roads. It used to be in the old municipalities that we kept ahead of our roads, local roads. It was the old Metro government that started to let it slip. And now the whole city we're failing the whole city in fixing our roads. And that failure, I think, to our residents is unacceptable. So I hope the public service is listening today to all of these speeches. And it's about choices. One of the things that we have to understand is that one of the key reasons why this neglect has occurred is because we've decided to spend money in other places, and there's a finite amount of money. And through the budget process and through council decisions, we all have to decide that we want to fix our roads. and we don't want to get past the point of no return. So I appreciate this debate. I look forward to receiving a report from staff in terms of how they're going to make it better, how they're going to solve this problem, and fundamentally how they're going to improve it and not make it worse. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak to speak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Just for clarity's sake, for Councillor Cole's comments, it is the Allen Road, not the Allen Expressway. And as full disclosure, my parents fought to have it going any further than Eglinton Avenue many years ago. So I do apologize for the congestion that filters out onto Eglinton Avenue. I think if you were to look at this report, you can go to page 8, and there's 2 sentences there that sum up the dilemma that we are in, and I will read them. At current funding levels, only 1/3 of the rehabilitation needs for major roads and local roads can be addressed. Only 1/3 of our needs. Rehabilitation needs increase when roads are not maintained and repaired within a time frame when the work would be effective. So in other words, the longer you leave a road, the more expensive it is to repair. And staff have been quite clear that if you want more of these done, we have to fund it better. So there's 2 questions. One is, are we paying too much for the work we're doing now? Are we getting competitive, good pricing on our road resurfacing and our road rehabilitation? Secondly, are we allocating enough to our local roads and our arterial road resurfacing? And these are the questions we must ask going forward in the budgetary process. I think the point's been made earlier, but roads are for everybody. Roads are for marathons, for festivals, for vehicles, for cyclists, for pedestrians, and every one of those groups wants a safe road to utilize for their events, to get from A to B, to cycle safely, and to walk across the street safely. And it is our responsibility to make sure those roads are safe. In fact, when you look at what a municipality is in charge of, Toronto is all over the place. But if you drill right down to, let's say, one of the 6 or 7 key things, core public policy areas that a municipality should be looking at, it's road maintenance and repair. And that's why this report is so vital. And we've got to make sure it is addressed and discussed in the budgetary process as we go forward, because we are just sinking further and further behind. It's going to be tougher and tougher to catch up. And I realize this is not an easy time to be adding more, but in the long run, we'll be paying more. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll be very brief. I introduced my motions and spoke at committee. I just wanted to point to the special irony in the debate that we've had today, that we've managed to take up, like an hour and a bit on a report about state of good repair backlog and cycling maintenance that came to us because of an effort to make streets safer for cyclists. And we've managed to make it almost exclusively about cars, at least if you listen to some of the speakers in the room. So I find that, yeah, it is. Good job, Denzel, Mr. Deputy Mayor. You managed to make things about cars rather than personal safety. I will be supportive of the motions because I think it does paint a pretty bleak picture of our investments in our roads. And I'm doing that because those roads are for everyone. They're not just for cars. And yes, you may get calls from your constituents about potholes and maintenance. So do I. And I get them from constituents that walk, that cycle, and that do drive. I think we all get those phone calls. But let's look to this as being the number one goal being Vision Zero, not the number one goal just making it a little bit smoother for people to get around the city. The one little bit of an addition that I find, I guess the upside of this irony is that when you're looking at roads and advancing the capital plan, you'll remember that our new cycling strategy has us looking at every road that's being reconstructed as a potential bike route. And so I look forward to seeing if it's accelerated that minimum grid of cycling lanes be expedited because we'll be making those investments in our roads, in our roads for all users and not exclusively for the domain of one.
Thank you. If we can put the motions on the screen, please.
Point of order?
Motion by Councillor, point of order, Councillor Holiday.
Yes, Madam Speaker, the committee recommendation number 3, which refers to insourcing, I'll just say that as a summary. I'd like to vote on that separately, please.
Okay, so let's vote on the amendments first. Motion 1 by Councillor Holiday. It's on the screen. On favor? Show of hands. Carried. Okay, motion 2 by Councillor Fletcher. On favor? Show of hands. Carried. No, so Councillor Holiday, you're asking that item recommendation 3 in the report be voted on separately, correct?
Yes, please, recorded vote.
Recorded vote.
Well, one day, Councillor Holiday, you'll have to explain to me how voting against a report request to see if it's cheaper is ideologically in your thinking, but you can explain it to me some other time.
Madam Speaker, I don't want to have a debate.
No, we're in the middle of a vote, Councillor Layton.
Oh, why not?
If, maybe the two of you at lunch can have a coffee and talk about it.
I'd like that.
Councillor Bailao, please. Councillor Matlow. Councillor Crawford. Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Matlow, please, your vote. The item is amended. Sorry, part 3 of the item is amended. Carries. The vote is 21-3.
Okay.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Madam Speaker. I would have liked to have voted against that. I didn't realize we were voting on that particular number 3. I thought we were voting on the other piece. So could I have my vote recorded in the negative?
We have to reopen it.
Or could we reopen it, please?
Okay.
I'll move to reopen the
I'll
item.
move to reopen.
On favor? Carried.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're voting on 3 only in the staff, in the report.
Councillor McKelvey, please. Thank you. Councillor Bailao. Speaker, the revote on part 3 of the item carries. The vote is 19-5.
On the item as amended, on favor, opposed, if any, carried. Okay, do we have any quick releases before our lunch? Any? Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Sorry, I've just got a lot of devices on my screen. I wanted to relieve council of this item. It is CC 26.5, Teal Core updating tall building setbacks in the downtown. City initiated official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendments. I would like to release this item, Madam Speaker, and also to thank City Planning and City Legal for their incredible amount of work just trying to reconcile the different OP amendments and recognizing that this report is overly simplified compared to the actual negotiations that they had to undertake to get us to where we are today. Thank you.
Okay, on CC 26.5, on favor, show of hands, carried. Do we have any further releases? No? Councillor Fletcher, did you have a release? No? Okay, so we do have a member's motion to introduce. Mayor Tory.
Madam Speaker.
This is the pre
Pardon me?
I think this is the pre
I don't have it. Or do I have it here?
We're gonna put it on the screen.
Sorry, Speaker, I just don't have it in front of me. But
They'll pull it up.
It's on the screen.
there it is. And again, Madam Speaker, this is a motion to do with the vacancy that exists in the chair of Create TO. And so that's the urgency of it, is to make sure that vacancy is filled as soon as possible in a very important agency. Thank you.
Okay, on favor of introducing, carried. Okay, members, we have 24 items still left on the agenda. We're recessed for lunch till 2. Thank you.
Good afternoon. It's Councillor Ainsley checking in.
Good afternoon, Councillor. We can see you and hear you.
Thank you. Stephen. How are your kids doing?
Oh, they're great. They're at school, except for one that's part-time at school because of the arrangements.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was actually thinking of you and your wife and kids the other day without the cavalcade of lights this year. I've gotten
that's
used to
nice.
seeing your family every year and catching up with your wife and kids.
Yeah, I missed those events. We went to a drive-through light display for Halloween up sort of midtown off Steeles there. It was actually in Vaughan, but it was serving Toronto. With a really nice adaptation to COVID. And I have to admit, it was really fun. It took about 40 minutes maybe 30 minutes to drive through, which is more than I expected. It's nice to see more of that happening.
Yeah.
Paul Ainsley,
Councillor Grimes, how are you, sir? Excellent.
tomorrow.
Go
North
Irish.
Carolina, you're next.
Saturday, isn't it?
Yeah. Sorry, Saturday.
Yeah.
Mark, what's going on in your ward?
Yeah, Stephen, if you're interested, I saw the TRCA has a Christmas drive-through up in Vaughan at the Courtright Center.
Yeah, I know it, and that's a nice place.
Yeah, and I think they've got wagon rides for the kids as well, and they've got Santa Claus. Curious.
Okay, thank you very much. This meeting is now resumed. Members, before we do the members' motion run-through, are there any further releases of polls? Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Oh, sorry, my name is up from before lunch. That should be off.
Okay. So
I've
there are
already
no
released my item.
So there are no releases. Okay, so we'll do the members' motions run through.
Madam Speaker, it's Kristen again. I do see that the item I released, CC 26.5, is still showing up on my my portal as still being held by myself. And this is the TO Core updating tall building setback in the downtown.
Yeah, we did deal with that. You did release it earlier.
Okay, then I think I'm
It's
still
being-
seeing it as,
I know it's being corrected, Council Wong-Tam.
okay, thank you very much, thank you.
Okay. So are we ready for the members' motions? MM 26.1. It's on the screen. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 26.2. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Scarborough Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 26.3. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to a Toronto local appeal body hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor?
Recorded, please.
Recorded vote.
Councillor Bailao, are you present and voting, please? Councillor Cressy and Councillor Thompson, please.
Mark me in the affirmative, please. I can't get my screen to open up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Thompson in the affirmative, thank you. Speaker, the motion carries. The vote is 22-1.
Thank you. MM 26.4. It's on the screen. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item.
Recorded.
Pardon?
Recorded vote on the item, please.
Recorded
vote on
vote.
the item, please.
Stephen, just out of courtesy, this is coming directly from staff. This isn't me trying to just put one in.
It doesn't say that though, Mike.
They asked me to do it this way because they're in the middle of site plan with them and on an OMP case. I don't know. They asked me to do it this way. So,
Councillor Layton, we're in the middle of a vote. We don't debate in the middle of a vote.
Councillor Pasternak, can you vote, please?
Just trying to offer some background.
Perhaps you should let Deputy Mayor Holiday know that too, Speaker.
Yeah.
Councillor Pasternak, we need your vote,
Tango.
please.
Was there a study done on this?
We're in the middle of a vote, Councillor Pasternak.
Pasternak, and 2 now. Okay.
Come on, folks.
Councillor Thompson, may we have your vote, please?
In the affirmative, please. I'm still trying to get on my system here. Thank you.
Noted, thank you. The item carries. The result is 22-2.
MM 26.5. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item.
Roosters for everybody.
Councillor Cole, did you have something to say? Okay, on the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 26.6. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor?
Hold, please.
I'm sorry?
Hold, Madam Speaker. I had some questions.
Oh, you want to hold it? Okay. Councillor Holiday is holding MM 26.6. Thank you. MM 26.7. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the General Government and Licensing Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor? Show of hands. Carried. MM 26.8. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. Communications MM 26.81 to MM 26.83 have been submitted on this item.
Hold, please.
On the referral?
Yes, Madam Speaker. I would like to speak to the referral.
No, if you want, we can waive referral and then you can hold the item down and speak on it.
Well, then I'm not going to waive referral. May I have a recorded vote on it?
Sure.
Okay, recorded vote on
Absolutely.
moving referral.
Oh, boy.
Councillor Pasternak, please. Thank you.
Sir Fletcher, your mic's on.
The motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 21-3.
Councillor Holiday, would you like
I have
to
a
hold?
motion.
Councillor Holiday,
I
would
have
you
a
like?
motion on.
Councillor Holiday, would you like to hold the item down?
I would like to hold the item. Thank you, Madam
Okay,
Speaker.
thank you. MM 26.9. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the General Government and Licensing Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral.
Recorded vote on referral?
Recorded vote.
Just stand by, members. We're just opening the voting panel in a second. The motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 21-4.
Okay, so that item will be held down.
By whom, Madam Speaker? By me?
We'll put it in your name, Councillor Perruzza.
Yeah, because I have a motion on it. Thank you so much. Okay,
That's why I'm holding it down.
perfect. Yeah, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you so much.
Thank you. MM 26.10, notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral, show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor, carried. MM 26.11. Notice of this motion has not been given. A 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Scarborough Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice, show of hands. Carried. All in favor of waiving referral, all in favor. Carried. On the item, all in favor.
Recorded.
Recorded vote.
Councillor Pasternak, please. The item carries. The vote is 23-1.
Okay. MM 2612. Notice if this motion has not been given, a 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Show of hands. Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? All in favor? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 26.13. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate. On the item, all in favor?
Please.
I didn't hear you, Councillor Holiday. You want to hold it down?
No, just a recorded vote, Madam Speaker, in particular on this item.
Okay, recorded vote on MM 2613.
Councillor Ainsley, please. Councillor Fillion. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, please. The item carries. The vote is 23-1.
Okay, MM 2614. It's on the screen. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate. On the item, on favor, show of hands, carried. MM 2615. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate. On the item, on favor, show of hands, carried. MM 26.16. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate. On the item, on favor, show of hands, carried. MM 26.17. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate. On the item, on favor, show of hands, carried. Okay, that's it for the members' motions. We will now go to IE 17.4, which is updates on improvements to the bike lanes on Dundas Street East and other bylaw amendments. Councillor Holyday held the item down. Do we have questions to staff? Councillor Holyday.
I do.
Councillor Holyday.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to make sure the staff are ready.
We're here.
Thank you. So, Madam Speaker, through you, there's a whole bunch of things on this report. There's a variety of changes. There's some new bike lanes. There's a bunch of conversions from, they either call them bike lanes or buffered bike lanes to cycle tracks. And then there's a couple of main pieces. The first is Dundas Street, which is a conversion from bike lanes to separated bike lanes or cycle tracks. And there's another piece in there, which is an instruction to change the bicycle lanes on Harbour to separated or buffered bike lanes. Do I have all that correct? Just generally.
Yes, that's correct.
With respect to the staff suggestions, I think there are about 4 of them or 3 of them. They're a little bit more technical in nature. Lansdowne Avenue comes to mind, Sororan, or something similar to that. Would it be fair to say that those are minor in nature? I think they're around rail underpasses.
Councillor, you're correct. The Lansdowne, Runnymede, and Strawn Avenue recommendations are recommended by staff as locations that are currently painted buffer bike lanes that have the opportunity to increase the safety of those facilities by adding physical separation within that buffer in an existing no stopping zone.
Now they're about a block each or a block or 2 each. They're fairly short. The staff recommended ones. They're fairly short. There aren't really houses or things in front of them. I think they're rail underpasses, a couple of them. Is that correct?
Generally, they are frontages with either overpasses or underpasses. They're each about 300 meters length of separation. The Dundas Street East example is about 3.2 kilometers, and that's recommended by staff through this report as well.
Thank you. Now, the genesis of the Dundas Street conversions, there's 2 parts of that. The first is council directed you to go and implement cycle tracks there. That wasn't necessarily a staff recommendation. It says it right up at the front of the report that it's responding to council direction. and you're now basically making that law in this report. Is that a correct paraphrase?
There was council direction to upgrade the cycle tracks or the existing bike lanes on Dundas Street East because they have had a history of several collisions that have been serious. And we looked at where we could do those upgrades without impacting any motor vehicle lanes or parking spots. And so that's what this report contains.
Right. Now, what was the public consultation process around the changes on Dundas Street East?
Through you, Chair, there are no public consultation processes that have been undertaken for this. We have not removed any on-street parking or motor vehicle changes. We've just buffered the existing bike lanes where we could do so without any impact. And we engaged with both local councillors about that as a process.
Now, by buffering, you mean it would be the installation of fixtures on the road. So they're flexi posts or concrete barriers, whatever they are.
We added painted buffers where there was room to do so, and physical separation within those buffers is what's recommended in this report, yes.
Okay, and so painted buffers just means you make the line that's there already wider, but what you're really asking for here is the authority to go and put in fixed elements on the road, like posts and concrete things, which means the road will be a little different.
That's correct. It provides additional physical separation between the motor vehicle traffic and the bike lane in places where it's already no stopping at the curbside.
Okay, and again, there's one more recommendation here about Harvard Street that wasn't in the report, but it looks like the committee added that. And that's really, to paraphrase, is a similar process to Dundas, is that the committee has issued a committee direction, not a staff one, or not a staff recommendation to go and make changes. And here you are, you have to implement it.
We understand that the committee has requested that we look at upgrading any existing bike lane elements on Harvard Street to physically separated cycle tracks wherever it can be done without impact to parking or motor vehicle lanes, just so where those existing buffers are there.
Okay, and then back to Dundas Street East, part 2 of the report talks about, well, now that you've done the bidding of council on this, and you've changed where you could without affecting parking and that sort of thing, there now is a process to finish that off, to go and consult the community about the changes to parking and other changes that could occur to have a continuous separated lane down Dundas Street East.
That's right, Councillor. We've identified that we do not currently have that in our near-term plan through 2021, and that we could look at doing that in 2022 as part of our next near-term plan. It is a high-priority citywide route, and so we recognize that improvements would improve safety, but we would need to consult on those.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, I do have a question, but I want to show a couple pictures on separated bike lanes with the barriers, and if you can answer my question about what sort of improvements. Okay, see the car?
Yes, I do. Hi there,
on Scarlet
Councillor.
Road.
So,
and then
yep,
then the next one I'll show you just happened today. So what can we do to improve these barriers?
So there's a couple of things, Speaker, that we can do on these barriers. One is some additional signage, which we are in the process of putting out now, that indicates there's been a new change to the roadway, and also some additional reflectivity on the barriers. There is some reflective tape on those barriers, but it's also part of a Street Art Toronto program. So some of them, I think all of them on the Scarlet Road, the new ones, all have artworks that have been done by local artists, and but we will be adding additional reflectivity. I think it's important to note that part of the issue, and I don't know the specific details of each of these crashes, but part of the issue is that Scarlet Road in this location did have a pretty significant speeding issue, and I think we need to ensure that people have adequate information when they're making decisions. We want people to drive slower out here. We want this to be more of a Vision Zero corridor. There's a park right nearby. I mean, you know the area quite well. So part of this is a transition. We certainly don't want anybody to be hitting these barricades, and so we need to be adding some additional signage and reflectivity so that they're easier to see in the evening hours. But people do need to change their driving behaviors out here and travel slower.
Okay, because this is the second one in 2 weeks. So I just wanted to point that out, that when we do this, we really need to do improvements. You know, like you said, put reflectors or do something, because it looks like this is going to be a continuing trend. So I just had concerns on that. So I just wanted to show you those pictures.
Yes.
Because as you know,
I appreciate that.
I'm getting a lot of nasty emails on this.
So we will be
So-
installing some additional signage this week, Councillor. This improvement just went in pretty recently, and we've used these barricades in many other places in the city, and we haven't seen this kind of an impact. But we will put up some additional signage to let drivers know that they're new and get some more reflectivity out there, because clearly there's an issue.
It's a problem because Scarlett Road has always been a problem with speeding. So people
Yes.
continue to do that, and that's why we did remove one lane of traffic and put the barrier. And I did support the dedicated bike lanes, but I have concerns now with these barriers. If we're doing it citywide, like, are we going to run into the same situation? So I just wanted to point this out to you and to members of council. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Do we have any further questions? Okay, speakers. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a motion. If I may ask the clerks to display it.
Okay. Okay, just one sec. Okay. I don't think this, does the staff?
There it is. I'll paraphrase to make it easy for members. I see it's long. I'm asking that the Dundas Street East and the Harvard changes be referred back to the general manager and to go and do community consultation and bring them back. I looked at all of the pieces in this. There's a whole basket of things. Some of them are, in my opinion, good changes. Especially on the rail underpasses, I think it makes sense. The issue with these that I have really is around process. I might end up even supporting them at the end of the day, but I think along these two stretches, which are significantly longer than the tweaks that are being recommended by staff, I think we should just go and talk to people, especially the people that live there. You know, councillors might be out knocking doors, I don't know, but I think there should be a process around this. People are going to wake up one morning and find either a concrete barrier or a flexi post or a whole bunch of things in front of their house and not understand how or why or where they came from. And I just really think it's a process that we should follow. We should talk to people about it, especially during COVID, where government is more detached from people than ever, just because of the circumstances. And, you know, maybe they should see the picture of what the speaker just put up about the issues in her area with the concrete barricade. Maybe they have some ideas of their own. Maybe they don't want it. Maybe they do want it. I don't know. Maybe it makes things slower in front of their house. But the point I'm trying to make is if we just go out and talk to them. And if that adds a month or two to the whole process, so be it. And we can have this come back to City Council following that process, and people get a chance to voice their opinion through a city-run process, not a political one, where this stuff was added as a motion in various committees.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. Councillor Layton, 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I think Councillor Holiday brings up a really good point. But to your referral of number 6, do you know this stretch of Harvard well?
I have to admit, I mean, I don't live there. I don't know it probably as well as you, Councillor Layton.
So the bike lane goes from being curbside to being on the opposite side of cars, and that's to preserve some of the parking throughout the corridor. Where it's curbside, there's a rather generous buffer. Those typically are in front of schools and parks. So that's where the intended separation is going to be. Do you still see a need for us to have public consultation on about 100 meters of separated bike lane that isn't in front of a business, isn't in front of a home? Do you still see that necessity?
Well, I don't know, if you're telling me that no one lives in front of it, and that it is highly technical in nature, I think there's a little bit of judgment to be applied, but unfortunately, because of the political process that we use here, as opposed to going through a plan, having motions added on the floor, a member of council such as myself could never tell what the impacts are because we got no staff opinion on it. And so to me, with infrastructure changes like this, it's important that there be some public consultation process respected. So at this juncture, I'm not prepared to support it until I've got comfort around that. I appreciate you making those points.
So is this public
Those are
consultation?
helpful. And maybe when it comes back.
Is the public consultation through the committee? You don't expect us to host a public meeting?
I think you should work with staff and figure out some appropriate process that engages with the people that live right in front of the places that we are proposing to change here.
Or do I think it's actually happened twice already, correct?
I'm sorry, the sound went dead there. I couldn't hear the question.
So we have had consultation over the last decade about the Harvard bike. You realize that?
So I appreciate that there's broad public consultation about things like the entire cycling network plan. But again, this is an upgrade of one cycling facility to another that has a very meaningful impact in front of somebody's home. And all I'm suggesting here is that we take a pause, knock on their door, at least get a letter to them that explains exactly what is proposed. And if they have an opinion about it, they can wage that opinion.
Okay, thank you. That was your last question. Sorry, that
If I
was
were
your
to
last.
tell you that acted in front of Central Technical School, would you assume that we have
Councillor Layton, that was your last question. Thank you.
to go and remove the?
Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Thanks
Councillor
very much,
Fletcher.
Speaker. And I'm going to just be supporting the staff report. And I think that the staff could probably tell councillors that are interested how many times some of these upgrades have been asked for. That's first. And second, that nothing material is changing. There's no new lines. There's no new part of the bike lanes. There is simply better protection at intersections and those areas that don't have driveways off of them. Dundas has some stretches that, including under underpasses, that are just free and clear. And then there are some stretches, because Dundas Street itself actually was only built probably about 50, 60 years ago. It was a brand new street, and people's garages faced the street because it was plowed through and houses were taken down to do it. But I just want to assure everybody that out of the probably 8 letters that I've sent over the last 7 years about making sure that the 2,500 people that ride the Dundas bike lane every day are safe, that there's nothing material for anybody in front of their house. They will not be blocked from getting out. They will have exactly the same configuration that they had before. The only thing that I'm hoping they won't have, Speaker and colleagues, is somebody killed right in front of their house, as they were at the corner of Dundas and Jones when Douglas Christie lost his life there. That particular intersection, I worked with staff and this council, approved all of the upgrades to make that intersection as safe as possible. This will make all the intersections as safe as possible. So there are many people that commute by bicycle from the East End to downtown. This Dundas is really the first commuter lane that was really built. It's 3.2 kilometers long. There were none until Adelaide and Richmond were built that were that length. So I just ask for your support. Please support people that are riding it. They're already telling me that it's not safe enough, but I respect the process that we have here, which is to make further changes. We will have to do an environmental assessment and go out and have that consultation with the community about what that would look like.
to make significant other changes to Dundas Bike Lane to protect the 2,500 cyclists a day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Layton to speak.
Yes, and I'll try to be very brief. While the title of this motion may have been misleading because it only mentions Dundas and not the rest of the streets involved, there are several other streets involved, including several I've been involved with. 1D, I think most prior to the changing in war boundaries for Strawn Avenue, that didn't have any meaningful public consultation that I know of. We moved to have it included. Now it's being pushed for more separation. We introduced a committee, Harbored. I introduced it because it's one of the most important cycling routes in the downtown West End, one of the most well used. It also was slated for, the road was slated for reconstruction, resurfacing in 2022 as a result of wear, and we were going to go through and sort of reposition the bike lane so that it wasn't adjacent to cars. It was had the cars as a level of protection from the traffic. That work, because of some Toronto Water work, if I remember correctly, has been pushed out several years. And so at committee, the bare minimum we could do is take a couple of stretches that don't impact car parking or lanes of traffic, and put up some additional separation, because in those stretches in particular, bikes are vulnerable. They're right up against the curb with only paint in between and in between the bike lane and the lane of traffic. There's no reason why we couldn't put a curb in here with minimal impacts, if not, and only safety ones for cyclists. That's why I added it. Staff were already working on certain parts of the road. My last question I tried to sneak in there, and my apologies for going over, was that they've already put in these concrete barriers in front of Central Technical School. They're also looking at putting these barriers in front of city parks. If you want to believe in Vision Zero, vote for this motion. If you don't, then don't. That's fine. But the fact is, these are minimal changes at best that will result in a safer road and not impact the operations of it.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I won't be able to support Councillor Holliday's motion this time. And as I proved this morning, that's not every time. It's all very well to go case by case, and we do read an item when it's in another in a ward other than our own. We are charged with all the items that go through the agenda. But I think when we're moving motions that are in someone else's ward, it behooves us to listen. And what we heard is that the addition here, this Harbored Street addition, what we heard from the local councillor is we're talking about 100 meters. We're talking about very few residents, because it's primarily a situation to do with fronting schools and fronting parks. And it's not about taking away road allowance. It's about better using what's there right now as buffers and parking. And last but not least, because it was added at committee, it includes the all-important phrase, asking staff to do something where it is feasible to do so. And when a local councillor adds that, I feel that I am assured I get to take advantage of both the local councillor's knowledge of his residents' wishes and needs and wants, but I also get to take advantage of the expertise of staff. Because if it is not feasible to do so, we're going to hear about it. What I would rather have happening in terms of our consultation unit is that they are able to focus on some of the major consultations that we need them to do citywide. Just yesterday morning, in the mayor's key item, we have adopted a massive amount of consultation to do with our surface transit network. We have in the bike plan a number of very major consultations that have to take place for road reconstructions that, according to our new policy, include adding cycling infrastructure because it's reconstruction of the road time. So the amount of consultation that staff now have to embark upon virtually, I might add, that is a whole different set of challenges, means that I really want to hear what the local councillor is saying, hear the qualification he's put in there for staff, where it is feasible to do so, and let them get on with a smaller chunk like this and save that consultation resource for the very big and important vision exercise we have. So I really hope that people will support this clause and not support Councillor Holliday's motion.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford?
I'll be very quick, Madam Speaker. Thank you. I just want to reiterate for folks on the line here, this is already, when it comes to Dundas Street, council approved direction. What we're looking at here is actually the bylaws to implement that. I think it was very clear from staff's responses to the questions. There was no parking impact. There was no lane reduction. We are actually doing the bare minimum to make this safer on a vital cycling commuting corridor from the east end to downtown. There's been a lot of discussion with the community about this. Councillor Fletcher's done a great job on that over the years. And frankly, in my view, this has taken too long to get to where we are. People have in fact died on this stretch of road. That's not hyperbole, that's factual. And again, we are approving bylaws that council has already directed this installation. So this is the bylaw to make it happen. I suspect this is another 23-2 or 24-1 vote, whatever it's going to be, but let's get on with it, and wouldn't be supporting Councillor Holliday's motion. Hope you can go with the staff and local councillors on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I just want to make a few comments. And I do agree with Councillor Carroll, we should always trust the local councillor on what they know better, on what the needs are in their community, and I hope that we remember that on all issues. The reason I brought up the pictures on Scarlett Road is to show you that, and I supported those bike lanes on Scarlett Road, and I had a community meeting. I had over 100 people at my meeting, and they were very aware that we were going to reduce the lane and put separated bike lanes and the barriers up. The problem is in the past couple of weeks, we've had collisions in that. So the reason I brought it up is to show the staff on the improvements that they can make on this, because this is an issue. But I will be supporting the recommendations on IE 17.4. But I just want to remind councillors and staff that we need to put whatever is needed into these separated bike lanes, safety measures. So what happened on Scarlett Road doesn't happen anywhere else. And that's the reason I brought that up. Even though there are some constituents of mine that are not happy, I did support it, and I did consult with my community. So I will be supporting the recommendations. On the item?
Speaker, on a point of order, may I vote for items 1A and 6 separately? I have consulted.
And 6 separately? Okay. But first of all, we have your motion. Yeah. And if your motion doesn't carry, then we'll... Okay, there's the motion by Councillor Holliday. Recorded vote.
Councillor Wong-Tam, please. Thank you. Councillor Fillion. Councillor Pasternak, please. Councillor Cole, it looks like your screen has not lit up for voting. So could you tell us your vote verbally, please?
Why hasn't the church bell rang on my computer here? Usually it does before I vote.
How are you voting?
I'm voting in, this is Councillor Holiday's motion?
Yes, it's on the screen.
Against.
Thank
Why
you,
isn't the
Councillor.
church bell ringing?
Councillor, you could try to refresh your screen.
Refresh, okay. Still no church bell.
Bells are ringing.
Speaker, the motion does not carry. The vote is 4-21.
Burks, attention.
I know, I made a mistake, but it's not worth calling it for another vote.
I kind of figured you made a mistake, Councillor Perks, because this is in your ward.
I know. It was dumb.
Was it lack of church bells that got you, Councillor?
I don't know, it's the
Councillor
church.
Cole distracted me.
So we'll leave it, Councillor Perks?
Yeah, it's not worth the effort.
Wow, we'll never see those four vote together again.
I'm just looking out my window because I think I just saw pigs fly.
Okay, so Councillor Holiday's asked for a separate vote on 1A. Recorded vote.
The bells are back, thank you.
I think you're hearing things, Councillor Cole.
No, I can hear the bell now. I didn't before.
Councillor Cressy, please. Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Carroll, and Councillor Perruzza.
Sorry, I'm having trouble understanding what's on the screen. Is this the item now, or?
No, it's what Councillor Holiday has asked for a separate vote on 1A.
Oh, okay, thank you, Madam Speaker.
It's on the screen.
Yeah, we can't
against
see
it,
the
please.
content of it was the problem. Thank you.
Lord, be careful on your vote.
The Part 1A of the item carries. The vote is 21-4.
Okay, and the second one was that number 6? Okay, we can hear you laughing. Who's laughing?
My mic is off, Speaker. There's no way you can hear me laughing in my office.
Okay, part 6 is at part 6. Part 6. Look what you guys are doing to me, my God. Part 6, separate vote.
Members, the voting panel is open on Part 6 of the item. Councillor Ainsley, please, and thank you. Councillor McKelvey, thank you. Councillor Carroll, please.
Mr. Clerk, I'm sorry, but on my screen, I can't see what part 6 is. I'm slow because I'm having to go back and find it. Okay, I don't have time.
It's Harvard, Shelley. It's Harvard.
But the vote button is obliterating what the item actually is on this backup laptop they're making me use.
I think you can scroll down on the right-hand side.
Speaker, when the motion is displayed in CMP to members, each individual member has control of the scrolling. It's not controlled from the table here.
So you have to scroll yourself.
The result of the vote on Part 6 of the item, Part 6 carries. The vote is 24-1.
Okay, so that's done. Oh, the balance of the item. Okay, the balance of the item, all in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Okay, our next item is IE 17.5, which is 2020 Basement Flooding Protection Program. Councillor Bylaw held the item down. Do we have questions to staff? If we can clear the screen, please. I don't know. Councillor Carroll, questions?
I just have one, thank you, Madam Speaker. I just have one question of staff. It's the same question I ask all the time because I like them to put it on the public record. Is the prioritization of projects still being evaluated the same way? Are we doing regular updates at intervals to use that value proposition to decide which projects based on recent flooding history need to go first? Are we still using that metric so that we sort of take the politics out of it and do the most urgent areas for flood mitigation?
Through you, Madam Speaker. Yes, we are still using that same methodology, the same methodology we've been using for over 10 years. So this report is only augmenting that standard philosophy. It is giving us a change to the minimum cost per household, or sorry, the maximum that we would include. So, or at least that minimum threshold that we moved to design phase, moving it from $32,000 per household to $68,000. And you can see that in the report that we're actually projecting out for when those projects start construction, which even if we evaluate today, the earliest you'd see construction on a new program that would move into that category wouldn't be until 3 years from now. So we've looked outwards and tried to accommodate for inflation on construction costs. We have asked for some modifications also to consider some other lenses that we would look at, but that's only after we complete the rest of the environmental assessments that we're doing right now. We've completed 42 of 67. There's another one to be completed this year, and then all the remaining ones will be completed within a 2 to 3 year time frame. So that's what we're asking for now, is actually a long-term adjustment to our program. But otherwise, we would still use that same approach as we've been using for 10 years.
And while we're getting this report, will affected councillors will also get a walkthrough? I know it's difficult during virtual times, but will affected councillors where they may have been expecting some mitigation work in the near future, if that's adjusted, are they getting their own individual walkthrough so they can make sure that their community members are up to date as well?
So every councillor in their rate budget package would have received our standard briefing note. So we provided that electronically. So that will give you the snapshot across the whole city and the basement flooding projects that are proceeding next year, the year after that, the year after that. So we give you that 5-year projection. And so that's what you're going to see in your budget documents right now. As we complete and get the approval, we will reach out to the individual councillors and talk about construction that will be happening in their wards. We're coordinating that with our colleagues in the engineering and construction section. So we're going to try to give you all of the work that's happening in your ward with Toronto Water, not just basement flooding, but if you have water main work or relining, etc. So we're looking at giving you those maps, and you'll get that. What we're going to do, and we have work to do if you approve this report, we need to go back to the list of deferred projects, because there are quite a number of projects that were deferred over the past 10 years. They're sitting in a category that we couldn't proceed to design with. We're going to go next year and upgrade those cost estimates. We're going to take the project scope. We're going to reevaluate that they're still the correct scope. If they are, we're going to reprice them using this new model. And we're going to see if some of those projects that didn't meet the test last time now do meet the test, and then we'll insert them in the program. And the reason we want to do that is when we mapped out the 10-year basement flooding capital program, we've got in the rate budget right now, $2.2 billion earmarked for basement flooding projects over the next 10 years. When we did the math, we've got about $700 million worth of projects earmarked already. With the environmental studies that are underway, we anticipate maybe another $500 to $600 million worth of work to enter in the normal way. That does leave room in our budget over the next 10 years to add additional projects. So that's why we're asking for this amendment to the policy. We could go back now and start programming in some of those projects that couldn't proceed previously and start putting them into the program. And that's something that we always talked about doing. And now is the right time for us to start making those adjustments.
Okay. You got me. Now I'm just going to clip your answer and send it out.
That was your last, that was your last question. Thank you. Councillor Pasternak?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to Lou. One of the big barriers in getting basement flooding mitigation work done was not the money at the city end, really. It was the environmental assessments. Now, the province keeps talking about streamlining those and getting them done faster. Is there any word on how we can accelerate the environmental assessments for basement flooding programs and get the shovels in the ground faster?
So short answer to that is yes, we are working with the MECP as they're looking at adjustments to the environmental assessment process. And we're working closely with them and giving them suggestions directly as the city, and also through a committee that we sit on, which is the Regional Public Works Commissioners of Ontario. Now, the big issue, though, in the basement flooding program that we had and those assessments was really to get the data that we needed on the way the sewers behave. And that took some time because we have to put some flow meters in the sewers. We have to wait for rain events. We have to calibrate the models. So really what took the time was developing good sewer models for each one of these areas that we're studying. That's the situation that slowed us down. It wasn't necessarily the environmental assessment process. The ministry has been good on accelerating approvals on those for us. We've only had one or two hiccups along the way where some projects were held up because there was someone that asked for a bump up, etc. But for the most part, the public's on board. We're supportive of the EAs, and we get quick approvals. It takes time, though, for us to assess the sewer conditions.
So now you referenced it earlier. How far back can we go without a new environmental assessment to those little neighborhoods or nooks that were skipped over because the cost per household was too prohibitive? It didn't meet city policy. Can we go back 10 years? Can we go back 15 years?
Yeah, so we could go back 10 years. The first set of reports that we had completed on EAs were 2009. The first shovels in the ground that we had up in parts of North York was in the fall of 2009, related to studies that we did. So we do have a list that dates back about 10 years. We do not have to reopen the EAs on those ones because we have completed the EAs. It's about moving forward with the projects. Where we do have issues that we're starting to see materialize is where there's changes in the communities. So, we studied a community 10 years ago, and over that 10-year period, there's been additional growth, there's been densification, and the situation has changed now. So in those situations where I document in the report, it does make sense once we complete the environmental assessments across the whole city, which we have underway right now, that we come back and we make provisions to allow for the revisiting of certain areas. So we would come back to committee and say, allow us to proceed with some environmental assessments in certain areas where we're seeing significant growth or changes, where it makes sense for us to go and reevaluate again. Have things changed, and do we need to look at different solutions? So I foresee that being an issue that we're going to have to address in the future regardless. So we could come up with a standard policy and bring that forward.
So when it comes to environmental assessments done just before 2013, many neighborhoods experienced the basement flooding from 2013 on, as we had a series of extreme weather events, and the local infrastructure couldn't handle it. Those environmental assessments done before 2013, which concluded that no infrastructure upgrades were required because there wasn't a history of basement flooding. How do we handle those that concluded that no work was necessary? Do we have to go back and redo those, or?
So the way the program was designed, so if we get another storm event that happens, this is not a static model. So there could be a storm that hits us next summer, and we hit a part of the city that experiences basement flooding that we've never had before. We would immediately assess that and say we need to add that back into the program. So we have adjusted the program and the areas that we are looking at over time. I could think of 3 or 4 storms that caused us to modify our approach over the last 10 years. And in fact, the one that we had in 2013 that one hit most of the western part of our city. Etobicoke was hard hit, as was parts of the middle section, York and Rockville. North York got hit as well, the north part. But what we did at that time is we came back to council and said, let's stop chasing the storms and let's study the city right across the whole city. And that's the program that's in place right now. And so, yes, if there is a storm that happens, we have the flexibility to go in and reassess a certain area if they've never been hit before.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
So I have a couple questions. Lou, did we, about a year ago, I put a motion through asking the province as far as the environmental assessment studies to fast track the studies. So have we done an update on that member's motion that was passed at council?
Through you, or to you, Madam Speaker, no, we have not as of yet, because we're still waiting for the province to come back with the details on the improvements that they are proposing for environmental assessments. We have provided our comments to them. We know they're looking at it, and we know that they're considering various options. They have yet to land on their final recommendations for us to consider. Once we get that, we will then report back on any improvements that we see that would be beneficial to the city.
So is there anything that we should do then, I mean, to ask the province to speed that process up? Or do you know how long it's going to take? Because it's been over a year now.
I would say I don't think it's going to take that much longer. This is being looked at by the province in collaboration with their concerns on COVID recovery. And so they've lumped this all together with the rebuild and recovery components that the province is looking at. And so it fits within that review framework. And so that's why I anticipate that we should hear something shortly.
Okay, so in the summary of the report, it mentions a localized flooding study near the Humber River Hospital area. So what area would that study be?
So in fact, that was an area that was studied previously, and it essentially around Keele and Wilson area, stretching along Wilson right across over to Jane Street, so just north of the 401. So the original assessment when we did that, it was one of the first ones we did. It identified the works that need to be done, and in fact, that area, as we call it, Area 16, has work scheduled and will be taking place over the course of the next year or two. So projects are proceeding. What has happened though is when we studied it, that hospital wasn't there, as well as all of the different work that was done. The specific issue that was raised by the local councillor and that we've been looking at was a stormwater pond that was built by Infrastructure Ontario as part of the hospital. And we have some issues with the design and the functioning of that stormwater pond that was built by the province. And so we are still working with them to get them to make improvements and correct those deficiencies. We have yet to resolve that issue. but we continue to push them on that. But that's the discussion that I just had earlier with another councillor. I was saying, I want to go back and look at certain areas of the city where we have changes, but we will do that in about 2 or 3 years' time once we complete all the rest of the other studies.
Okay,
so that way we're not jumping the queue on the revisiting.
Yeah, thank you. Just one more question. So the Ombudsman report that was on the agenda, and I referred it back to General Government for a presentation for Deputy Ensign as well as for you as well to make a presentation. I'm sure you'll be at that meeting. Any of the recommendations that's in her report, even though we haven't dealt with it, should be part of this report, in your opinion?
So no, this one, the report that's in front of you is about policies on implementing infrastructure. Her report was more along the lines around the way we process the investigation and the claims management. So involves a lot of issues around insurance and risk management, how the claims are processed, as well as how we communicate with the residents when Toronto Water is going to the homes, and what information we give those residents.
Okay.
So I'm fully supportive of her recommendations, and we can make improvements to those communications.
Okay, so you will be then at the meeting when we have deputations, correct?
Yes, I'll be there.
Thank you. Councillor Fillion, questions?
Yes, Lou. So I understand that there are projects that would not have made the cut that now will. Is there another category, and I'm thinking of the one in West Lansing where it made the cut, but the solutions were, in my view, severely restricted by this number of dollars per benefiting household rule. So is that issue solved as well?
Yeah, so this policy change will allow us to go back and revisit those types of projects that where we've identified that a solution may work. However, it was too expensive in accordance with that test. We will go back and reassess that project now and figure out what it will cost and escalate the cost accordingly. And if it fits within now the new test, the 68,000, then we will recommend that it proceeds to preliminary design and the project then enters into the queue like all other projects.
Well, I think that project is already in final design and about to go out to tender. Is Mr. DeAndrea on the line on this call, or?
I don't believe so.
I'll maybe have to reach out to him separately, because I'm not sure whether we can put in larger pipes or not. You were very helpful in that, in trying to get the larger pipes put in. So it may be that they put in as large as they could. I'll just double check and make sure it wasn't a budgeting issue.
So that's a different issue. If the project is already designed and out for tender, then it met that test and it's in the construction queue. What this policy is about is those projects that get stopped or paused at preliminary design. They don't even move forward to tendering because they don't meet that test. And there's a whole category of projects that do that.
But if you'll recall, and it was a few years ago, but we did spend quite a lot of time
I do
on
recall.
this one
Yeah.
project. The issue was, like, the work was proceeding. It is proceeding. The issue was, how big should the pipes be? And there was some pushback on how big the pipe should be, not because that wasn't warranted, but because it didn't meet the funding scenario.
So my recollection of that, there was a couple of things. There were operational concerns as well. You can't put a pipe in of any size because it may not perform well. It may not scour properly. You need it to be designed to fit within the trench. So there were a number of engineering concerns and operational concerns as well, if I recall correctly, on how big a pipe you can put in. There are design parameters that we need to follow. And so it wasn't just strictly dollars. Dollars are always
No,
depending on how
that's
much.
true, but
There are other matters.
Okay,
but
Councillor
in the
Fillion, Councillor Fillion, please allow the staff to answer the question.
Yeah, no, sorry, I wasn't trying to
Oh,
stop
okay.
the answer.
Nope.
It was just that the two got melded together, so I would always get a response saying, we think it's fine, and this is all the money we have, as opposed to, here's why it's fine. But anyway, I'll take it up with Mr. DeAndre.
Follow
Yeah.
up. And
Okay,
give me
thank
a call
you.
and we could talk about it after.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you. Through you to staff, Mr. DiGeronimo. I just want to understand, so this really is about the next tranche of projects. The next tranche is that band from 32 to 68,000, if I've got that right. How are we going to sort order in the second tranche? How do we know which ones to go first?
So what we would do is we would stick with the original list. So there's going to be two streams moving along. There'll be new projects that are identified based on the environmental assessments that are being completed over the course of the next few years. And we're going to assess them the same way as we did projects in the past, except use the new $68,000 test to put them into the program. We're going to go back to the deferred list of projects that we had identified as being something that could help the community. Is just we paused them only because of the cost. We'll go back and reassess those, and we will put them into the program as well. We'll start adding them to the queue based on our budgeted amounts, and just so we could use up the full 10-year allocation. And then there will be a point in time when we will exhaust all of those projects that we've assessed and considered, but we'll still have a list of deferred projects on this tracking list. And what we're proposing is to look at those and then add additional lenses. So we would look at issues like the Ontario Marginalization Index. Where is the project located, and can people rebound if they get basement flooding problems or not? We want to add that lens to the way we look at things. So in the report, we just want to broaden more than just cost once we get through the first phase of the program. But the first phase is primarily doing it on the most benefiting households per project, and that's the
Okay,
cost.
so if I may, there's the answer. So the first ones that you're going to do in tranche 2 are the ones that are just above 32,000. So the 34, 36, 38, 40, those are the ones that'll go first.
That's right. That test is still there.
Right. And so towards the end of that tranche, you'll be getting up into the $60,000 range, the more expensive ones. And
That's
so
correct.
there's still a third tranche, right, which you talk about in the report, are the ones that are over the 68,000. Now that still represents a fair amount of work in the city. And so those areas have some hope that at some point in time we will get to them. There's no one's being dropped off the table that we're not doing it at all, correct?
That's correct. So if an environmental assessment has identified that an improvement could help, we are not losing that. We are keeping them on list. It just becomes a project scheduling issue. There are some projects out there where they're going to cost a lot of money to do. If we've got a lot of homes that benefit from that, and I'll give you a perfect example. We're about to start construction in 2021 on a large tunneling project that will, and that stretches through a couple wards in Old York. It's going to benefit thousands of households. And that's why we're proceeding with that, because it has such a large impact to many, many people. And so we're going to do those assessments on those projects that may be expensive, but yet have still good benefit to the city.
Here's a little different question than the money. Is it fair to say that the infrastructure in the city that's provided to people and the service levels are different? So for instance, I'm pretty sure I read in Ward 2, in central Etobicoke, there are still places on the septic system because they literally don't even have a sewer on their street, let alone a storm sewer.
That's correct. When you go through and assess the way the city was built, we've got different standards. Now, they were the standards of the day, yet they're different compared to the standards we have today. So for example, you will get some areas where the storm pipes can only handle a 2-year storm. Well, that's what we designed back then. Some to handle a 5-year storm. And then some parts of the city, like you described, don't even have stormwater pipes. And we have that in Etobicoke and Scarborough and even North York. We have
That's my
swales.
house. We
That's
don't
your
have a
house.
storm connection. We don't have a storm connection. We have a ditch. We hope it
There's
doesn't
a few
overflow into the
councillors.
road.
Oh, okay,
There's a few
Councillor
councillors
Holiday.
that have
But there's not even, but
Okay.
my point, Madam Speaker, is that I just want to get to my point here, is that
Well,
there's even
it's your last
places that don't
question.
even. Yes, I understand. There's even places that don't even have a sanitary sewer
Right.
That's correct.
in some places in the city. And then there's a large disparity in service levels, a large disparity in infrastructure and history in these areas.
Right, you're
That's
right.
correct.
You're right.
Thank you.
And I'm one of them. Okay, Councillor Robinson, questions?
Yeah, I just have one question, actually. It's related to basement flooding and water flow management and parking pads. So sometimes when parking pads are put in, and it's less often now, but you know, a neighbor will start complaining about flooding around their property or their basement. So I wanted to ask our staff about that, and parking pads and basement flooding and water flow management.
So a couple things there. We've put out guidelines for stormwater management and some of the best practices that we encourage people to use when they're doing work around their home, whether it's a residential property or commercial property. The wet weather flow management guidelines have a bunch of ideas of how best to manage stormwater and what you should do with your property to manage it better. With respect to the specific issue of parking pads, that's a matter that Toronto Water is not directly related to permitting. We're not involved in that, though we do provide advice to the groups that do provide those permissions, and that we always encourage that they use absorptive materials. If they could put in some pads that will absorb the water rather than having it run off. But directly, no, we're not involved in the permitting of those, so we really can't comment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Want to remind members of council, we still have 9 items left. Councillor Bailão, you held the item down. Did you want to speak?
I do, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion. We've been talking on how we're building infrastructure, and we're full speed ahead in some neighborhoods and have a 10-year plan with lots of infrastructure being built in these communities. But this is a 10-year plan, and I think many of you can relate because you've been working with communities that have been hit by flooding several times. And one of the issues that our communities are going through is actually insurance companies refusing to insure them after first or second flood. So my motion is actually asking staff to work with the province on this matter, because it's going to take some time for us to do this work. We have some challenges of our own with our claims process, and I'm looking forward to address that as well. But I think it is imperative that we also address this as a city, that our constituents are being refused insurance after, in many cases, the first flood that they have, they go back to their insurance company and they're being refused insurance. So I think that we need to work with our provincial counterparts and our insurance companies to address this issue as we work hard to do all this infrastructure projects, to not leave our constituents out in the cold. So if I could get your support for that, I think it would be greatly appreciated.
Should bring it up. Try it with your pen.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, did you have a question to Councillor Bailão?
No, Madam Speaker, just wanted to make a comment.
You want to speak? Okay, Councillor Holiday.
I will just be really brief. Great motion, Councillor Bailão, Deputy Mayor Bailão. I am in support of this report, and I think this has been a long time coming. Like many other members of council, I've gone into someone's basement after they've been flooded, and it's heartbreaking, especially when it happens over and over and over again. And to hear stories or see pictures of water flowing up over the lawn, into the basement through the window or through the pipe, it's got to be desperate. So I'm glad that we're able to move the process forward with the next tranche of basement flooding projects. It is one of those things that is really hard to describe to people that, there's a lot of competing efforts on this and a lot of people looking to have things improved, and know that they just have to be patient and wait their way through the list. But I wanted to drive home the point I tried to make in the questions. There are pieces of the city. It's not just one house or a little couple of people there. There's blocks where they're flooded over and over again, and it's because they don't even have the infrastructure. In the report, they talk about an area called Thorncrest who's got really complicated problems. And if you go back in the time machine, you realize that some of the infrastructure that other parts of the city enjoy, they don't even have. There aren't even the pipes under the road to try to take the water away, let alone pipes that are undersized. I'm oversimplifying the issue in the area. I mean, it's a lot more complicated from an engineering perspective than that. But I'm glad that we're moving forward on this. Just like the roads, I think this is another piece of core infrastructure or core responsibility of the city that we should really turn our minds to, because it makes the life difference in many, many households. And it affects so many people across the city. And there really is no one else that's going to pay for it. It's the city. And so you got my full support on moving forward and moving the next tranche of projects through. And I would encourage Toronto Water and everyone that's in on this process to think about the budget submissions and how they relate to the water rates and how we can continue to advance this program, because it just means so much to people in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I would like to speak on this as well. Councillor Bailão, you know that I've got a lot of problems in my ward as well. In the project and the funding that we just received recently from the federal government is part of that basement flooding up in the Rockcliffe area. So I appreciate this motion, and you're absolutely correct. And that ombudsman report that I refer back to committee talks about, and that's the reason for the report, is on the number of residents in my area that have had repeat flooding with sewage on and on and on for years, and their insurance companies declining their claim. And so it's really important, and they don't know what to do because they can't get insurance and they continue to get flooding. So I appreciate this motion, and I think all the councillors should support this motion. And to move on, a lot of the residents that have the flooding and that continue to have the flooding in the past 10 years or more, they're asking for support because a lot of them cannot afford to stay where they are. They can't get insurance. They're forced to sell their homes, and they constantly, at least 2 or 3 times a year, get sewage in their basement. So we need to support the residents that live in this high-risk area, which is Councillor Bailão's area, and I believe Councillor Pasternak as well. So thank you for the motion. Councillor Pasternak to speak. Councillor Pasternak?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I am here, and I'll tell you something. There's not a lot left to say, but rarely in my 10 years at City Council was I more excited to see a report from city staff than when this came in. And I echo some of the other councillors who have seen unspeakable damage to private homes and businesses due to extreme weather events and the basement flooding that results. And it's true that the insurance becomes an issue. At the same time, if you can't properly mitigate the damage, then there's a health issue as well because of the mold and dampness. And there are families I know who call us when it starts raining, and they can't sleep all night because they're not sure whether their basement will flood again. But this is transformative and significant because we left behind so many households that needed the infrastructure work in their neighborhood, but they just didn't qualify because the cost per household was just too high. And this sets the bar even higher. And in conjunction with policy changes at the province to expedite environmental assessments, because environmental assessments were slow and they were expensive. I mean, I realize they're important. They were slow and expensive. And trying to explain to constituents whose houses were being damaged during rainstorms that were waiting for engineers and technicians to write a report to council. And even at then, there'd be no guarantee the money would be there to do the infrastructure upgrades. I mean, they really didn't have patience for government red tape or slowness. They didn't want bigger government or smaller government. They really wanted faster and better government. And I think this will be very popular in the various locales across the city, basically in neighborhoods where the number of houses is small, in cul-de-sacs and dead-end streets, where you had a pocket of basement flooding and the cost per household was way too prohibitive to do the infrastructure work. So I thank staff for bringing this forward. We were very excited to see it at committee. It's a good news story for across the city. There'll be thousands of homes who are deeply relieved by seeing this. And I know that my Jane Street colleagues, Councillor Perusa and Councillor Nunziata, will also be relieved to see this because our residents have been suffering for many years, and this is part of the solution. So thank you very much to Lou and his team. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think the motion before us is most suitable because in addition to seeing their home damaged, then they have to start another fight with their insurance company, which is usually another heartache, and having the insurance companies better regulated would help all households across the city. So thank you very much. Those were my remarks.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, really every councillor in this chamber virtually should pat themselves on the back because when this program began, which was in the aftermath of the August 19th, 2005 flood, we couldn't even get this one through the council agenda. In the old days of the procedural order, you could keep pushing something, and for 4 cycles of council, there were councillors that did not want to deal with the kickstarting of a basement flooding protection and mitigation program like this, because they really didn't want to draw attention to the fact that they hadn't really done anything about this for 20 years of knowing about the kind of chronic flooding that has been described here. And we now have a council that embraces the passion that staff have for wanting to deal with this where they know that they can with certain adjustments to the infrastructure. And so the fact that we are all on board and together on this is another good news story about this council. We all understand this need and are not avoiding it any longer.
Thank you.
Yes.
I know.
I do just want to point out that, sorry.
It's okay,
I
sorry.
beg your pardon?
No, it's okay, sorry.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, I was looking at the clock. I thought you were trying to shut me down. But I will point out the insurance motion is well placed also because at that time, when we were starting this program, this is not the insurance industry, it's an advocacy group, but the Association of Insurance Brokers committed at that time that they were going to do whatever they could to make the provincial government understand the necessity of giving municipalities an ability to prove the mitigation measures they'd taken and help their homeowners go back to being insured. And I know that they did that work, but successive governments have put it off and not done anything about it. And particularly in the GTA, I think that they really have to look at the amount of work that has now been done and begin to do a reassessment. And so handling it universally, as the motion says, or agreeing to look at our program over the last 15 years, either way, the province can help us here. They've taken steps into doing more regulation of insurance industries, and sometimes we accuse this government of overstepping. This is an area where we would like them to step, and it would be very welcome by all of the homeowners.
Thank you.
Thank you. Those are my comments.
Thank you. On Councillor Bylaw's motion, we'll put on the screen recorded vote.
Councillor McKelvey, please. Are you present and voting? Councillor Fletcher, please. Then thank you. Councillor Cole, maybe refresh your screen, or would you state your vote, please?
I'm in the affirmative.
Thank you. Acknowledged. Motion 1 carries unanimously, 24 in favor.
Okay, item is amended. On favor? Carried. Our next item is IE 17.6, Move TO 2021-2025, Congestion Management. Councillor Matlow, you held the item down. Do you have questions?
Yes, Madam Speaker. Is Barbara Gray in the room?
Is Barbara?
Hello, Councillor.
Okay.
Here I am.
Okay.
Hey, Barbara.
Hi there.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
So, are you good with this?
The Move TO plan?
I'm sorry. The motion that I tried to do yesterday that I'm going to move in a minute.
Yes, Councillor. I believe the first part is about ensuring there's adequate staffing in the construction hubs.
Yeah.
And yes, both parts were fine.
Thank you. That's all, Madam Speaker.
Would you like to speak?
Sure. I have a motion to move.
We're at IE 17.6. Okay, you have a motion?
Yes, please.
Okay. We can put the motion on the screen. There it is. Councillor Matlow?
I move this motion. I want to acknowledge once again Barbara Gray for initiating this pilot at Yonge and Eglinton. Mayor Tory, when there was a tragedy at Yonge and Erskine, he brought all the local councillors together and the community and the industry, and he really led the charge to make sure that this would happen, and I want to acknowledge that. And what we've been hearing on the ground is that Stuart McGee, while he's doing an incredible job, the guy, he's incredible. He's stretched. And he's got a lot of different things going on across the city, along with trying to focus on this. This isn't prescriptive. It's really just saying, let's take a look at whether there are other tools that he needs in his toolbox, better allocations. I'll leave that up to Barbara to decide, but to really highlight both the success of this pilot thus far and ways to improve it so that perhaps we can replicate it. I know that Councillor Bylaw and I have an area around Winona and St. Clair, and perhaps others throughout the city have areas where we'd like to replicate this model. So I hope you support this.
Okay, so the motion, okay, that's it for the speakers. So motion by Councillor Matlow. On favor?
Recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote?
please.
Recorded vote.
Councillor Pasternak, your vote, please. Speaker, motion 1 carries unanimously, 24 in favor.
Thank you. Our next item is IE 17.7 clear, oh, sorry. Item is amended. On favor, show of hands, carried. Next item is IE 17.7, clearing the path towards a safe and accessible winter. Councillor, and it's to be considered with item CC 26.9. Okay, so we'll be dealing with these, both these items. Questions?
Yeah.
If members can please put their name on the list, please. Okay. Councillor Wong Tam, questions?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam
I believe I
Speaker.
held the
And
item.
through you to share.
Okay,
Josh, your microphone is on.
Okay, hold on. Councillor Matlow, did you put your name on the list to ask a question?
Yes, I also believe I held the item.
Yeah, okay, your name's on a list. Can you put your name on the list, please?
I'm trying.
Okay, I've got the staff to put your name on the list. Okay, Councillor Matlow, questions?
I apologize. I pressed it several times. It just didn't come up. Back to Barbara Gray. Hi again. That motion that I worked on with Councillor Layton and Mayor Tory, that you'll see in a moment. How do you feel about that?
Through the speaker, so we have expanded the downtown sidewalk clearing trial for this year. I know, we've had to do it a second year because we just didn't get enough snow after we got the equipment in place. So we're happy to look at what we can do in this season to continue to enhance our service, but we do have some limitations on gaining new equipment. So we will be plowing with this trial 230 kilometers of additional sidewalks total, so 30 additional from last year. And we hope that that will give us sufficient information to be able to come back to council in the second quarter with a pretty robust program on how we could make that program expanded and permanent and what the costs and benefits of doing so are.
Barbara, I appreciate that you took the opportunity to expand on your thoughts, and I of course you have all the room in the world to do so, because the motion will reflect what you just said. But have you reviewed the motion, and are you comfortable with it?
I have reviewed the motion, and I think there are some timing issues, but generally I think we're able to accommodate the request. There's some language in there about investigating or seeking information and putting that forward into a report back to council, and so we're able to do that.
Okay. just, I mean, I'm happy to do this right now. Is there anything specific that you'd like me to change to support you, to help you?
I think the biggest challenge for us, Councillor, is trying to acquire any new equipment in any kind of a time frame before the 2021 winter season. We just don't have it takes a little while to acquire that equipment. And so anything that we would be able to do additional into the winter would be a problem. That's my biggest concern.
Oh, okay. If that's your biggest concern, then that's fine. So if you read it again, I'll just ask you, obviously, in a form of a question. Would you please read it again, and you'll see that what Councillor Layton and Mayor Tory and I have arrived at is that we're not sort of prescribing that you do something that we know you can't do. We're challenging you to go as far as you possibly can do, and obviously we're not going to, if you tell us that something cannot be done, we're not going to look at you in the face and say, to do something impossible. We're asking you to, we're challenging you to go as far, every kilometer possible this year, and then obviously provide a path forward that we'll consider for next year. And that's, I think, a reasonable place to arrive at. Would you not agree?
Yes, I would agree. And I would also say that our partnership with Parks, Forestry and Recreation and looking at how we can leverage and expand our capacity this year is something we will also do.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're good.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you. Barbara, given the responses that you just provided to Councillor Matlow, if I can just ask you to go a little bit further. Recognizing the limitations of delivering accessible and snow and ice clear sidewalks in 2020, the winter of 2020, if you were to can you give us some assurances that this can be up and running by 2021? Is that a possibility once the equipment is secured?
So through the councillor, through the speaker, the first thing I just want to say is I just don't want there to be any confusion about what we will be delivering this year. So there has been some confusion about that, and we will be delivering our sidewalk clearing program as we have every year with the addition of 230 kilometers in downtown neighborhoods through this trial. I just want to be very clear about that. There's no reduction in service for sidewalk clearing. In fact, there's an enhancement. And then there will be a significant cost to doing clearing programs on all of the sidewalks in the downtown. So we will be bringing back to the council in I believe it is second quarter of 2021, a full report that will have the benefit of the trial that we've done, that will look at places where there are encroachments that we cannot visibly clear mechanically, that we're going to have to use additional staff to do hand clearing or some other approaches. And we will bring that fulsome report back to the council in 2021 for deliberation.
And will it be the intention to try to achieve full accessibility and clear sidewalks by the winter of 2022?
I think we will probably come back with some options on phasing and timing based on the costs.
Okay, thank you. With respect to the bathroom situation, sorry, Barbara, this one's for Janie Romoff, because the items are together. Update on park washrooms.
Here, Councillor.
Hi, okay, great, thank you. Janie, in your report, you cited that 51 high use locations will be receiving portable washrooms. Do we have 51 high use locations in the downtown core, the midtown? Where are these locations? Because it wasn't contained in your report.
Right, so through the speaker, they are throughout the city. Many of them in the downtown core, but there's many in other large use parks where there's a high volume of use because there's trails or other pieces. We've also tried to connect them, and I know this report outlines, and we announced yesterday an additional 60 kilometers of paved walkways and paths in our parks and recreational trail system. So we'll be placing those washrooms, specifically to support that additional snow clearing as well, so that people have an opportunity when they're using those paths that will be cleared. And we'll be
how
posting all of that information on the website. It's just going up this week.
Okay, thank you, and thank you all for all your hard work. How often will these washrooms be maintained and serviced? Just because we know that the COVID pandemic requires more frequent servicing. Can you let us know?
Yeah, right. So we work with Toronto Public Health, and the portable washrooms are serviced twice a day by the portable washroom services, and we do the same with the city's washrooms. So we will be, to provide this level of service, bringing on additional seasonal staff to ensure that washrooms can be maintained so that public can use them throughout the winter.
And will you be able to maintain that with the seasonal staff within your existing resources, or do you need to go and hire more people, or are you bringing people who are on call back?
Through the speaker, a combination of all of those things. We have in some cases extended some of our own seasonal contracts, in some cases started some new specified ones, and worked those all into the cost estimates that we've put forward around what this additional service level will cost.
Okay. Thank you. My final question is regarding coming back to the cleaning regimen. I know that during the summertime, when we first started to see a number of people staying in tents in the parks, there were questions about whether or not staff could maintain and clean those washrooms in terms of the COVID virus. And I think that there was confusion about whether or not it was Dr. Davila or perhaps Toronto Public Health that was given direction to Parks Forestry, or if it was just a matter of not being able to bring in a contractor beyond two times a day to clean. Has that been reconciled? Like, is there a proper cleaning regimen? Is it every hour after every use? Because two time cleaning for high volume areas seems rather insufficient.
That was your last
So
question.
through the speaker, we do work with Toronto Public Health on what those standards are. To be very clear, it's not every hour, and I think what we do is monitor to ensure that the appropriate level of cleaning is there, and we would adjust accordingly if we see that there's an extensive use in any of those washrooms across the city.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff. I have a figure of approximately 82% of sidewalks in the city are currently being cleared by the city. Is that a correct figure?
Through the speaker, yes, that's correct.
And in situations where there's no sidewalk clearing, do we have a program upon request that we can help seniors and the disabled?
Through the speaker, yes, we do. We have a senior sidewalk clearing program that seniors can request, and we will, in partnership with Solid Waste, go out and hand clear various areas. The sidewalk trial that we're doing in the downtown, the 230 additional kilometers, is actually focused on seniors locations. So when we've mapped out those routes, it's been about addressing locations where seniors live and trying to get them to the next major corridor for access to transit and shopping, etc.
So I guess the lack of downtown clearing or the gap in downtown clearing is not because we have anything against the downtown. Aren't there some engineering or logistical issues that create barriers to proper clearing?
I think that, yes, there are certainly encroachments in some very narrow conditions and some issues related to on-street parking, which have impacts on where you can place snow when you're doing that type of clearing, or if a plow can even get through. And one of the benefits of this trial that we've done is to be able to map out and assess those encroachments so that we can try to come up with an understanding of exactly where they exist and where those pinch points are, and come back with some ideas about how to service them or have other options for dealing with those locations.
Now, one of the motions we moved in committee was really looking for better enforcement for non-compliance, and these would be, I guess, businesses or public institutions, multi-unit residential. Aren't they responsible for clearing sidewalks?
So yes, the adjacent property owner is effectively responsible. We actually have a program. Our standards officers do go out and do assessments on a complaint basis, and they will come back and give notices to people to clear their frontages, including commercial properties. And most of the time, that's enough to get it done. We plan on, given COVID and all the needs for people to be out and about this year, and ensure that we're having adequate ability for our standards officers to be out and looking and giving those reminders to people when necessary. And we're also doing a pretty major communications campaign again this year to tell people what we expect of them with snow.
Now, we have bought, my notes indicate 9 specialized machines for this pilot and ongoing sidewalk clearing in the downtown. Is that
That's
right?
correct. That's correct.
And what was the price tag on that?
The amount for the sidewalk snow clearing, the trial, the pilot, let's see, $1 million, 1 million.
So they're about $100,000. These machines were about $100,000 each to do the pilot. So we're pretty committed to getting this done. Now, over the years, my notes indicate that the sidewalk clearing on a kilometer basis has been increasing over the years, that we're doing more and more every year. So we're getting there. Or is that not? You're muted, Barb.
I'm sorry. The rest of so the sidewalk trial, Councillor, is of the additional 230 kilometers is really the increment that we've added in the last 12 months or so. Other than that, the sidewalk clearing that we've done as part of contracts in all other areas of the city are roughly the same since the beginning, about 6,400 kilometers.
So one last question. Our snow clearing, our sidewalk snow clearing is a great service, and our teams, whether they're in-house or outside, do the best job they can. But at the end of the day, is that sidewalk bone dry? I see many of my neighbors shoveling before they come, salting, sanding. We also furnish some complaints about lawns cut up, gardens cut up, sprinkler systems built on the public right of way, what they shouldn't be.
Okay, Counselor, please
Is it
ask
a
your
perfect-
question. Please ask your question. You have 10 seconds.
Does it have its downsides?
Okay.
Through the speakers, so sidewalk snow clearing does have its downsides. I think you've mentioned some of them. We certainly try to address them as best we can. A lot of times the contractors, in order to get out there quickly, will go out overnight to do that work, and it's very, very difficult to navigate a snow-covered area overnight. So we do see sod damage and other pieces that that we would like not to see, but they do occur. And I think that the benefits for accessibility are pretty significant, and so we're happy to continue to look at how we can improve this service over time, with the knowledge that it does come with a cost. And so we'll be bringing that back to council in the springtime for your deliberation.
Thank
Understood.
you.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Grimes. Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to Barb. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker, and happy Thanksgiving to Barbara Gray.
Thank you.
Barbara, on recommendation number 2, I guess the last line, recreational and active transportation. I have a park, Tom Riley Park, I'd like you to look at. So I don't want to move a motion. Probably the other councillors starting to move motion, but can I just put that recommendation, have a look at that? Or my staff might put that in already, but I don't need to move a motion, correct?
We are looking at park pathways. I believe that Janie and maybe Donna are on the line. And what specific park was that again,
Well,
Councillor?
it's Tom Riley Park. I don't want to move it, but if I just ask you to look at it, you'll look at it.
We will, yes.
So, Councillor, just through the speaker, no
Janie.
need for a motion. Tom Riley Park is on the list to be cleared.
Okay, but if we had another passed on the list, we could just put that in to have you have a look at it.
We'll certainly have a look at it. We're,
Yeah.
right now we're prioritizing ones, as I said, near washrooms and that have, accessible pathways through the park or some type of, route around the park, so that it's, it's being paved for a reason, so that people can actually, walk for a distance.
So we had a suggestion for you. I don't need a motion. You would look at it. We just send it to you, right?
Happy to have a look at it.
Thanks, Jeannie. Appreciate it. Those are my questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we still have 6 items left. Councillor Holiday?
Thank you. First question is to Barbara Gray. Ms. Gray, in your opinion, do we do a pretty good job as a city and in comparison to others with our snow clearing? Other cities, that is?
Through the speaker, we do. Snow is a challenging thing to, it just keeps on coming and it gets pushed around in the right of way. So there's always issues that arise. But in terms of meeting municipal maintenance standards for the province and in terms of having a comprehensive program, we far exceed partner jurisdictions for sure across the country.
Notwithstanding that, what's our service level? How long does it take to clear snow? What's the maximum amount to clear a sidewalk?
Through the speaker, I may ask Vince Ferrazza to answer this question. I can start to say that like the storm that we had just over the weekend, prior to a certain time frame in the year, so before December 1st, we will not clear
72
sidewalks.
hours? Does that sound right?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay. And so the point I'm going to get at, downtown Toronto, do they do a pretty good job, even though we as a city don't plow the sidewalks? Do the people do a pretty good job clearing the sidewalk there? I mean, I know it's not perfect. We all see the pictures. We all walk downtown. We know there's a few people that don't do their job, but by and large, is it pretty good?
It's really it really depends on the goodwill of people to clear their sidewalk, right? So I think there are lots and lots of people who take that responsibility very seriously, and you can have lots of blocks that are very clear, and then all it takes is one or two folks, especially if they live on a hill, that can really cause accessibility issues. So it is inconsistent, but generally speaking, people in Toronto, I believe, have a responsibility to take care of their snow.
And how long do they get to clean up the snow under the law?
I believe it's 12 hours.
Okay. So if our service level is 72 hours and the law for the people downtown is 12 hours, do you think if we implemented snow plowing across the city at the current service level, right, but just expanded the area, do you think people would be happy, or do you think they'd be disappointed and complain and want us to do it more and faster?
Through the speaker, my assumption is that there will always be people who want us to do more and to do it faster. And I think there's lots and lots of people. When we went out and did a survey using Ipsos last year or the year before, I believe it was in 2018, to understand people's knowledge of snow clearing in the city, we had lots of people who suggest, when they understood what our program service levels were, there were lots of people who were quite satisfied with the service we provide. And there's also lots of people who would rather us do it more comprehensively and faster, for sure.
Right. Okay. And so just thinking back to the last conversation we had about pipes, you may not have been listening to it, but we were talking about the idea that the basement flooding protection program is based on the cost per benefiting house. We use a formula. So we basically say as a city, the most expensive jobs that benefit the least number of people, they're way, way down on the list. And we may get to them one day, but there's a tipping point. And we just moved that from $32,000 a house to $68,000 a house. But is the same concept not applicable to snow clearing, that in the inner core, that 17 or 18% that you don't do it for practical reasons, but also for monetary ones, that it's so expensive for what you get for the dollar that we just rely on the basic system, which is just to have people clear the snow on their own under their responsibility. So there's some method to how we do this, right? There's some business approach. Is that a fair assertion?
I think that what we will be coming back to council with in the spring is more of a business approach. I think what you would see is that the people who tend to walk more frequently, and they're in greater numbers, are in the downtown neighborhoods. So I don't think it's a one-for-one comparison about whether clearing this, a meter of sidewalk in Etobicoke is equivalent to clearing a meter of sidewalk in the downtown, right, if you think about the volume of usage. And then we also have to factor in cost for claims for slip and falls.
Okay. My other questions for the General Manager of Parks. Can you tell me, you don't have to tell me where they all are, but can you tell me where the new washrooms are going that you're talking about? How are they distributed? And can you also tell me, is it not true that we had things like fires going on in Centennial Park? I had these stories of people walking their dog in the morning where people would be lighting a campfire and drinking and doing things during COVID. Is that true? Do we see instances of that across the park system over the last year, more so than ever?
Through the speaker, I mean, first on the washrooms, I I can provide a list. I mean, it's quite an extensive list. And as I noted, we're trying to connect them to the places of highest use, especially where we're providing some of the increased snow clearing, especially on recreational paths that we know will be high use during the winter, we hope. Because I should note, we're also going to be plowing a number of parking lots that we haven't plowed before so that people can access those trails. On the issues around, fires in the parks, I'm not sure if Carlton's still on, but certainly managing things like bonfires in parks and on the waterfront has been an ongoing issue. I know that every weekend for sure, there are a number of citations and tickets written, and we've been, doing our best to try and temper that use as much as we can. And it's certainly something that when our parks crews and when our bylaw officers are, in parks, is something that is, high on our list to be on alert for and to certainly intervene in as soon as possible. I should note that we've also had a lot of help from Toronto Fire on this issue, since this pandemic response has been underway.
Thank you.
So yes, I agree with your comment.
No, okay, that was the last question. And let's keep on the topic about snow removal. Councillor Fillion.
Madam Speaker, am I correct that you're taking questions on CC 26.9 now?
On both, yes.
Yes. So question for Jamie. There seems to be a major location which has slipped through the cracks, perhaps because of overlapping jurisdictions, but the most used park in Willowdale, probably in all of North York, is Mel Lastman Square, which is operated by the Parks Department, and which will have the only artificial outdoor rink that will be operating in that part of North York, plus hopefully a lot of other activities there. The washrooms are located within the North York Civic Center, but close to the door that leads off from the square and could easily be cordoned off at certain hours. So the question is, can we please add that to the list of parks washrooms?
So through the speaker, Councillor, we agree with you. I think we are trying to work through some solutions with corporate real estate management around access to those washrooms at North York Civic Center. And I know those discussions are ongoing with a plan to have some sort of solution in place before the rinks are scheduled to open this weekend. So we agree with you. There's ongoing discussions taking place, and we can update you on that when we come to a conclusion on it all.
Well, perhaps I can inject myself into those discussions, hopefully later today or tomorrow.
Sure, no problem. We'll connect
Great.
afterwards,
Great.
probably tomorrow. Okay.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
A very quick question to Ms. Gray. The often residents have built fences or put their gardens in the right of way on the streets in the old parts of the city. If that gets damaged with snow plowing, is there a way to have that repaired, or whose responsibility is that?
Through the speaker, anybody who has damage that they believe has been done by a plow or some other winter service can put in a claim through the city, and we would forward those claims on to, if it's a contracted service, to the contractors to resolve. So there is a process for that if they do
How
have
often
an
do
issue.
they get paid out? What's the decline rate for that?
I don't have it in front of me, Councilor, but every year the contractors do pay out claims. It's significant.
And how wide will that plow be that is on the downtown streets, please? The width of
The sidewalk plow downtown, I believe, is, I'm going to say 3 meters.
3 meters?
I'm going to, sorry. You just wished me a happy Thanksgiving, so clearly I could have told you it was 6 feet, but I think it's, I'm waiting to get the answer. It's pretty skinny. It's not 3 meters. That would be 9 feet. Yes, please go ahead, Vince.
It is.
Let me quit while I'm ahead.
Yeah, go.
If I may, the
Thanksgiving.
distance is approximately 1.3 meters wide.
Which is in feet, just for Ms. Gray, because it is, she needs that. What's that? And I do too. In feet.
In feet, that'll be approximately about 3 feet wide. 3.5 feet wide.
1.5 meters? Did you say 1.
The width of the machine is approximately 1.2, 1.3 meters wide.
Okay. And so that's definitely 3.5 feet, perhaps. That's fairly significant. What size are most of the sidewalks in the old city? Some of them are very narrow.
The average width of the sidewalk in an old city is approximately about 1.5 to 2 meters wide. It will vary, but that's what we're seeing right now, about 1.5 to 2 meters wide.
So this snowplow will be at 1.3 meters for the plow and 1.5, leaving only 0.1 meter on either side. Is that the smallest plow that you could get?
Yes, we did do a review of all the equipment that's currently available on the marketplace, and that is the smallest size sidewalk machine that's currently available.
So when you come back from the pilot, you're going to tell us how successful that was, how difficult that was, how many lawns got torn up, how many cars got nicked, because that you'd agree it's a very slight tolerance. given the size of
Absolutely,
the-
Counselor. Absolutely, yes. And in some cases, you have a utility pole, or you have
Correct.
parked cars, or a mailbox,
Oh,
which
so you're
causes some
counting,
further challenges.
so 1.2 is not the clearway, 1.2 is the width. And within the clearway, you have signs saying no parking. You have many other things in the actual sidewalk width. I think that's what you're saying. So fire hydrant could be there.
Yes.
What happens when you hit the fire hydrant and there's not 1.3 meters with the wall that's there? What will happen then?
Well, that's exactly what we're trying to assess, is what
Okay.
exactly can be done when our machine comes up against an obstacle where it can no longer proceed.
Okay, so
So
that's
those
a-
are
that's a
exactly
very-
the questions we're trying to answer through this test.
This is what we're testing, how easy,
Yes.
hard it is, given the tolerance level and the width of the plow, the width of the sidewalks, the other street furniture, anything else that's there. Bus stops, often the TTC has stops, so it's going to be a very important dry run.
Absolutely, absolutely. And not only will we have statistical data, we intend to actually have video data. So we'll have actually recordings showing how, in fact, the machines are proceeding through the sidewalks.
Thank you.
Or
that-
through people's lawns or through
Thank you,
over
your,
top of the
thank you, your
shelters.
time's up.
Thank you.
Okay, I just want to remind members of council, it's 4:20. We have 6 items left. We may have to
Speaker,
come,
if we hadn't had an hour about a few improvements to bike lanes, we would be well on this meeting.
well, we meet, well,
That's all I'll say.
I'm
Thank
just,
you.
I'm just reminding members that we might have to come back tomorrow.
And we talked about your sewers for a good hour too.
It wasn't my sewer. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, through you. And Barbara, first of all, happy Thanksgiving to you and your family.
Thank you.
I'm sure
Thank
right
you.
now you'd rather be in Seattle. And I'm not sure if this is for you, Barbara, or for Vincent. It's about the Meadowway project in Scarborough that's being done in sections. So it's not really in a city park, it's in the hydro corridor. I'm just trying to understand if that would fall under recommendation number 2 for winter maintenance, or how you see the Meadowway proceeding as it's built in sections.
So through the speaker, Councillor, there's a portion of the Meadowway that includes the Gatineau corridor, the Gatineau Link Trail. And our intentions are to provide winter maintenance service on that portion, on the Gatineau Trail. We are going to be having better information in the next few weeks or so. My colleagues in PF&R and Parks, Forestry and Recreation are having conversations with TRCA as we speak with respect to the ongoing maintenance and development of that trail. But I can certainly tell you that this year we will be clearing the Gatineau Trail portion of the Meadoway.
Okay, perfect. Excellent. Thank you, Vincent. And then my other question, maybe it's for you as well, Vincent. I school Tuxedo Court, which is in the Markman 401 area, and I've got a pathway that runs from the adjacent apartment building complex to the school that's in a bit of a no man's land. The school says it's not theirs. It's heavily used to get the kids back and forth to school, but I can't get anybody to clean it. And my understanding is it does belong to the city. So, but I can get neither transportation or parks to claim ownership or want ownership of it. Would that fall under number 2 as well?
So, Transportation Services maintains walkways and parkways that join a street to a street. So that is our main responsibility. In fact, all the walkways that connect the street to a street are maintained throughout the winter. I'd have to have a little bit more information as it pertains to this specific example, whether in fact that requirement is satisfied, but I'll certainly have the conversation with my colleagues in Parks, Forest, Recreation.
Okay, and Vincent, I'll get you the information exactly where it is and point A to point B.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Those are my questions, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I just have one question. So the issue with the width of the sidewalk for sidewalk snow removal has been an issue for years. As far as new equipment being designed that is smaller equipment that will be able to handle these narrow sidewalks and not damage, retaining walls or front yards and that. I know that we've been discussing it for years, but is there something out there that we can actually buy or smaller equipment citywide? Because that's an issue citywide as far as the equipment for sidewalks.
So I can start and Vince will finish, I'm sure. But so to you, Madam Speaker, the issue is a bit of a relationship and a balance, right? So if you have, the smaller the equipment, the less snow it moves. And so in locations where you have very wide boulevards and you have relatively wide sidewalks, like in the suburban communities, having a plow that has enough ability to move 8, 9, 10 centimeters of snow in a pass is the best solution. In the downtown, as Vince has described, because of the encroachments and the narrowness of those rights of way and the sidewalk locations, as well as the ability to be able to hold the snow on either side. So as Councillor Fletcher pointed out, the tolerances are tiny and there's not a lot of space to move that snow to, which means that in order to clear the pathway, you have to go over it many, many times. So, so it is a bit of a balance, but as Vince said, the 9 machines that we have purchased are the smallest to be able to navigate those narrow spaces in the downtown. I don't think I would recommend a smaller machine as per se for locations where we have a little bit more space, because it would have an impact on our ability to move the snow. So
Yeah, but can't we determine though, because I have sidewalks, that areas that are wider, you use one equipment, where the sidewalks are narrow, you use another, so it'd be a different contract. Can we not do that? Because that's not just an issue downtown, it's an issue citywide, where we have problems with the width of the sidewalk. No? I guess not, eh?
Go ahead, Vince. Well, okay. I mean, the equipment that, we have 7-year contracts for winter service, and the equipment that is in those 7-year contracts exists with those contractors, and they use them to clear the way. They have beats that they use, so they go on a beat until they get it completed, which can take anywhere up to, I think, about 12 hours to complete a beat. And we are, as you know, moving forward with additional, our contracts come to an end in 2022. So we have an opportunity to reframe our winter clearance program, which we're in the process of doing right now. But I don't know that we would have the flexibility to switch out machines in various locations. So I mean, it's something we can certainly take under advisement.
Thank you.
Right. Exactly.
Councillor
How many items do we have?
I said it already, Councillor Fletcher, and you mentioned the sewers. Councillor McKelvey, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted some clarification. I know you've just released the park snow clearing plan, and I just want to clarify, is that different than the winter trails plan? And so, for example, I know you just mentioned the Meadowway, and that wasn't in the park plan. So is there two different things?
It's, so through the speaker, and apologies if there's any confusion, we've been working sort of collaboratively with transportation on that master list. So we'll combine everything on our website so that it's clear, because we have been working in collaboration. So it might not have been in that parks announcement, but the Meadowway is a piece, if that's the piece that you're talking about, that is that we've worked with transportation, and as Vince has noted, will be cleared in the areas that can be cleared if there's no environmental impact, you know, due to salting and plowing and the rest of it. And we'll be representing that on our website with the rest of the recreational trails that'll be cleared. So it's a total of about 60 kilometers of new trails that will be cleared in addition to the Meadowway, which is on the transportation piece of it.
And then, for example, I'm getting a lot of advocacy for the waterfront trail, but I didn't see that on there. So is there potential
there's
for that one?
significant, yeah, there's significant pieces of the waterfront trail that will be cleared as well. The Martin Goodman Trail is already on the list of trails that will be cleared, and it has been for many years. And I'm just getting some confirmation from staff on the other components, and it just says Port Union Waterfront Trail to be cleared. If that's helpful.
And I think that's part of the confusion, is because what was posted, and that's why I'm thinking like the Meadowway was the part of the park going to a parking lot, but not the actual trail, which is, you know, on the south side of the tracks, and what I've only seen is the north. So there's still some more coming that we should be watching for, I guess.
There is. I mean, and you know, through the speaker to Councillor McKelvey, I think what we wanted to do was post a list of all the parks and trails so that people had some idea of what was going on. And our intention in the next week or so is to ensure that it's all represented and mapped appropriately. So there is a little bit more work to do. And if folks can just be patient for a little while we get the rest of it up there, that would be great. And in the meantime, if there's any questions coming in from any of your constituents, just send them our way, and we'll be happy to address those individually or even by posting additional information on our website.
Okay, thanks for the clarification, and you've all been fantastic in letting us know what's going on, and I look forward to seeing the different pieces, because yeah, we're getting lots of inquiries from residents because they're really itching to get outside and stay outside this winter. So thank you for all your hard work on this.
Thank you.
Our pleasure.
Councillor Bailão.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to follow up on some of the questioning that Councillor Holyday was starting to ask on the business case. And Barbara, you started by saying that there's more people walking in the downtown. Are you looking for those numbers, or do you already have those numbers?
Through the speaker, we do have numbers of pedestrian volumes. They're not the most current. It's a travel survey that was done within the last few years. That will be done again, I think, if it all goes well, and within the next couple. So we'll have updated numbers. But we do have a sense of people who walk for various trips, and the percentages, which are clearly higher in the downtown neighborhoods.
So we have higher percentage of pedestrians, higher percentage of people walking. And the cost of claims, do we have more claims in the downtown area?
I don't have that information in front of me, Councillor, or Deputy Mayor, but certainly we do, you know, we have that for a variety of different things. So typically where we have more people walking and more people using transit, they're going to be out, they're transit dependent, so they're out there using transit in all weather. And so I would imagine there'd be some correlation there.
Okay, and so the reason you would say, from what you've seen so far, you've been with us not too long, but when you start looking back at the history of all this, the reason why the city hasn't cleared snow in the downtown, was it the lack of the machines, basically?
There's been a couple of reasons. One is that, you know, prior to amalgamation, each individual city had its own snow clearing program, and when the city was amalgamated, those programs came over kind of as one piece. And also the downtown sidewalks as has been discussed, have a number of encroachments and are quite narrow. And so the ability to have equipment that we could clear those sidewalks mechanically has been not something we've been able to do. And Vince has been able to find some small, narrow plows. And we're calling it a trial because we know that there are sufficient constricted areas within the downtown sidewalks that we're not going to be able to get to. So that's why we want to bring back a pretty complete business case to the council before we decide or suggest a more comprehensive program on the downtown streets.
So you're having difficulty procuring the machines?
We have 9 machines, and that's the amount that we have, and we have about 230 kilometers that will be cleared for the sidewalk trial by those 9 machines.
But that pilot already existed this past season, correct? They were
Correct.
already.
We added one more machine that we were able to get at the end of 2019
and
to start service this year.
They in the pilot area they cleared it with no problems. Major.
No,
problems.
there were definitely issues.
There's always
there were
there's
definitely
always
issues
with everything we do, but no
Yes.
major issues. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, we'll identify those places where there were issues because it was narrow or there was an encroachment that the operator couldn't get through. We'll bring all that information back to council in the spring.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Layton, questions?
Yes, thank you very much. I'll first ask questions of parks to give a bit of a break to Barbara, and then I'll go back and ask questions about snow clearing. At some point, someone's gonna have to let me know why we connected something with washrooms, and that's with PFNR, and something about something about snow clearing, that's with transportation. I actually don't see that these items would be linked. There we go. I was saying. There on the parks washrooms issue, there are some concerns about the timing of how late some of these facilities will remain open, because most of them are inside larger facilities. So can you tell me, of the list that we're being provided, how many will stay open past 4 p.m. and how many will be 24 hours?
I'm just getting some information on that. So 9 a.m. to dusk for parks washrooms, if that helps clarify. And as far as 24 hours, we don't have any facilities that are open 24 hours. So, there will be likely some access to the portable washrooms 24 hours, but the actual, facilities that are indoors or that are staff facilities don't generally have 24-hour access, if that's helpful.
Would any of these facilities also have the possibility of providing shower facilities? And I'm thinking I'm thinking about those that are living in encampments and sleeping rough on the street.
Right. So through the speaker, we have been working through the Emergency Operations Center on a fairly coordinated, what we call sanitation plan that allows access to a number of community centers for those purposes. And that's been going on since the beginning of this COVID-19 response. So I can check back through the speaker, councillor, to the list of those community centers that continues to be able to be used. But I know even with this phase of closures under the gray zone that we're currently in, our intention is to continue to be able to use those community centers for those purposes that they've been used already, which is for showers and washrooms for sure.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. That's good to hear. On the 28 washrooms that are being opened up for this season, thank you. I think that's a significant increase to what was planned. Can you tell me how many of those are standalone washrooms and how many are within facilities?
Let me just get that information. Can you give us a second and
Sure, that's
I'll
fine.
get that information and maybe come back to me on it. But I know we have it. I just have to get that specific information from staff.
I've got one more question, and this is included in a motion that I have. So, is there a plan to address the issue? Because some of these parks are going to be giving washroom access through the opening of rink buildings, but we're going to have a point in time in March when those rink buildings are going to close, and we're not actually going to have regular washrooms open. Is it possible, would you support a motion that asks for you to look at how we get around that stopgap?
So through the speaker, certainly we are, and I think the gap is not a hard gap to fill in, and we're certainly willing and able to look at what the operational requirements are to keep those washrooms open in that shoulder season until about, I think it's, mid to late April when the rest of our summer park washrooms open with the weather. So we've already looked at some options around that, and we don't think it's a difficult thing to do.
Okay, thank you very much. Back to Ms. Bray. Do you know what the cost of clearing sidewalks is for Scarborough?
I might be able to get that for you, Councillor, if you give me, do you have one more question? And I can see if my staff will get that number for me.
My second question was going to be for North York, and my third was going to be for Etobicoke, and my fourth was going to be for the Midtown, East York, and the downtown core. So if your staff can pull together those numbers, I think that would be helpful.
It's 27 million for all sidewalks.
And for the remainder of the sidewalks?
And that includes the trial. It's 27 million total. We'll look to break that down by district and see if we can do that within the next couple of minutes.
And do you have any idea what the capital cost was for the equipment to clear snow in those three other community council areas?
The contracted cost for Scarborough.
No, the capital cost of the equipment. Or is it embedded in the contracted cost?
It's all embedded in the contract because all of that
Okay.
work is delivered via contract outside of the downtown. So the downtown machines were $1 million for 9, about $100,000 a machine. That was the investment that we've made, and we're doing that program with our own staff.
Okay, that was your last question.
Councillor,
Thank you.
Can I just answer the question?
Yes,
maybe
yes,
answer
please,
very
yes.
quickly. Through the speaker, so 45 standalone parks washrooms, 47 rinks washrooms, and 51 portable toilets that all stand alone. If that's a summary, there's also a number of community center washrooms that are open that aren't in that total.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Matlow to speak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I have a motion which I referred to earlier. Before I speak directly to it, I want to acknowledge the work that Jamie and her staff are doing on opening more public restrooms in our parks, especially this winter, is so important. We all know it's a basic human need, and during this pandemic, it is really hard for a lot of people to find access to restrooms, given the restrictions on restaurants and cafes that they normally pop into if they needed to along their journey. But most importantly, most people, if they're listening, are the majority of their journeys will only be walking around their neighborhoods and going to their parks, and that's it's going to be a great service to people, along with the paths towards them. So thank you. With respect to sidewalk snow clearing,
Somebody. Okay, somebody is typing.
Thanks. This is a real issue to people in parts of the old city of York and East York and Toronto. Both it's an equity issue, obviously, with the areas in North York and Etobicoke and Scarborough mostly provided this service. There really is an equity issue across the city. There are people in those regions of the city who obviously traverse the Midtown and downtown cores as well, and they would like to be able to navigate safely and with accessibility as well. But moreover, even when we're expanding to areas focusing on seniors, for example, the data that we're using is where we have registered seniors for the program. Not every senior lives in a house, for example, where they're registering to get their sidewalk shoveled or cleared. Many seniors live in all sorts of different types of buildings where they may not sort of be identified, but they're there and they want to walk down their street as well. With respect to seniors with mobility challenges, people I hear from in wheelchairs, for example, who really cannot get down a street easily or safely if even one person hasn't cleared. One person. never mind an entire apartment block where a property management company hasn't got around to it for a few days. But I mean, I remember, and there's a few of us, Brad's going to be one of them soon, pushing a stroller down a sidewalk. And it really is like, I remember having to go into a live lane of traffic with Molly in her stroller because we could not push the stroller down the sidewalk because it hadn't been cleared. So these are like just real day-to-day issues in the winter that we experience. And that's why you're hearing so many people in the old city of Toronto and York and East York, et cetera, that are saying, this is a priority to us. We really want you to take us seriously. I would have liked to obviously have this expanded more during this pandemic winter, given that we're not going to movie theaters, we're not going to cinemas, we're not, we're not doing much of anything other than walking and rolling for our mental health and our physical health. But, council wasn't ready to move forward with what we were requesting, Councillor Layton and I, earlier this year. What I worked on with Councillor Layton was a motion that addressed the concerns that staff had. But I also want to acknowledge, once again, 2 times in a row, everybody, Mayor John Tory, who was just wonderful to work with on this. When I spoke with him about this, he gets it. He understands the challenges that Midtown Downtown residents experience. He heard the advocacy of residents who've spoken about this year after year. And together, I believe that we arrived at a pragmatic, reasonable approach that doesn't say do something that can't be done. We're saying go as far as one can go, within reason, but go as far as one can go. And then look in an earnest way for next year at a path that we can get there together. Not just saying go do something because we want you to do something, but tell us how we can get there. And then we as a council will deliberate about how far we want to go and how much we want to invest.
15 seconds.
And we'll do it together. So I just want to acknowledge once again, the leadership of the mayor, the great work and advocacy of Councillor Layton, along with all of you who've been fighting for this for a long time. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday to speak.
Question to the mover.
Well, you need to put your name down if you want to question the mover.
No, the link.
Okay, hold on, Councillor Pass. Hold on. I went to the next speaker. Councillor Pasternak, if you have a question, you need to put your name on the list. Councillor Pasternak, question to the mover, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In your 2 motions here, there's nothing about sending this to the budgetary process or to infrastructure and environment. Is it the plan to keep it at Toronto and East York Community Council without allowing it to go through the 2021 budgetary process?
James, Councillor Pasternak, I would submit to you that if you read it differently, you'll see the intent of the motion, why we arrived at the way it is. No, the pathway would obviously go through the budget process. That's how we make those decisions. The report would go to Toronto and East York Community Council, not as an action item, but simply to report back to the specific councillors that represent the areas that don't have that harmonization yet.
Now, the report that you're asking by December the 2nd, is that to list off all the streets that will be plowed this winter?
So what we want to understand is not only what is being done, and staff, if you speak with them, they'll tell you that they have a lot of that readily available. I've met with them already. But moreover, there's going to be some streets that they're being honest with us and they're saying there are specific challenges. So rather than us say, well, as you kind of made mention about earlier, don't just say go do something. Tell us what the obstacles are. Tell us what the challenges are. Help us understand that. If there's something that is irreconcilable, of course, any reasonable person would accept that. But if there's something that we can do to support them, then we'd like that opportunity to.
Now, my last question is, we bought 9 machines. Are you suggesting in the first part of your motion that staff go and buy more?
I'm suggesting that they will use their judgment and their wisdom. You know, what the mayor and I discussed, what Councillor Layton and I discussed is our job is to, our job on behalf of our residents, the people that we serve, is to challenge the system sometimes when we don't believe it is going far enough or fast enough. But this motion doesn't just say, we don't care how much something's going to cost, or we don't know if you can get it or not. We're saying go as far as you can, go as fast as you can, but then they will use what they actually have access to and what they really can do, and they will tell us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for asking.
Okay, we still have 6 items left. Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thanks, Speaker. Yep, I have a motion, if I may just have that placed. It has to hold off installing the washrooms where we've got issues with social distancing or other problems. But I want to spend my time talking about the snow clearing. There's a couple sayings that come to mind. You know, the first is, the grass is always greener on the other side. Maybe the snow is whiter and fluffier on the other side. And be careful what you wish for. When I was a kid in Etobicoke, prior to amalgamation, we had amazing sidewalk clearing because it was done by residents. It was done within hours of a snowfall. And this is not to knock the quality of the services provided by the city. I mean, they respond to the service levels and the funding that we provide. And if I've got it right, if I remember by memory, it's 72 hours. But in practice, it takes a day or two sometimes to clear sidewalks out in the suburbs. That's just the reality of it. So, I'm sure we're going to hear a whole bunch of arguments with people on the speakers list about, there's more pedestrians downtown. We need it. We need more. We need equity. It all has to be the same. I mean, in the previous debate, I reminded people that there's places in my ward that are on septic system. So to pretend that the city is equal all over, that's not true. But I want to focus on what it is that we're trying to achieve. If we really want clear sidewalks as fast as possible, then the current model is the one that provides the optimal service for the pedestrian. Yes, there's people around that don't necessarily follow the law. We know the standard is 12 hours. But in my experience walking downtown, and I've done lots of it, most people respond pretty good. And sometimes they're out there a few times during a snowfall, clearing in front of their store or clearing the sidewalk in front of their property. And by and large, the citizens of Toronto rise to the task. You know what? There's some that don't do it. And I think we should throw the book at them with respect to enforcement. Because if they can't do it, they can hire somebody to do it. And if they're a vulnerable senior or a disabled person, we've got a program to help that out. But to go back to, be careful what you wish for. If we go back to the service level that we've got across the city, I don't think citizens in the busy downtown streets will tolerate 1 or 2 days for a snowplow to come by to clear the street. And as a representative of a suburban ward, I don't think I'm going to tolerate all the snow clearing resources suddenly going into downtown Toronto. So now the service level out in Etobicoke becomes 3 or 4 days or 5 days because they have to rush to clear every sidewalk downtown in 12 hours or less. It just doesn't work that way. So I think we should think very clearly here exactly what we're trying to achieve. Is this something about equity or spreading service around the city? Or is this actually about making sure that the sidewalks are clear? Can we do better? Sure. Can the area always be looked at and tailored? Of course. But at the end of the day, we want to get those sidewalks clear, and we think about the process around that. And just with respect to my other motion, I'd make the comments. I mean, I just don't want to have washrooms put out where there may be problem spots and that we may be seen as enabling that. So it's great that people will come to the park in the parking lot. Maybe they'll go for a walk or do whatever they want to do enjoy the park during the winter. What I don't want is people hanging around drinking beer out of the back of a tailgate because the bars are all closed and people are looking for opportunity to hang around. I don't want them lighting bonfires, and I can show there's places in Centennial Park out in the West End here, and I saw people hauling firewood when I was down on the lakeshore with my family, this phenomenon that's going on. And I think we should just be careful about encouraging people to hang around in situations where we don't want them to hang around due to COVID. And that's not to say I'm not very happy about washrooms being deployed, because the vast majority of people are using the parks normally and in the way that we want them to. And we want them to be out, and we want to make it easier for people to go and enjoy. But I want to give the city the lens that they can apply to make sure that we're not encouraging problematic behavior, and we have that opportunity to close those washrooms. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. 3 minutes clarification of the motion. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try to make it as quick as possible. Councillor, your motion, in your remarks, you just cited that you recognize the majority of people are well behaved and that they're using the parks as they should. Your motion seems to be trying to get to creating a deterrent from people from gathering in those parks, perhaps carrying about in at-risk ways. Do you think by not providing washrooms, you will actually be able to do that, to deter people from coming into the parks? Or will it not just inconvenience others who actually need access to washrooms because it's a human function and everybody needs to go when they need to go?
Well, I think the news broadcasts over the last year have shown that we've had problems creep up where people have gathered in parks and they've done activities which runs counter to the public health advice with respect to COVID, especially around social gathering. So I think it's very important that the city be consistent in how we deal with this. We don't want to say, well, don't do that, and then nudge, nudge, wink, wink. We're going to put a washroom here, and it's okay, you can hang out. Where there's problems with people hanging out in a problematic way, we should not be inconsistent with dealing with that. And we send our bylaw enforcement officers, but yet there's a washroom there to help support people hanging around. I just think that we should enable the staff to not open up those washrooms until that problem has been dealt with, and then we'll put the washroom there if there's no issues that I speak to in the motion.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Just one fast question to Councillor Holyday. Is your motion, you're just postponing the opening of washrooms just in your ward?
No.
Oh, okay. Thank
The
you.
washrooms, they're all over the
Okay, I thought it maybe was just your ward that you were recommending. Councillor Bylaw to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think that we've spent some time here today on different issues, talking about the core role of municipal politics and municipal action. And we spent an hour on the role of the municipality in maintaining roads in good state of repair. I think that maintaining the safety of people to walk around is a core deliverable of the city. I think that when you start looking at the area that is most dense, the area where it puts more liability, more risks to pedestrians and eventually the city, where you want to make sure that people can walk as in other parts of the city. It amazes me that it's taken us over 20 years since amalgamation to actually provide this service, that I think the report is actually going to show that there's a very, very strong business case. For the people that don't believe that people in downtown deserve, as an equity matter, to have their sidewalks clean, I think that the business case will clearly outline the benefits of having it done. So I think that many of us downtown would want it to move it quicker and have it done a long time ago. This is, I think it's an issue at every budget. I think that every budget that I've been at council, this is an issue that comes up in some form or another. I think it has an even more importance this year during COVID, where we're asking people to go out, to walk, to be active. I think it is extremely important that we do everything we can. And that's why I think I will be supporting Councillor Matlo's motion and the approach that he worked with the mayor to do everything we can today, and that work toward harmonization of this service. I think it is a core service that, we pick up people's garbage, we keep their streets clean and in good condition, and we clean their snow. And especially in areas with high density, high employment areas, a lot of small business, a lot of pedestrian traffic. I think that as an equity matter and also as a business case matter, it just makes sense.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion. If the clerk can please put that on the screen. The motion is actually coming from the Toronto Accessibility Advisory Committee, and it's asking that the medical officer of health continue to work with PFR on reviewing the standards to ensure that we can safely open all the facilities, including, of course, washrooms. And Madam Speaker, I may just very quickly, this issue around sidewalk clearing is of course one about safe passage, around accessibility, but it's also one that I think we need to wrap our heads around from a socioeconomic driving lens. And the reason being, Madam Speaker, is that we know that there are very busy parts of main streets all across the city in every single pocket of our neighborhoods, whether it's Scarborough, North York, Etobicoke, downtown, Midtown, everywhere, including Etobicoke. But COVID is actually going to change the urban feel and fabric of that main street very shortly. We recognize that businesses are going to close. Many of them have already cited that they are not going to survive. There's a forecasted vacancy of anywhere between 30 and 40% potentially on our main streets, and that is just what is going to happen over the next 6 months. We're going to walk into a winter where we are going to be seeing a lot of businesses shutter. When they shutter, it means that they're not going to be out there shoveling their sidewalks anymore. And those same main streets, those urban corridors where we actually come and make our essential trips are not going to be properly serviced. And certainly I know that in downtown Toronto, we are forecasting that to be the case. So we want to create neighborhoods that are accessible, that are safe, that are passable for everybody. Then we're going to need to try to do everything we can to accelerate the sidewalk clearing of our main streets and all the sidewalks in every single neighborhood across the city. I just wanted to put that perspective before Council, Madam Speaker, because I think it's critically important, not just to think about the fact that we're going to rely solely on residents to shovel their sidewalks. In many cases, that is not going to be viable, as I think about what is already forecasted to happen in many of the downtown, midtown areas. And so, Madam Speaker, this issue then becomes truly urgent, and we're going to need to be able to prioritize. I think we need to accelerate and prioritize that, because when we have 3 or 4 heavy days of snow, followed by wet ice, and it freezes over, and you don't have anybody clearing it up, and I know that sometimes, oftentimes, we don't have anybody from the city coming to clear that up, especially if it thaws and freezes over again. So this has to be an issue where we need to be much more comprehensive in our thinking. And neighborhoods become impenetrable, where they can't be passed and used safely, people will not go out. And for those who are living with disabilities, and I will speak to this point, Madam Speaker, because it's so important for the community that I've been working with, it has been devastating for them to live through COVID, because they have already lived through Cafe TO, Curb TO, and a whole bunch of other obstacles that have been placed in front of them without much consultation throughout the summer. They recognize the need, absolute need, to support businesses, but they also know that they had to live through not just an inconvenience, but they were not able to carry out daily functions of life and life-sustaining activity because they were housebound. And Madam Speaker, if we don't take care of this population, including those who are seniors, and every single one of us will be living with a disability at some point in our life, this will become much more of a critical issue around the quality of existence and whether or not downtown, Midtown, North York, Etobicoke, Scarborough, as well as East York is then livable. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak to speak.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you for staff for their work on this file. Some of these themes that I'm going to be talking about have been mentioned in passing, but I want the downtown councillors and the downtown residents to understand that their problems of safe sidewalks will not be solved by a snow clearing strategy. we have many times where residents of the inner suburbs end up clearing the street before the sidewalk snowplow arrives, or afterwards, or are out there later chopping up ice or salting. At the same time, as Councillor Holiday said, be careful what you wish for. My office, and this is not against any of the workers, whether inside workers or subcontractors, and their ability, but we get complaints all winter long about torn up lawns, torn up sprinkler systems, torn up gardens, damaging sidewalks, and fences. This is not an exact science. These guys have a specific route to do in a finite amount of time. And often the work is in the evening where it is really hard to see. It's hard to navigate those sidewalks to make sure they're not causing some kind of collateral damage. One of the councillors said that the downtown is so dense that we need sidewalk clearing. But the most dense areas are actually around commercial buildings and condominiums, multi-unit residential, and retail outlets. And it is the responsibility of the management and owners of those locations to clear the sidewalk. Regarding Councillor Wong Tam's comments about many stores closing, it's a tragedy. The collapse of retail in the city is certainly a tragedy. But you know, it's important to remember that stores close because they can't pay their rents and they don't have enough customers. They don't own those units. Those units are owned by another party, and they will still be legally responsible for clearing the sidewalk in front, whether there's a store owner in there. At the end of the day, I reluctantly will support Councillor Matlow's motions because they're written in such a way that it does not commit the city to tens of millions of dollars in a time when we're in a financial crisis. I think what this motion does, it allows staffs to do best effort, and I hope he's making it clear to his residents. At the same time, we're going to be doing a trial this winter, and it will be a trial of snow clearing in front of 1,400 residences. And over 7,000 seniors and those with disabilities who have made the request will have their sidewalks and walkways cleared. This is a city policy. I think it's important for us to remember that there is a price to pay when you roll out a service when there's compelling reasons on why it hasn't been done to date. There's usually a reason why something's not done. I think staff have been very clear that it's extremely difficult to navigate many of the sidewalks and corners in the downtown area, and many of the businesses and other multi-unit residential apartment buildings, commercial operations are not following the bylaw. We need better enforcement. We need incrementalism to expand the clearing, and we have to make sure we live within our means. And with that, I thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'll be supporting Councillor Matlow's motion. In my final few seconds, I just wanted to deal with the washrooms. I just wanted to thank staff. I think when people visit our parks, we want them out in our parks. We want them to get the fresh air. We want them to walk around and get the exercise, especially this winter where it looks like a very rough winter. We want them out of their apartment buildings or their condos or even their single family detached homes. And as a father of four, I can tell you, when kids gotta go, they gotta go. So those washroom openings are most welcome in our parks, and I thank our park staff for making that happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have a motion.
Okay, it's on the screen.
Yes, thank you. That City Council requests the General Manager, Parks, Forestry and Recreation to take the necessary steps to ensure that in parks with outdoor skating facilities, washroom access in the parks is maintained between the time the buildings are closed and the opening of seasonal washrooms. And 2, City Council requests this General Manager, Parks, Forestry and Recreation to develop a strategy to winterize more parks washrooms as part of the State of Good Repair and Capital Plan, and that new parks facilities being developed be considered for winterized washrooms. Listen, I'd like to first thank staff for moving very quickly on a number of items that are in both reports. In particular, thank you to our Parks, Forestry and Recreation staff for the very exciting announcement earlier this week, not only about washrooms, but about an expanded winter programming in our open spaces and in our parks. This is going to be a very different winter for Torontonians, and I think we all know why. We'll be relying on our parks like we never did before, and we're going to be relying on our sidewalks and trails like we never did before. Gyms are closed. We're not supposed to be gathering inside. It's difficult, no matter what age you are, no matter what your housing situation is, to sit at home all day and not, if you're fortunate enough to have a home, and not go out at all. People will need to for exercise reasons. First, let me talk about washrooms. The issue was brought to light to me in 3 different ways. One, a conversation with homelessness advocates who are fighting for the dignity and well-being of people living outdoors during the winter and the needs that they have. And second, there was a conversation with couriers who, these are delivery riders, essential workers who will no longer have access to restrooms at restaurants or where they'd normally be able to go. And then finally, my own experience with my little girls at the park and having to run home shortly after arriving there. And we will be spending more time in parks this winter than we have before. But the fact is, when you gotta go, you gotta go. And I get that there are challenges, that the pipes, if they're not ready, they will freeze. That will be more hike in the springtime than is worth. But if we want to build a winter city, an image that we strive for internationally, let's make our best efforts for this year, and looking forward, let's make sure that as we build infrastructure, it recognizes that we live in a cold city. And if we want to be that winter city, we've got to have the facilities that can withstand that. Secondly, on snow, look, the issue's been around here for years. It's long-standing. I'm confident that with the mayor's commitment that he has made, this will happen this term of council. What Councillor Matlow and I wanted to do was speed it up, given the unique circumstances of this year. This is an equity issue, but not just because other areas in Toronto get this service. It's because every individual deserves to be able to get around their neighborhood safely. And the fact is, enforcement doesn't work. All of you know the noise bylaw doesn't work, because if you show up 2 days later and there's no noise, there's no one to fine. And in this case, in a couple of days, typically the snow has melted, and it's one street, one address on that street that can make that sidewalk impassable to people in walkers, wheelchairs, or with strollers. And even then, most people only carve out or shovel over a shovel width, and that's not going to help us with accommodating physical distancing. We heard sidewalk clearing is not necessary, but don't you dare change my service level. And then we heard, well, 80% has got it, so it's great. Yeah, if you're part of that 80%. It's not if you're on that other 20% side. These are excuses and not solutions. These are good first steps being made in this report. I wish we could go further on the sidewalk clearing, but I understand the fact that we just don't have the vehicles or don't have access to them. So let's do our best. Unfortunately, the practical issues around weatherizing pipes, I think, also can help be accommodated by porta potties, albeit they're not the best experience that I think we could be giving to those that are out in our parks, but they will have to do. I hope that in the future we ensure that our infrastructure that is being built is more reflective of our values as a society and a city, and portrays the image we want to of a good winter city of the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I would just like to speak briefly. You know, it's been over, and as Councillor Bylaw mentioned, it's been over 20 years since amalgamation, and still we haven't amalgamated the services in the various municipalities. For example, in Etobicoke, leaves were picked up, windrows, they removed the windrows. North York, they did. In York, they didn't. And some of the sidewalks are done in York, part of it, not all of it. So they're really, we haven't, you know, and I thought since amalgamation, we would be amalgamating all these services, but we haven't reached that point yet. So I will be supporting Councillor Matlow's motion. And I would like to see, and as I asked the staff that question, in the future that we do look at different equipment, because there are parts in my ward, and I'm sure other wards as well, where the sidewalk is very narrow. And there's a lot of damage done to residents' property. So it causes a problem. I'm hoping that we can look at, possibly looking at in some of these areas that there be different equipment used, and this way everyone gets that service. And rather than just some streets do and some streets don't because of the sidewalk being too narrow. Because I have some streets in my ward, the sidewalk is so narrow that I don't get snow removal. So we have to look at that citywide. So thank you very much. And we have 6 items still left. Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, Speaker, I just have one motion there that the staff have, and I really would encourage us to have some washrooms at the Leslie Street Spit. It is a very popular winter location. We know that with COVID, everyone has to go outside. They've got to have, I'm so happy to hear all the paths are going to be plowed, including back to plowing the Martin Goodman Trail, so that you can cycle, you can walk, you can go on the spit, have a good hike, or snowshoe or ski. So that's, I'm not going to take up much time. I will just make that motion, and I will also be releasing another item shortly.
Okay, thank you. Let's try to get this item done. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for inspiring me to speak shortly. I just want to say I'll be supporting Councillor Matlow's motion. As a councillor from Scarborough, I think.
We can't hear you.
23 years.
We still can't hear you.
Better?
Okay. Yeah.
Now?
Yes.
Can you hear me now, Madam Speaker? Okay, I just want to say I'll be supporting Councillor Matlow's motion. 23 years after amalgamation, that we still have large parts of the city where you don't get your sidewalks plowed, whether they're on a residential street or in a public park, all very well used now. Often I've had friends and family come out from the downtown core, often with a baby carriage. Can't believe how nice the streets are in Scarborough in the winter, and then go downtown and go pushing and hauling baby carriages, people with disabilities, seniors, all experiences, I think, coming out of the downtown core into Scarborough in particular that I represent. And I think it's time that we end this and work to harmonizing this service across the city. Thank you.
Thank you. We have another speaker, Councillor Crawford.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I wasn't going to speak to this and a few of the other items, but I felt after the conversation of everything that's going, seeing some of the motions, I did have to speak. This is, in the conversation I've been hearing in the last hour or so is about amalgamating services. And I get and I understand, where Councillor Matlow and a number of the different councillors on the inequality of just snow removal from the suburbs and all that. And I get all the other comments we've had in other items about the state of good repair and the fact that we're doing a lot of COVID-related priorities, and they are priorities when we're looking at winter activities and how to ensure that everybody has the ability to get out and to be safe. But I also have to remind Council that we have gone through an unprecedented year financially. We have seen those numbers of how we have been suffering and the challenges we've had. And I need to remind Council that as we will be getting in weeks, literally, or in the new year, a 2021 budget that's going to have unprecedented challenges that we have never faced as a council before. And these are large challenges. We will be relying on the other two governments to really get us out of these holes. But if that money doesn't come in, I'm looking at, amalgamating services and having washrooms opened up on the Leslie Street Spit and all that, and going, these are so minor when we're looking at the bigger challenges we're having, and we seem to sometimes get so preoccupied on these small but important items that we sometimes forget about the bigger challenges that we're going to be having. So I just want to remind council and councillors, as we start seeing those numbers, as we start seeing the challenges we're having, to recognize where the priorities will be. And you know, it'll be the health and safety of the residents of the city. That will be the priority. I just wanted to just say that and make sure that we recognize that, because as I'm starting to see the numbers and as we start seeing what's happening in the new year, it's not going to be an easy budget year at all as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Last speaker, Mayor Tory.
Well, Speaker, I won't be long because I heard you talking correctly about us trying to get done on time this evening. But I will just begin by saying thank you to Councillors Matlow and Layton, because they've both been advocates on this issue, and I think we've all worked well together. It's another example of how that can happen. And I want to thank the staff as well, because they've done a lot of good work quickly on this. And I do want to associate myself with the comments of Councillor Crawford only in this respect. I have been spending a lot of my own time this year, as is my job to do, on the budgetary challenges, both for 2020, which were massive. I mean, they're beyond the comprehension of anybody who's ever probably sat in this office. And then 2021 is actually not looking like it's much better. And so I just think we do have to put everything we do, absolutely everything, whether it's washrooms, snow clearing, or anything else, through that sort of filter that simply says it's not business as usual. It can't be business as usual. We're trying to keep it, keep everything as much as we can, but it can't be just viewed that we can just kind of assume it's business as usual. It's not. Snow, I think, thanks to both the councillors Matlow and Layton taking a look at something that was, I think, a pragmatic resolution to this, which will lead to some improvement in 2021. And then I think, as Barbara Gray, and I heard her talking, and she was so articulate in talking about the fact that we've got to look at how we do this and what the impediments are. And I think some of the comments made by people like Councillor Pasternak and I think Councillor Holiday, about the fact that we've got to be careful what you wish for in the context of whether that has then any impact on the rest of the city and what kind of service the people in downtown and midtown actually end up getting. And these are all things that have to be answered by what is a pilot project, which I know people mock us sometimes for doing pilot projects, but I think it's a sensible way to kind of get into this and determine exactly what the practical implications are. The other thing I wanted to speak about briefly was just washrooms. I'll admit that this would be something that I wouldn't have concerned myself with, but like every single one of you, it's just encounters with a couple of citizens that caused you to change your mind. And I ran into a man on the boardwalk. I was down there with Councillor Bradford doing something when the shutdown was in place in the spring. And the man came up, he was very friendly, but he just said, you closed down all the washrooms here. And I said, well, I'm sorry, sir, we had to because of the pandemic, and it was kind of the late winter time. And he said, well, I just had some surgery. He said, I'm out here for a nice walk, but he says, I'm just absolutely paranoid that I'm going to end up having to go to the washroom not unrelated to my surgery, and that there will be no washroom for me to use. And that sort of really stuck with me. In fact, I'm telling you about it now, and it's 9 months later. And then Danielle Kane came to my office, and those of you who don't remember Danielle Kane's name, she was the wonderful, inspiring young woman who was victimized by the Danforth shooting and ended up spending the rest of her life in a wheelchair. And she told me when she came to visit that she plans her entire day around washrooms. Because when you're in a wheelchair like that, you have to plan your day in that fashion. You can't sort of just assume that you might be in some restaurant and the washroom's downstairs and you can't get there. And so I will just say this, I'm going to support Councillor Layton's motions, but I will also initiate a much broader review of this entire question, because we get more and more people who are going to be seniors in our city, more and more people who will either just be in a wheelchair because they're seniors and they're a bit infirm, or people with disabilities. And if we want to consider ourselves the global city that I think we are, I think we have been for some time, but we certainly are now, then I think we're going to have to look at the whole question of what kind of washrooms we have across the city. And yeah, is it going to involve a capital investment at some point to keep the city great? It's one that seniors and others can live in.
No.
But I think that's something we have to take a look at. So I'll support these motions, and I thank the staff for the work, with more work, I guess, to be done, as it were, with these things. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, let's put the motions on the screen. Yeah. We'll do IE 17.7 first. Motions. Motion number one.
I'd like that recorded.
Yeah, motion number one by Councillor Matlow, recorded vote.
Councillor Cressy, please. Councillor Cressy. Motion 1 carries. Speaker, the vote is 24-1.
Oh, is that it for that? Okay, item is amended. All in favor, show of hands. Carried.
Speaker, sorry. Oh, it's on the other one. Sorry, my apologies.
So we'll go to CC 26.9 now, the motions on that item. Motion 1 by Councillor Holiday.
Please.
Recorded, please.
Recorded vote.
Members, could I request, please, that if you're voting, that you turn your camera on so that I can verify your presence in the meeting? Thank you very much. Motion 1 does not carry. The vote is 6-19.
Motion 2 by Councillor Wong Tam. All in favor, show of hands. Carried. Motion 3 by Councillor Layton. All in favor, show of hands. Carried. Okay, the last one is motion 4 by Councillor Fletcher. All in favor, show of hands. Carried. Item is amended. On favor, show of hands, carried. We do have a member's motion that we have to introduce. It was Councillor. I did. So the member's motion to be introduced is by Councillor Fillion, I believe. Councillor Fillion.
Yes, thank you. My apologies. This is a late item. It's a committee of adjustment that the staff were opposed. The committee turned it down. The applicant appealed it, and we need to get a response in by today or tomorrow.
Okay, on favor to introduce it, carried. T 20.7, 6580 through Raglan Avenue. Councillor Matlow is here without a recommendation. What will you be doing with this? Councillor Matlow?
Submitted the works. I have questions of staff.
You have questions of staff? No, Councillor. Yeah, okay. Okay, Councillor Matlow, question? You held the item down. Question?
I have no question. No.
Oh, Councillor Perks, question? Councillor Perks?
Thank you. My question is to the city solicitor. So the item is here without recommendations. Are you concerned if council takes no action on this and gives no advice to staff?
Through
you, Madam Speaker. We do have a concern. The witness statements are due in early December, and there is a hearing date early in the new year. So council does require a decision so that we have instructions to move forward.
So to be clear, we are required to submit any witness statements in support of a position that council would take prior to the next council meeting. Or they would have to be prepared prior to the next.
That's correct.
Right. So if we give no directions today.
They must be submitted by December, no.
Okay. But it would take time to prepare them. And,
Yeah, they're due on December the 9th.
right.
Yes.
So if we're going to oppose this, you would need direction from us to get staff to go out and prepare their evidence now.
Yes.
Okay. And if
Either position that council wishes us to take would require us to have instructions today.
Oh, either position. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
To speak, Councillor Councillor Matlow.
I move receipt of the item.
Councillor Matlow is moving receipt of the item.
Speaker, I need to speak to the receipt, but I have no option to do that on the.
Okay, Councillor Perks.
I have a question of the mover, and I don't know how to do that.
You have a question to the mover? Okay, I don't see anybody's name on the list. So, Councillor Fillion, you have a question to Councillor Matlow.
Yes, Councillor Matlow.
Are you putting your name on the list? Like, are people putting their name on?
Oh, okay. I wasn't able to previously, but I will.
Okay, so Councillor Fillion, question to Councillor Matlow on the receipt motion.
Question of the mover, yeah. So, and I apologize, I don't know the background on this and didn't have a chance to speak to you offline, Councillor Matlow, but why are you not supporting the council decision to turn this down?
So the reason I'm hesitant to answer is because I'm trying to think of what I'm able to speak about in this forum. There is a settlement that I'm not satisfied with. The applicant has not been responsive to all reasonable efforts to have a dialogue. And I am leaving an opportunity for an option for them to engage in that dialogue. I could move to simply just refuse today, but regardless of whether it's a receipt or a refusal today, the outcome would be the same. And ultimately, this will come back to us for further requests for direction. And that's what I've been advised.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is okay. So Councillor Perks to speak.
Right, and this is me speaking to the motion to receive. Members, I'm extraordinarily reluctant to do this, but in my role as chair of Toronto East York Community Council, staff have reached out to me saying that they have a hearing.
Okay, hold on, Councillor Perks, hold on, I was told, okay.
Yes?
So you can only.
No, okay, so Councillor Perks, sorry, I put your time on hold. So you will be moving a motion.
When I can speak to the item, but at present.
Yeah, you
or
are
do I
speaking
speak
to the item.
now?
You're speaking
okay.
to the item now.
All right, good. So I'm sorry, I got confused there as to
Yeah.
what was happening for a
Yeah.
moment. So yes, I'd like to move an amendment, motion,
Okay,
if I could.
it's on the
So-
screen.
So members, this is the advice contained in the staff report that came to Toronto East York Community Council. At Toronto East York Community Council, on a motion from the local councillor, we sent it to council without recommendations. I believe the hope was that between Toronto East York Community Council and now, the applicant and the local councillor and city staff would come to some kind of an accommodation. That has not happened. So city staff have reached out to me and said, we cannot function. We have no ability to do our job, to continue to negotiate with the applicant or to prepare witness statements in the event that we wind up at the local planning tribunal or to settle the matter. They simply will have no instructions, and they need to do work on this case, whether we vote to support it or whether we vote to turn it down. They must work on it. There are deadlines. So with reluctance, the only option available to me, I've reached out to the local councillor asking what can we do here, and have only received back a suggestion that we receive it, which doesn't meet our obligations to give direction to city staff. So with the greatest reluctance, the only thing I can do is to move the original staff report that came to Toronto East York Community Council. If the local councillor wanted to deal with it in any way other than receipt, I would have left it in his hands. But staff need to do work one way or the other, and this is the only thing that's available to me. So I'm going to urge you to vote against receipt and to vote for the original staff advice.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a receipt motion by Councillor Matlow. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Pasternak, are you present? Members, I will ask again, when we are voting, I need you to, yes, I need the video to be on to match your vote to your presence in the meeting. Thank you very much. The motion to receive does not carry. The vote is 5-19.
Okay, so on the motion to approve the staff recommendations by Councillor Perks, all in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Our next item is CC 26.2, Policing Reform Update. Councillor Perks.
I have questions of staff. I'm trying to put my name on, but it takes a moment for the item to come up. There.
Okay, Councillor Perks, question.
Thank you. I believe my question is for the city manager, or perhaps he can find someone who can answer it. This has to do, so this item has to do with the reform of the police service, particularly the oversight functions. The original thing that put us on the path to getting the report that's in front of us was the debate we had in the summer about defunding and reform and all of those other options. At that meeting, council approved quite a number of recommendations. Recommendation 26 was to ask the province of Ontario to immediately implement the recommendations in the report on police oversight by Justice Tulloch. Can I ask, have we had any response from the province on that request from this city council?
So if I can, through the speaker, yes, we have. I'm now going to ask Wendy to elaborate on what that response is.
Through you, Madam Speaker, as I understand it, the province has indicated that the legislation that is not yet enforced, as it has received royal assent, would implement a number of the recommendations, but not all of them.
So they've simply just said.
If you would.
So they've simply just said.
Corey Lynch, and he can provide more detail. He's more familiar with the response than I am, and I asked him to join the meeting to assist should you or anyone else require more detail.
I do require a little bit more detail, specifically. So if I understand what the city solicitor has just said, the province effectively said, thank you very much for sharing, City Council, but we're already going down this path. We're going to implement some stuff, but not all of it. Is that a fair summary?
So, Councillor, through the speaker.
Let Corey provide more detail.
So, Councillor, through the speaker, that is largely correct. They've indicated that they will bring into force the amendments already included in the Community Safety and Policing Act. That process is underway. As is acknowledged, I think, in the submissions attached to the current item, that does not fully implement the Tulloch recommendations.
And just, I know that there are dozens and dozens of recommendations in there. Could you just give us a couple of highlights of the kind of recommendations Justice Tulloch make that are not being included in the current legislation? Just a couple highlights to give us a flavor.
So I'll just focus on one in particular, which is that Justice Tulloch had recommended an expanded scope for when the SIU needed to be notified. So currently there's a small number of types of incidents that occur where the SIU should be notified. The recommendations from the Tulloch report were that a larger number of those types of incidents could be included so that the SIU was involved more regularly. There were also further recommendations on independence for the SIU and their investigation process.
Thank you very much. And one final question back to the city manager. Mr. City Manager, attached to all of the lengthy history on this item is some work saying, you know, council asked for these kinds of things and got some. I'm wondering if in future we could make a practice that when council asks the province for a specific action, that when the item next comes up, you could inform us, council, you asked for this, the province said no, or the province said yes on a couple, just so that we don't lose track of how that intergovernmental work is going. Is that a reasonable ask?
Through the speaker, it makes perfect sense.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Those
you.
are my questions, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. Councillor Carroll, questions?
Yes, and I'm not sure if this is for Mr. Lynch or the city manager, but I read through the letters that we are forwarding, and in one of them there is content that I think, well, it's referring to one of the accountability offices. I think it bears questioning right now whether or not we have concerns about where in fact we're forwarding these. We are forwarding these, the report asks us to forward all of these to the brand newly appointed Ontario Inspector General of Policing. But there's a quote in the Criminal Lawyers Association sort of encapsulates a concern that is in a number of other other letters. The problem lies with the few number of complaints that are substantiated as serious and proceed to a disciplinary hearing, and the even smaller number of complaints that are successfully prosecuted. Whether or not these are fair results, they will never be perceived as fair as long as the process of both investigation and adjudication is, as it is now, dominated by police officers and former police officers. And I ask if we have concerns and if we're going to sort of frame the forwarding of these letters with a good discussion, because we are forwarding them to an inspector general who is himself a recent former police chief. And I know that Mr. Clunas is a person of color, but many who are concerned think that once you are in the policing field, that there are still challenges with looking at things in the cold light of day and with full impartiality. Will you be having that discussion with the Inspector General on our behalf?
Start, and then I'll ask Corey to assist with a fulsome answer. So, I mean, we did have a chance to meet with the new Inspector General the other day. It was just very much an introductory meeting. Needless to say, this particular matter didn't come up. But maybe, Corey, if you can just provide some response to the councillor's question, please.
Yeah, I certainly can. I think our intention is to ensure that the appropriate context is provided to the Inspector General, Mr. Clunas. It's obviously a new role for him and a new role for oversight in policing in general. That's why we felt it was important that these perspectives from these very important organizations could be forwarded to him for understanding and for further review and consideration. So, of course, we'll make sure that the context of the overarching concerns are presented alongside of these responses.
Okay, and having done that, if you should deliver them, you have a number of bodies back here working on all of the things that council moved back in the summer about police accountability, about changing police culture in the Toronto Police Service, and changing the very lives of persons of color in this city, if we can get this right. So if there is any sense that some of the difficult things that need to be said to this government, and it could be any sitting government, any number of parties have run this government, not address these issues, but if the challenges in the whole policing accountability regime need to be criticized to the provincial government, you have a feeling that it won't happen on our behalf through the Inspector General's office, will you bring that information back to the various tables working on this here so that we can look at other avenues?
I mean, Councillor, I'd be hard pressed to find a reason why we wouldn't. So I think the answer is yes, we would.
Okay. I'm being as diplomatic as I can in my questions. I'll probably clarify for you my good intentions when I speak. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Wong-Tam, questions. It's 5:45. Councillor Wong-Tam to speak.
Understand. My question is to Solicitor Lynch and probably to City Manager. Can you define for us the new mandate of the Inspector General of Policing in Ontario?
Through the speaker, Corey, could you do that for us, please?
So the Inspector General of Policing has mandates to oversee a certain implementation of the new CSP, or Community Safety and Policing Act, and the associated regulations, in part to look at systemic issues that may be faced, but also compliance with the regulations and the legislation, in addition to board member conduct oversight.
The mandate does not include individual complaints or human rights complaints, is that correct?
That is correct.
And with respect to getting a new office and under a new act and entirely operational, Did the Inspector General, to the city manager, this question is, does he give you an indication of when his office will be fully operational, up and running, fully staffed, with everyone trained and ready to go?
Through the speaker on our call just the other day, no, those specifics weren't identified. So, but that would not be hard for us to be in contact with and provide you an answer to that.
Thank you. My last question is the Inspector General of Policing aware or anticipating these attachments that are enclosed in this report? Is he anticipating that he's going to be getting this information?
Through the speaker, Corey, could you respond to that?
So we have had general discussions with the Inspector General. We've raised the concerns, overarching concerns about policing in the City of Toronto and the province generally. So I think he is aware that he's going to get further communications from the city and from council communicating the perspectives to him.
Okay, and I think just a follow-up question to that, then there's an anticipation that he will take some action or at least provide us with some written or verbal responses. Is that correct?
I wouldn't necessarily expect a particular response or anticipate a particular response from the Inspector General. I don't think that's fair to assume what type of response, if any, he'll provide.
City Manager, do you agree with that reply?
Yeah, through the speaker, I do, because I mean we're not entirely in his shoes, so it's kind of hard to predict exactly how he's going to respond in every situation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, question?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I wonder if you could explain to me, as I understand, the OIPRD is being replaced with an agency or another unit called the Law Enforcement Complaint Agencies. What will be the differences with respect to the criteria for the Law Enforcement Complaints Agency and that of the former OIPRD?
A major difference will be the discretion for the new Law Enforcement Complaints Agency to continue to hold and investigate matters. So there's an ongoing ability for the office to continue to have oversight. It's not to just assign investigations or reviews to the local police service. They may continue to have jurisdiction and investigate on their own, and also review where there's no findings of misconduct. The new office can actually review those and have a reconsideration.
So, thank you. And this may assign investigator and may investigate. How is that determination made? And is there an opportunity for an appeal process by a complainant?
Those decisions are to the discretion of the Law Enforcement Complaint Agency.
So would I be safe to assume then that this new agency will have more power than the OIPRD, and the complaints and concerns that the general public have now with the OIPRD would be vastly disadvantageous to the public in general? Could I make that assumption? Based on information contained here?
It's certainly an enhancement to the ability for the members of the public to have further input and further review through an independent oversight body. Is certainly an improvement in that ability for the public to have that interest.
Okay, I appreciate your answer. I'm not convinced. I guess my next question is for the city manager, or maybe Mr. Lynch, you may want to add to this, but is there a role for the ombudsman as part of this process with respect to this new, if you will, process that's being contemplated? And a complete review, I guess, of the system, or overhaul of the system?
Ask Wendy just to start with a comment.
Thank you.
Sure. Through you, Madam Speaker, one of the areas that did come up in the comments we received was sort of an ongoing audit function of police practices, procedures, and policies. And our ombudsman has also provided a submission indicating that that is an area where she could step in, and she feels that it's something that her office could do. There are a couple of caveats, and one is that under the current legislation, the policing is carved out of her jurisdiction. So if she was to have the some of the powers that she currently has, the legislation would require amendment. However, it would be possible with agreement from the Toronto Police Service to have an arrangement similar to the one that the Auditor General currently has, where she's been invited in and staff have been instructed to cooperate with her in the conduct of certain audit functions.
Okay, and so I guess my final question, part of the challenge that a large number of the members of the public have complained about is particularly on the SIU, when investigating a subject officer can refuse to comply and refuse to participate as part of an investigation. Are there any changes with respect to that particular aspect of a process, and notwithstanding the fact of police investigating the police, but is there any changes with respect to that process as it relates to these new changes that are being brought forward in policing?
I'm going to suggest that Mr. Lynch is probably the best person to respond to that question, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
And that was your last question.
To answer your question, Councillor, the changes to the mandate of the SIU do fall short in a number of ways, and I think that's another way where it does fall short.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Mayor Tory?
Sorry, I have a question, Speaker. I'm on
I
the-
know, just a sec. There's some housekeeping that we have to do. Mayor
Okay,
Tory?
no problem.
Would you like to?
Yes, Speaker.
Would you like to?
Well, I was going to
Would you
move-
like to
yes,
move a motion that we finish? We have 4 items
I
left.
won't put, yes, Speaker, I'd be happy to move that. I won't put a time limit on it, although I'd be sorely tempted to do so because I think we could be finished, hint, by 6:20. But I will move that we sit to finish the agenda, Madam Speaker.
Okay.
I agree.
Motion by Mayor Tory, on favor, carried. Okay, thank you. So Councillor Fletcher, questions?
Yes, I just wanted to go over a bit of that territory that you started speaking about the ombudsman. So I just need to understand that better, that it would, if City Council asked the board to consider allowing the ombudsman to have some jurisdiction, is that how that would happen? Could you explain that a little bit more to us, please?
Certainly. Similar to what has been done in the past with the Auditor General, the board could invite the Ombudsman to perform certain audit functions. The Ombudsman has suggested an ongoing audit function around police policies, practices, and procedures.
You're breaking up a lot. I don't know. I couldn't hear all of that, Speaker. Sorry, if you could hold that. You're crackling.
Okay.
Your WebEx is...
Madam Speaker, perhaps?
No, it's
Madam
not
Speaker,
clear.
perhaps I will mute myself. I will phone in.
Why don't
I'm
you
going
just
to
turn
phone.
off
I'll
your
do that.
camera and see if that helps. Sometimes that does.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right. We'll try this. If this doesn't work, I will try phoning in and muting the WebEx.
It is working. It is working.
Oh, good. Okay. Through you, Madam Speaker, this what is proposed is similar to what has been done in the past with the city's Auditor General, whereby the Auditor General was instructed to work with the police, and the police were asked to invite the Auditor General to do so and to cooperate. So it would be that sort of arrangement, sort of a statutory amendment. The accountability officer wouldn't have the authority to compel production of documents and examine people under oath, but with the cooperation and the invitation from the police, some of that could be effectively put in place.
And when you
and the idea would be an ongoing audit function, so not, the ombudsman has proposed an ongoing audit function similar to what was proposed in some of the feedback we received, which would mean the ombudsman could choose to audit policies, practices, and procedures, applying a fairness lens and reporting annually to both council and the board.
And that would be, when you say the police, that would be obviously to the Police Services Board, because they would have to
Yes.
invite in. The ombudsman, as the Auditor General, is there, or would be there at the discretion of the board, who would be applying their accountability lens to the service. Do I have that right?
That is correct.
And how far along are
Yes,
we
ma'am.
in accomplishing this now? Which I think is a great idea.
Through you, Madam Speaker, I'm going to suggest that either Mr. Lynch or the city manager would be in a better position to respond to that question. Council has not yet given instructions to staff to pursue that, to my knowledge, so it may be that steps have yet to be taken.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So just in the same way that we gave instructions to the Auditor General to go to the police, and we requested the Police Services Board to invite our Auditor General, the same two steps would take place with the Ombudsman. Do I have that right? I'm just going to ask the city manager.
Yes, that is what's proposed.
And what's the time frame for that?
I'll have to see if Corey can respond to that. I'm not aware of what this particular time frame is.
Is that, did you just say for Corey Lynch to respond? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I think that depends on a number of factors. One is when and if the request is made to the board. The board has its own schedule and has to receive a report. I know the decision for the Auditor General's invitation took a couple of months from the time of the request made from council. I do want to say that we've had some preliminary discussions with some members of the Police Services Board staff who have expressed an openness to have the discussion to figure out ways to improve and enhance oversight of policing. So they're aware of this and prepared to have those continued discussions. I can't give any greater time frame, not having a sense of if or when the request is made.
You would need a council motion to initiate that, would you?
Okay, that was your last question.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank
And you
you.
don't have that yet. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go to speakers. Councillor Perks, you held the item down. Councillor Perks?
Thank you, Speaker. I understand Councillor Wong-Tam is going to have a couple of motions. I've seen them and I wholeheartedly endorse them. I simply wanted to say this. If you'll recall, when the issue of police reform and potentially defunding the police came to council, there was a public outpouring of concern, the likes of which we rarely see at Toronto City Council. And the greatest frustration for all of us was the extent to which our hands were tied, because ultimately all decisions about the governance of police, funding of police, oversight of police fall within the jurisdiction of the province of Ontario. We made some very limited asks of the province of Ontario to help us restore confidence and trust in the way that we manage issues within the city of Toronto that are currently managed by the police. The province has fallen well short of those requests that we made of them. And like so many other issues where we are a government that is quite permeable, even in the COVID period, it's easier to get the attention of Toronto City Council, to get an item debated by Toronto City Council, to have us go to bat to make the kinds of changes that the community wants to see. The public debate falls on us, but the responsibility lies with the provincial cabinet. And I confess to being just exhausted with the extent to which our provincial government ignores the demands that Torontonians are making on issues of policing, issues of governance, issues of COVID management, issues of childcare, issues of planning, issues of environmental protection and conservation areas. It goes on and on and on. And I look forward to the day when this council takes leadership in getting Torontonians to understand that the province of Ontario continually blocks the aspirations and concerns of Torontonians. This is just one area where it happens, but I'm getting very frustrated, and I just wanted to say that.
Councillor Wong Tam to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I would ask the clerk to please put the motion on the screen. The first motion is really it's basically to enhance what is before us right now. The city manager was going to forward the attachments 1 to 6, which were the responses from a cluster of oversight and criminal lawyers, as well, oversight bodies, criminal lawyers, as well as the Canadian Civil Liberties Union, the Black Legal Action Committee. He was going to basically group all those responses and hand it over to the Inspector General of Policing, newly posted, newly appointed. And then that was going to be it. And I thought we probably would like to know what he has to say. And if there is going to be a reply, then perhaps the city manager can take that reply if it comes back to us and give us a sense of what is doable in the system today. So I'd like to know what would be the response. Is there an endorsement, a rejection, or a neutral position to the feedback and recommendations that are coming from these 6 bodies and plus organizations? The second part of the motion actually is about the things that City Council can do. And so the motion is to request and direct the city manager to consult with the Toronto Police Service Board, the Canadian Civil Liberties Association, the City of Toronto's Ombudsman on the resources needed to carry out the work identified and outlined in attachments 2 and 6, and bring those recommendations back to us in the April meeting of City Council. And Madam Speaker, the reason I think that leaning into what Councillor Perks just said is that, you know, there's so much expectation that we need the province to do things for us, and that is absolutely true. And because of the judicial powers that they have, that we don't have. But it's also been made very clear from the Ombudsman's letter, and I hope everyone's had a chance to read it, is that should the Toronto Police Service and the Toronto Police Service Board wish to undertake a memorandum of understanding, she can be given the powers to do some additional work. So it doesn't necessarily need to be an amendment of an act. It's the amendment of an act, the legislation, or asking the Police Service Board and the Toronto Police Service to work together to give her the invitation of the MOU. And the city solicitor and the city manager both spoke to that. And so I just want to be able to make sure that we do everything we can within the powers that we have as City Council to work with the Police Service Board to bring forward some of these amendments and changes. And this is all under the umbrella of reform. The Canadian Civil Liberties Association provided a 5-page reply, 5-page letter reply, so that the Black Legal Action Center, 5 pages to 3 simple questions from the city manager. Interestingly enough, the Office of the Independent Police Review Director gave us a 4-sentence reply. 4 sentences versus 5 letters. That's how much thought they put into our questions. That's how much respect that they had for City Council for the questions that we brought forward. The SIU has a 1.5-page letter, and they start off by saying that they're reluctant to comment. They don't really want to talk to us about accountability. Interestingly enough, these are the 2 official bodies that are tasked with accountability. And so if we can't count on them, and perhaps we just caught them on a bad day, they didn't have time to write back robust answers to us, and that may be the case, or maybe it's because they don't have to answer to us. So therefore, that we get whatever answer they provide us. But I certainly hope that, given the fact that we spent a very emotional summer grappling with an issue that is of great importance to Torontonians, that they would have probably paid attention to what was happening and the debate that we had to undertake. And so it was actually really discouraging to see a 4-sentence reply and a reply that said we were reluctant to answer. But the ones who do want to work with us, which are the Toronto Ombudsman, as well as the CCLA, have put forward 2 credible options. One is to give her more power, the Ombudsman more power to do this extended scope of work. The other one is for the CCLA to work with the Toronto Police Service Board to set up an independent audit body to review policies overall, not about investigation, but just to review policies.
15 seconds.
And those are 2 things that, Madam Speaker, that can be done with the support of the Police Service Board. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll to speak. We can't hear you.
It's late in the day. I did the unmute thing. Sorry about that. Madam Speaker, Councillor Wong-Tam's motions take care of my concerns and the questions I was asking of the city manager. And I too hope that everyone has read the letters, because the city manager is forwarding those letters on behalf of City Council. They are us forwarding those letters. And so it's important that you read them all. The Ombudsman's letter really sets out what impact she thinks she might have and what impediments we have. And I'm confident sending them to the Inspector General who's been appointed. I can recall sitting in a meeting at FCM. I used to be on the committee where police board members might sit. And Chief at that time, Clunas, was there to speak on an item. And I thought, that's a good police chief. He is a very much admired person. And so it'll be interesting to see what his take is on the communications that we are forwarding to him. But I really think that we have to follow up, because as admirable as any person is, what happens in discussions of policing once they go up to that provincial level is now at arm's length from the burning need to make change. And if there is any sense that we're not going to get some of the change we need as quickly as we need it, because there's a hesitancy to go too far with this brand new role, too far too soon, then I think Mr. Lynch and Mr. Murray have to come back to us and tell us that might be one of the slow-mo routes for some of the things we're doing. There may be some actions we have to take here, because it's reasonable to assume that there might be a sort of role of caution in being the very first Inspector General of Policing. It's a newly created role, and we're going to need to know that. Madam Speaker, you've been speaking to the urgency of hurrying with time all afternoon, and there's only 15 minutes left. We are doing these things on behalf of people who are asking for fair treatment and real police culture change on behalf of 300 years of their ancestors. And so to take these extra 15 minutes to make sure our city manager knows that, yes, we're forwarding these letters, but if it feels like we might get inaction, you've got to come back and tell us right away, is time worth spending in a council session. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to add my voice to this issue. To say I'm disappointed, perhaps, is to, I guess, to suggest it mildly. I'm extremely disappointed with respect to what I understand is this proposed change in reform towards accountability and so on. The changes that are being recommended, I see it as the same old things being dressed up. It's putting lipstick on a pig and all the piglets, quite frankly, which is rather disappointing. I think that based on where we are, this is going to fall extremely short of what was expected by many. We've seen the outrage, we've seen the protests and so on, we've seen the call for the 10% defunding or the 50% defunding. I no doubt expect, and I'm sure I will live long enough to see a continued flow of and march of people marching on City Hall with respect to the expectation of changes. And if we can't get it from the government above, then I think that we are going to have to do more. Again, to say that I'm disappointed is perhaps, I'm not sure what the words are, because I don't see really reform. I don't see real accountability. I see changing of names and titles and so on and so forth, and some of them new. I don't believe that the changes that we're seeking in accountability and the calls that we've received from the thousands and thousands of people who marched in the streets of Toronto for change, these changes are actually reflected in terms of what is being offered. I have no doubt that the city manager, Mr. Lynch, and others and so on are doing their best to express the concern on behalf of thousands and thousands of people who are concerned with respect to accountability of policing, as well as the mechanism that is in place from the provincial government. And so, again, I can't tell you how disheartened I am with respect to what's being proposed. I'm hoping, and maybe I should, that something will change. I'm certainly not, I'm a realist and I don't expect that to be, but to say that I'm disappointed, Speaker, I can't say it any more profoundly that I am extremely disappointed with respect to what we have in front of us and what is being proposed. I suspect and I hope that we, as members of council, we should all be disappointed with respect to what is coming down in terms of accountability and policing reform and so on. Again, I see it as basically pig wearing lipsticks, and all the piglets will be wearing the lipsticks as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Put the motion on the screen. Councillor Fletcher, put your name up.
I just want to say, yeah, that I think we took a really important step in the summer, as has been noted, by requesting of our Auditor General that she have oversight, or that she play that role with the police service, and then asking the board in a respectful way for them to allow her to act as an accountability officer for them. And I really do feel strongly that it would be very helpful to have the Toronto Ombudsman be able to play that role too. In her letter, she indicates that she thinks that would be helpful in restoring or gaining confidence that in any investigations that she would do or any of her oversight role. I don't see any movement to make that happen today, but I just wanted to thank Ms. Wahlberg, Mr. Lynch, the city manager, for fleshing that out a little bit. That really and truly, we have two separate entities or two separate orbits. And by having the Auditor General from our orbit move into that orbit with some oversight, and having our accountability officers, in whom we actually have a great deal of faith, and I believe the public also has a great deal of faith in those officers. They really hold us in great stead in the work that they do. That's a direction I firmly support. And if we want to talk about modernizing policing means that the accountability officers aren't all attached directly to the police force, because that is a very old model. It means bringing a modern structure, which I believe our accountability officers can play a very significant role there. So I'm not moving anything today, Speaker, but I think that we should very seriously look at how to move that letter from the Ombudsman forward to enhance all of the operations of Toronto Police Service, to restore confidence of the public, etc., and go a long way to, I hope, overcome some of the disappointment that Councillor, our Deputy Mayor Thompson, has expressed so eloquently here today. Thank you.
On the screen.
Recorded vote, please. Thank you.
Recorded vote.
Councillor Perks, please. Looks like maybe the vote has not come through to
Sorry,
the computer.
I got kicked out of the screen. I'm voting in the affirmative.
Thank you. Councillor Cole, are you present and voting?
Yes, I'm in the affirmative.
Thank you. Councillor or Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, are you present and voting?
Mr. President, I would like to vote in the affirmative.
Thank you. Speaker, the motion carries unanimously, 25 in favor.
Item as amended, all in favor. Show of hands, carried. Councillor Fillion, would you like to move your member's motion at this time?
Yes, thank you. Again, it's just a motion to send legal staff to support the Committee of Adjustment decision and the planning staff recommendations on an appeal.
All in favor? Show of hands, carried. CC 26.7, Toronto Local Appeal Body, Appointment of Public Members. Councillor Fletcher, you held the item down.
That was, just have a question in general. I don't know if two planners on the line.
Is it a public question?
Yes.
Do we have the
It is.
planners on the line?
Or any of the people. who is
Yeah, so
responsible.
why do you want to ask a question to the planner?
Well, I'm just asking about the training. And the questions that they ask.
It's not to the planner, it's for the court services.
Okay.
I don't think
Court
there's,
services
yes.
for the Committee of Adjustment? Local appeal body?
TLAB. This is TLAB.
That's not, yes, it's for whoever is recommending these names. That's fine. I'll just speak very quickly. I was going to release this quickly, but I really simply want to highlight that I'm hoping, and I know we have a team that is not, I'm going to speak, Speaker, okay?
Pardon?
Speaker.
Yes?
I'm just going to speak for
Yes.
2 minutes.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm going to support these folks, but I also am interested very late in the day as to what kind of questions or what the expectations are, what's laid out in those interviews regarding upholding the city bylaws and people that may be going around established city bylaws, or I'm quite concerned about that. We have a couple of instances where they might not have been upheld. So that's the only thing I'm interested in, is the type of training, the upholding the city bylaws, being very sensitive to the community. I'm really hoping that all of these people can accomplish that, and that that's also one of the directions or one of the things that is made clear during the recruitment, during the interviews, and I unfortunately have nobody here that can confirm that for me. But I will state that clearly for the record to council. That should be our expectation. And with that, I'm fine.
Okay, I'm sure that staff would take that into consideration, Councillor Fletcher.
Well, they're already being appointed, but I do think perhaps we need to underscore the city's bylaws a bit more.
Okay. Yeah, Councillor Robinson to speak.
Be very brief. Just, can I ask what councillors or who selected these individuals?
Okay, we're at speakers now. Did you have a question?
Oh, no, I had a question. I put my name under question staff.
Okay.
Speaker, the Members of the Toronto Local Appeal Body are selected by an arm's length body that council appointed at the beginning of the term. It's called the Tribunal's nominating panel. It's, as I say, it's an arm's length panel that council appointed at the beginning of the term. And so these are the recommendations of that panel.
So the panel was identified and selected by council?
Nope.
Speaker, yes,
No.
that's correct.
That's correct. The panel was selected by council, but these individuals have been selected by the panel.
That's correct. They're being recommended by that panel. Speaker, if you'll recall, at the beginning of the term, when the governance structure was reviewed, there was the decision to split some of the way the appointments were done in such a way to manage everybody's time a little bit better. And as a result, there was the citizen-based tribunal's nominating panel struck. It recommends members to all of the city's administrative tribunals.
And was there any guidance given to the panel who was selecting the individuals to provide, to really try to secure individuals that had a balanced approach versus, proponents on one side or the other? I'm just wondering if there was any guidance around that.
Well, Madam Speaker, the panel receives onboarding and orientation from staff from a number of divisions. So I would expect, yes, they would have been given that kind of an orientation at the time.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all my questions, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. So, Councillor Robinson, did you want to speak or are you okay?
No, thank you.
Okay. So on the item, all in favor? Show of hands. Carry. Okay, our next, we have 3 more items left. Members' motion 26.6, Councillor Holiday, you held the item down. That's on better billing, increasing uptake for monthly water billing.
Yeah, no questions. I'll speak though.
Okay, does anybody have any questions on that? No? Okay, Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thanks. My comments will be brief. I'm not going to support it. It's not because I'm not interested or don't recognize the importance of small business or seniors and maybe some of the challenges that they got. I will just make the comment of this, that the water system is a utility system. That means that the money we collect under the water billing goes back into the water system. And it's a whole different set of financial regime than the concept of transferring income between groups. And I know that council dabbles in that from time to time, and they use the property tax base. I'd also just say from the practical side, it costs a lot of money to mail out paper bills. And if we go to paper bills every month for a whole bunch of people, there's 500,000 users in the system. I don't think they'll all go there, but even if 10, 20, 30, 100,000 of them go there, I don't know what it costs, $1, maybe $2 to make a paper bill and send it. It costs a lot of money. And all that's going to do is go back onto the water ratepayers across the system for what might be a very marginal advantage. And the last is just the concept of creating a rebate or a relief program using the water system is a very expensive and very difficult thing to wade into. Perhaps we should think about it in a different way. If we wanted to provide rebates or assistance to people, we'd look at all the different services that we provide and think about it that way and consider that that is a very major budget discussion. So I'm sorry, I just cannot support this in good conscience. I just don't think it's the right way to approach these type of concepts.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? On the motion, on favor?
Recorded.
Recorded vote.
It's a cute kid, Mark. Very cute kid.
What was that? Oh,
Sorry, Speaker, it was me. It was welcoming the newest member of council here who's in Councillor Grimes' arms.
and look how quiet, eh?
Brody, his first council meeting.
Councillor Fillion, please.
Quick, Brody, vote no.
Speaker, the item carries. The vote is 22-3.
Our next item is MM 26.8. Councillor Holiday, you held the item down. Opposition to the Government of Ontario's changes to conservation authorities.
No questions. I'll speak very briefly.
Does anybody have any questions on this?
Nope, to speak, Madam Speaker. Oh, here's the list. Yep.
If you want to speak, please put your name on the list.
Yep. There was a delay on the list.
Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I'll thank and recognize Councillor Layton. He sent me some information on this. He really tried. It was very collegial of him, knowing that I have concerns. But I wanted to speak to the referral earlier on, but our process doesn't allow that. The comment I would make is that I just don't like the process before us. This is bringing about a member's motion, and it is basically taking a position in opposition of legislation that's coming forward. Not the first time, not the last time at this city council, but I'll contrast that to the way that it was done with the Children's Services report on this, on childcare. You know, we had the benefit of a staff report, some analysis on the complexities of the legislation. I don't sit on the TRCA. I don't understand how all of the rules work, and I'm really uncomfortable taking a position on proposed legislation without the full benefit and understanding. It would be the most responsible way to approach it. I know there's a staff report from TRCA floating out of there. I tried to make some sense of it. I did my best. At this juncture, you know, maybe I agree with some of the stuff, maybe I don't agree with it. I'm just going to vote no. And just really to make the point that I would have preferred this to come forward in a fully reported way, just like it was done with Children's Services. I think it's a far more impactful way to bring it before council, rather than a member's motion with very little content, with the expectation that, you know, the body of knowledge and the depth of what is being proposed is something that everyone can wade through, because it is very specialized. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, this motion joins a number of municipalities who moved as quickly as they could to react officially against Bill 229's proposals for changes to conservation authorities. They are the City of Thunder Bay, the Town of Mono, the Town of Shelburne, the Town of Cobourg, the Town of North Frontenac, Township of Essa, Township of Southwold, King Township, Municipality of Grey Highlands, and in the region of Peel, the four Halton mayors, Burlington, Halton, Milton, and Oakville, and a public letter from Markham because their meeting is not scheduled in a timely manner. And the reason why they all have reacted, and we would be joining them in adopting this motion, really was demonstrated once upon a time in this very city. In your part of town, my colleague, Councillor Holiday, and yours, Madam Speaker, years ago, when houses rolled into the Humber during Hurricane Hazel, we knew that we had to start protecting the top of bank and ravines, and we needed to be able to speak to that. And sometimes you need to try and take a little bit of the politics out of it and just speak about what is safe. And so conservation authorities right now don't have just politicians on them, but they're a hybrid board that includes expert citizens. And I know that you and Councillor Holiday have in the past spoken that that's a good idea in some authorities. And so we have that. We have citizens on those boards to take a little of the politics out. And we also give the staff in the TRCAs the ability to apply to appeal at LPAT if a developer and a municipality get real political and insist on going to that top of bank anyway with the development and jeopardizing sensitive wetlands, or just plain bad development on ravine lands and sensitively naturalized areas. And so they need that ability. The Bill 229 removes both of those things. And they are really the essence of why we have conservation authorities, which is why you see so many mayors and municipalities reacting so swiftly to say, hold on a second, province. This is not really the direction you want to go in. And I think that we really need to join those other municipalities to make clear this is a bill that should not be rushed, such as has happened in some other things that affect municipalities, because this goes beyond politics and municipalities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Call the question.
Question has been called. All in favor? Carried. Okay, on the item.
Recorded.
Recorded.
Councillor Mello, please. Councillor Thompson. The item carries. The vote is 22-3.
Okay, our last item, MM 26.9. Councillor Perruzza.
Thank you, Speaker. So I have a motion. I'm going to move option B. I believe the clerk has it. But Speaker,
Sorry,
do you
are
want
we
to?
taking questions? Are we taking
Yeah.
questions?
You want to do questions?
Oh, okay, questions, yes, sorry. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, questions?
Yeah, is this property for sale right now?
So,
Questions to staff.
Speaker, we might
No,
want
I
to
have-
go into
sorry.
camera for this. Sorry, Denzel.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I have a question of staff, and staff can tell me, which I think it's public, whether the property's for sale or not.
Go ahead, ask the question.
Is
Speaker,
the
we have to
property,
let Pat Matozo in. He's actually in the waiting.
Do we have staff here? Yeah.
We do.
It's Janie, but this is a question for real estate. If they're
Pat
here,
is on the
if
phone.
not,
Sorry.
I can
Yeah,
answer.
I'm here. Just give me a second. Through you, Madam Speaker, the property is not listed for sale.
so that means we would have to go in with an offer, correct?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I think it's a question that I have to answer in camera.
Well, if we want to buy it, we'd have to ask them if they want to sell it, wouldn't we?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, we do have an agreement of purchase and sale. You are correct.
You have an agreement of purchase and sale.
That's correct.
I see, and you can't tell me that in public, correct?
I
You can tell me
I
the
can
price.
say, I can state that we do have an agreement of purchase and sale. I can't speak to the financial transaction, but that information is included in the confidential attachment.
I see. Let me ask you a different question, and not necessarily to you, Mr. Matozo. So the report says that we were looking for an arrangement where there would be some private fundraising to basically save this tree and buy the property. Is that fair? Is that a fair characterization? I'll ask that of anyone who wants to answer it.
Through the chair, it's Janie. I'm not sure if Manjeet is here. She's been on the fundraising side, but I'm happy to answer. Yes, there was an arrangement that there was some private fundraising that would contribute to the cost of any potential purchase of the property.
And how much money did we get? What did we raise?
I can answer that through the chair.
Manjeet with the Partnership Office. So we
I can't hear you. You're breaking up. It's really bad.
We can't hear you.
Off the camera. Turn off the camera.
This is the last item, and then you have to do some bills. That takes.
I'll try again. We were asked to raise 50% of the cost of the purchase price. We are $80,000 away from that target. However, we have a donor that is prepared to fund the 50% of the remaining amount. So we would be 40,000 away from the target.
No, Madam Chair, I asked a different question, and the question is, how much money do we raise?
We've raised $313,000.
I see. And so the city would have to come up with the rest.
That is correct. But with the remaining amount, we also have an additional donor that is prepared to fund 50% of the remaining amount that is remaining. So it would be a cost of about $40,000.
Okay, so my next question is have we ever bought a house? Have we done this before to save a tree? And if we have, what's the standard?
Through the speaker, it's Janie. Jason's on the line as well, but we have never actually purchased a property just for a tree, so to speak. But Jason probably has a longer history than me and may want to comment on that as well.
So through you, Madam Speaker, no, we have not done that. I think what's before us today, though, is we debated purchasing this property last year sometime. We did a detailed assessment on the tree. And I guess the outcome of that council direction was to fundraise for half.
I just wanted to know if we've ever done it before.
No, we have not.
Maybe for a couple of other questions. Where's the money going to come from if we buy this tree? Do you have the money in your budget?
Through the speaker,
Yeah.
Without getting into the actual dollar figures, which as Mr. Batoza noted, we would need to go in camera, but we have the funds that are required in the West District Parkland Reserve that would be able to cover the city's obligation on this.
Are you afraid about the precedent that might be set and other members of council coming to you asking to buy houses to save trees?
That's your last question.
Through the speaker, we know that there are 22 heritage trees across the city. Not all of them in exactly the same situation as this one, given the proximity and closeness to the house. We've never had any such requests before, which isn't to say that we would never receive them. But on this piece, there has been a very unique sort of fundraising obligation attached to this one as well that we've never quite experienced before. So the whole thing is quite unique.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I got to detach the concept of the tree. The tree's a living thing. It will be with us for some time. At some point, it will no longer be. That's the story of life. I'm thinking more about the acquisition of the lands. It'll become a park. Is that correct? The proposal of this house.
To the speaker, that's correct. The property would be demolished, and the actual housing structure would be demolished, and the property would then become a park.
Do we need a park in this area?
Through the speaker, this is not an area of depleted parkland. So I wouldn't say it's an area that we're looking to buy parkland in right now. But again, these are very unique circumstances.
How close is the closest park to 76 Coral Gable Drive?
Through the speaker, Councillor, I don't have that information. I'd have to get back to you on it. I don't know offhand.
Would you be surprised if I told you it was 120 meters or 7 houses away?
I would not contradict your information.
Okay, and I'm sorry for the cheeky question, but would it be fair to say that there's a number of very, very large parks that you'd be familiar with at the top end of Humber Valley Golf Course, including Summerlee, Humber Shepherd Park, that are very, very close? And I mean, we're talking houses away from this site.
We would agree there are many parks in the neighborhood, no question.
Okay. And would you normally go and acquire a house in the middle of a row of houses in the middle of a street to create a little parkette right in the middle that's kind of the size of one property? But is that a normal
So through the speaker,
process?
as I noted, this is a unique process, but it is one that we followed based on the council direction that we received a few years ago.
Okay, and then the last question, just the rules around the trees. I don't know if you want to take it or Jason. I mean, it's a straightforward question. We have to follow the same rules as any property owner. You know, we can't cut the tree down. It's protected as a heritage tree, and I think really the only entity that could even allow it to be cut down would be a vote by this council, which we know the bar is pretty high in that. Is that correct? Like it's got a special standard applied to it because it's a heritage tree.
I'm going to ask Jason to answer. He could be much more articulate than I.
Yes, through you, Madam Speaker. The short answer is yes. It's protected under the private tree bylaw, and only council can make a decision on whether it's injured or removed.
Okay, and so the advantage of the city owning this property with respect to the protection of the tree is marginal. Like nobody can go and cut it down unless we as council said yes.
Jason?
Through you,
That was a
Madam,
yes.
through you, Madam Speaker, yes, that's correct. It would be council's decision.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and to the staff.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My first question to my friend, Mr. Doyle. Jason, 250-year-old tree, what is the expected life of this tree? I mean, I know it's hard to, but can this thing last another 50, 100 years?
Through you, Madam Speaker, it has that potential. It has the potential to go to another 100 years. Did you get that?
More than that, or got to put
So I think maybe I'll repeat my answer. I'm not sure if you got it. That the tree in itself has the potential to, go to it's 250 years old now. It has the potential to hit that 300-year-old mark and beyond. We did a detailed assessment of the tree last year, which included some ultrasounds, and it's in pretty good shape.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you hear?
Oh, I'm
Madam
sorry.
Speaker, I'm not finished.
Councillor Grimes, did you have more
Are you
questions?
concerned about the demo, Doyle?
Councillor Grimes,
I do, yeah.
I'm not hearing you, Councillor. You're
Councillor
breaking up.
Grimes, we can't hear you.
Okay,
Okay.
can you hear me now?
Yeah, I thought you were
Can you hear me
finished.
now?
Yes, we can hear you. I thought
I'm
you
not
were
Madam Speaker.
finished.
Yeah, so I'm not finished, no. Mr. Doyle, are you concerned about the demolition of the house and the tree?
Through you, Madam Speaker, in the report we've identified, yes, the demolition of the house is sensitive. It will take a little bit of a different approach, but we working through our capital group, we've identified how that can be done.
Okay, so my next question is, once we make this a park, in the official plan, parkland not be sold. So let's say this thing lasts another 100 years. So in 100 years, will the city be able to sell that land for a lot? Because parkland won't be able to sold. There will be some kind of condition that property could be sold once the tree's gone?
Through the speaker, I'd look to, I'm not sure if Mr. Lintern's still on, but if that's a condition, I don't think we would object to it, but I would look to planning to see.
Yeah, I'm not going to motion. I think it's something we should look at that, after this tree is gone and the city can recoup its money, that this is not locked up in the official plan where it can't be sold. Those are my questions. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to
Okay.
support Councilor Perruzza.
Okay. Did you say you were going to support him or not support him? Councillor Lai.
Happy to support my friend Councilor Perruzza.
Councillor Lai.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just very quick question. I read in the report that the demolition cost is going to be over $1 million. Is that correct?
No, through the speaker, Jason, can you comment on that? I believe it was.
It's 200,000. Through you,
That's what I
Madam
was gonna say.
Speaker, it's 200,000 for the demolition costs.
Really? Because I read in the confidential report is over $1 million.
Well,
And then the.
Counselor Lai,
That's been-
please, Counselor Lai, you are not to talk about the confidential
It's
report.
confidential.
Oh, okay.
Gee,
I didn't say that.
Vague.
please.
Then I will ask the one question about what is the cost to the city for the whole project for this?
Through the speaker, that these are confidential items.
This is
because
confidential. We're
disclosed
public.
The purchase price
Okay.
of a property.
Okay.
so-
All right, thank you. Sorry.
So, dear Counselor Perruzza,
Speaker, that's why I said we should probably go into.
well, I
camera,
thought
but-
that everybody understood what was the difference.
Sure, but let me just ask a couple of questions of staff. So the only reason this report is here tonight, today, is because we're about $40,000 short on the fundraising part of the campaign. If that $40,000 had been raised, the deal would have been done, you would have moved on, everything would have been okay, correct?
I'm going to turn to Mr. Matosa or Manjit, but I believe so.
Yeah, through the speaker, Councillor Perruzza, according to the information provided by Manjit, that is correct.
Okay, there's about, Torontonians, somewhere between 1,200 and 2,000, I don't have the exact number, have contributed to a campaign to save a tree and help us buy a residential housing lot. Correct?
Through the speaker, yes, that is correct. About 1,200 Torontonians have.
Correct. So 1,200 Torontonians have actually given us money and said, here, City of Toronto, go and buy this residential lot to protect this tree. And I mean, if anybody came to you and said, here's 50% of a residential lot, would you turn that down and not buy the property? Wouldn't you consider that to be a good investment for yourself? That's a tongue-in-cheek question, but maybe I can have an answer to that.
Through the speaker, I mean, I can't really comment on real estate values. I can comment that this is the direction that we received by council to pursue, is to raise a certain amount of funds towards the purchase of this property as a park. And I think, as Manjit has noted, we're $40,000 short of that goal.
Okay, and there was one last question, but really it's more of an in-camera question, so I'm not going to ask that. No, it's okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Thompson?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just have one question. Ms. Romanoff, you've indicated that there's 40,000 short in terms of the fundraising, and so is the $40,000, is that an amount the city would contribute, and will the fundraising continue to such date that the 40,000 will be retired and be paid back?
Through the speaker, I'm not sure if it's inherent in the motion before you, but certainly continuing that fundraising campaign to close that gap is certainly something we would support, and we would work with Manjit and her staff to ensure that process continued. I think in the short term, the city would, obviously fill in the gap until it could be reimbursed through that fundraising goal.
And is the Rotary Club involved in terms of fundraising for this this tree, or the land where the tree's on?
Through the speaker, Councillor, the Rotary Club has already made a donation, and yes, they are actually going to continue to fundraise for this site.
Okay.
And Councillor, if I can just add, I just got a note that fundraising to continue is actually part of the motion, so my apologies. It's represented in the motion before you.
Oh, I see. Thank you. Those are my questions, Speaker.
Okay. To speak, Councillor Perruzza.
Thank you, Speaker. So I'm moving the motion that's before you. So, Speaker, just to sort of put it in some context, this is something that I inherited. That it's a decision of the former council to basically proceed to purchase this residential lot on which this magnificent tree sits. And it's quite spectacular, the tree, if you ever saw it. So the city has gone out and basically paid or sought to acquire this property, market value, obviously, and a component of the city's action is that 50%. I think we set those limits in the last mandate. That 50% of the purchase price for this property would have to be fundraised. So a considerable amount of fundraising has occurred. I believe over 1,200 Torontonians have contributed to that fundraising campaign. It now sits at about $310,000 or $311,000 in hand, plus the 50% difference. The $79,000 shortfall is there's a 50% commitment to contribute that. So really, the shortfall is about $40,000. The only reason this is before us today is because the deal is coming due, and we need to make a decision. So our moving forward, and if my motion is adopted, then Torontonians help us pay for 50% of this property. 50% would be the city. It's a property that continues to stay in the city's portfolio. It's a residential lot. Yes, it'll be converted into somewhat of our parquet, but there is no design to basically implement a parks bylaw on the property, so that when and if the tree does no longer ceases to exist, because everything has a life to it, then a future city council has a very, very valuable piece of land which Torontonians privately contributed 50% of the purchase price for. I think even Councillor Holiday in that regard would say, wow, if the city's ever going to look at making an investment somewhere, this is the kind of investment you want to make with that kind of a return. And you got Torontonians who are going to go into their own pockets and help us pay for it, to the tune of 50%. I don't think there's any smart business person. Actually, I don't think you need to even be a smart business person to say that's not a deal that you would not entertain. I also want to thank the mayor, who has committed to help us take us to our fundraising goal, obviously within the existing rules, available to councillors. But he has offered us to help us get to that goal of fundraising that portion of the monies that the city has basically committed to raising. And that's not to say that it necessarily stops there, Madam Speaker. It means that we get to the finish line in terms of the target that the council had set for it. But that doesn't mean that Torontonians will not continue to contribute. It's been a hard go because of COVID, and that's why we're about $40,000 short of that nearly $400,000 goal. But that's not to say that once COVID is over, that Torontonians will not continue to contribute to the preservation of this tree, so that eventually the contributions, or the sort of the private contributions to the acquisition and to the preservation of this tree may far and exceed even our own targets in terms of what we've set. So while the objective is to basically preserve this tree and have people enjoy this tree, at the same time, I believe that even if you look at its base elements in terms of the costs and how we're paying for it, and the asset that the city continues to have, and the value of the asset that the city continues to retain, far outstrip what the cost might be to the city. So I believe that argument doesn't really have that traction. I appreciate what Councillor Minnan-Wong was trying to get at, but I'm hoping people support this and we move on and finish it.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, to speak?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'm not going to support the acquisition of this property. It should be no surprise. I didn't support it all the times it came to council. Look, it's a lovely tree, but I have to not make decisions based on emotion. I have to use the best judgment and knowledge that I have. And the facts are that we don't need a park. We don't. There's plenty of. It's 7 houses away is the closest park, and that the tree is protected. There's no threat. There's none whatsoever. It's an Ontario heritage tree. It's not going anywhere unless by an act of God of this council votes it down. And I just don't see that. Maybe the best outcome for this property would be to sell it to a nice philanthropist or to a family, or to rent it out to a family so that somebody's got a place to live and they can enjoy the tree in their backyard, just like the current owner, I'm sure, did for some time. Now that's where I think the house belongs. So I ask councillors just to apply logic here and understand that, yes, there's some people in Toronto that want the government to buy the tree and convert it into a park for whatever reason they've got. But people are going to open up the newspaper one day and they're going to read that City Council went and bought a tree in the context, the backdrop of all of we talked about at council today, about the backlog of repairs to roads, the backlog to repairs to sewers, and of all the pressing financial needs we've got, this is the thing that came out on top at the end of council, was to buy a property with a tree on it because we like the tree and there's no threat against it. I looked, it's an oak tree. It's not a money tree. There's no money growing on it. And, we keep making decisions like this. I don't know how we're going to make it through the emergency that we've got before us, but more importantly, I don't know what the public is going to think about these types of decisions. We cannot make them on emotion. We have to use our best judgment on it. So I know it sounds a little cruel with respect to all the people that fundraise on this. And I mean, it sounds like really nice people that care a lot about it. Maybe they can make a deal with somebody to co-own a house and find a new home for a family there instead of ripping it down and, have some nice outcome about it. But I don't think we need to add a park to our portfolio. I don't think we need to take on this tree. It's going to be there, I think, for some time because it's well protected. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I'd like to speak on it just for a couple minutes because, but first of all, I'm sure members of council received correspondence from the Western Residents Association. But what I want to mention is I have this young girl that is a constituent of mine. She's 7. Her name is Sophia. The Toronto Star did a story on her a few weeks ago. And she's been trying to raise money for this tree. And her letter to councillors, I don't know if you received it, is, dear councillors, I worked really hard to raise money for this tree, like selling lemonade and my Tree of Hope bracelets, which is this bracelet that she made for me. She's selling these bracelets, I think, for $5. And so as of November 23rd, she raised $4,000. Now, this is a 7-year-old girl. And she realizes, of course, we need more, but together with the tree team and more time, we can make this happen. Join us, please vote for option B. Younger kids need to learn about this historic tree, Sophia. She's a young girl, and for this young girl to be raising money, and she has for quite a while now, selling lemonade, making bracelets, and selling them, and raised her own, has raised $4,000. So I wanted to mention this because I just think this is amazing. While you have young children actually in trying to raise money for this tree. So I will be supporting Councillor Pruitt's motion. Councillor Cole.
Yes, and I wholeheartedly support Councillor Pruitt's courageous stand here for this spectacular tree that's going to be around for another 100 years. So we've got to do the right thing here and for the children, because, the city is more than roads and more roads and more bearing of subways that cost LRTs in Etobicoke for another $1.8 billion when you don't have to bury. So don't preach to us about spending money when you're going to waste $1.8 billion burying the Western Eglinton Crosstown. Let's save the tree instead. Thank you.
Okay, so on the, and if any members of council want to buy these bracelets, it's amazing.
Please.
So we have the motion by Councillor Perruzza. Recorded vote.
Is video. Councillor Bradford, are you present and voting? Speaker, the motion carries. The vote is 17-5.
Okay. Yeah. So members of council, there's one last item. We need to reconsider item CC 26.7 in order to adopt the technical amendment contained in the supplementary report from the interim city clerk. May I have a motion to reconsider? Moved by Councillor McKelvey. All in favor? So we'll put the motion on the screen. Councillor McKelvey is the mover. Okay, it's on the screen.
Sorry, Madam.
All in favor? Carried. Item is amended. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Members, before I ask for motion to enact the general bills, may I have a motion regarding the consideration of submissions on zoning bylaw and official plan amendments? Moved by Deputy Mayor Thompson. All those in favor? Carried. May I have a motion to introduce the general bills? Councillor Grimes? Okay, it's on the screen.
That leave be granted, introduce bills 959 to 1008.
Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? All those in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Shall these bills be passed and declared as bylaws? All those in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. May I have a motion to introduce the confirming bill? Mayor Tory. It's on the screen.
I got it, Speaker. That leave be granted. It's a bill to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion the proceedings of City Council meeting 26 on November 25th and 26th, 2020.
Thank you. Shall leave be granted to introduce this bill? All those in favor, show of hands, carried. Shall this bill be passed and declared as a bylaw? All those in favor, show of hands, carried. Thank you. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you to members and thank you especially to staff here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you,
Okay.
staff. Thank you.
Thanks, staff. Thanks, Madam
Thank you,
Speaker.
staff.
Thank you, Madam
Be
Speaker.
safe, colleagues.
Long live
everyone.
Sedona, long live Diego.